Or powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor-at-large of the Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and Bitcoin historian on X. And of course, folks, this is it. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world is beginning behind me in Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to be a day. 15 years ago, Satoshi Nakamoto launched a revolution in cyberspace. Today, it continues as Washington descends on the industry. I've got special guests here to talk about it. We've got Brandon Green, executive director of the Bitcoin conference, Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Let's just start with what we're going to see today. Senator Bill Hagerty, a Republican senator from Tennessee. Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Republican senator from the state of Wyoming. MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, the Giga Chad, owner of over 200,000 Bitcoin. Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest. Russell Brand, podcaster, provocateur, TV star, movie star, and American whistleblower Edward Snowden. Of course, it all leads to independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What a day. Let's just talk about the excitement around the venue. Brandon, obviously the conference organizer, what are you feeling here today as we start?
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement. I mean, this is the big day. This is where we kick off. You can't see it in the camera, but directly behind the camera, we've got a line already queuing to go into the main stage. Secret Service is here. You know, it's the first time a Bitcoin event's had to deal with that. So, you know, we got a lot of new things to try, a lot of new things to learn, and certainly a stacked day of great content. Let's talk about the narrative coming into this. Obviously, the conference now going viral, hitting the mainstream news. Like USA Today report on this yesterday. A first for a Bitcoin conference to hit that kind of mainstream velocity. What's that been like, Brandon, and what's the reaction from the news? Yeah, well, certainly, you know, the microscope is on this event. The mainstream is paying attention. We're getting a lot of hits from really every single major mainstream publication. They want to know what's going on at this event. They want to know what's going on with Bitcoin. They want to know why multiple presidential candidates are here to speak to this audience. And right. Yeah, I mean, you know, what are you telling them when they ask you that, right? Why are presidents doing here at a Bitcoin conference? Well, you know, the obvious answer is that Bitcoin is an incredibly important issue to Americans, 50 million Americans plus. You know, the 50 million number came from 2023 before the ETFs launched, right? So the actual number of Americans owning Bitcoin, I don't know if there's been a good study of that yet post ETF launch. This is going to be a major issue. People want to vote their pocketbooks. And people want to understand then what Bitcoiners want to see out of their government. And I think that over the past 4 years or past 3 years, we've seen a pretty difficult regulatory and policy environment to operate in the U.S. and people want to see change. Yeah. Let's talk about this narrative, Frank. Obviously, you're a reporter, you know, experience reporting on a number of things. What's the narrative from your side? We've heard Brandon as the conference organizer. How are you seeing how the world is talking about this event?
I think being here really makes you feel that now Bitcoin is just too big for people to ignore, for politicians to ignore, for companies to ignore. Not only do we have politicians here, as you just mentioned, but we have CEOs of major publicly traded companies here. We have a ton of people here. Energy is super high, but I think it's literally just too big to ignore. Whether we think about it as a wedge issue, you know, something that people are going to vote, as you just said, Brandon, people are going to vote their pocketbooks. This is something that's really important to people, and I think also, you know, politicians see it as an opportunity. They see this as something that their constituencies care about, and they want to respond to it. So they're here to talk about it.
Let's talk about the media again for a second. There's a lot of distrust right now in the media, and that's really a major election issue. What have we been, or how have we been hearing from news reporters? How are they thinking about this conference? Is there a concern that there might be messaging that people want to put across about this conference that doesn't align with the narrative that we want to send? Brandon.
Oh, well, absolutely. I mean, you know, once the media gets involved, it's hard to keep the narrative straight. And I think it's something that's going to be a challenge for this event, is trying to make sure that we're able to really tell our story in front of the media. A lot of them, this is their first time writing about Bitcoin. A lot of the media that's here, they're politically focused. They haven't really written about Bitcoin before. So there's a lot of efforts going on behind the scenes to help educate them. The 101, what is Bitcoin? Why is it important to people? What are the stories happening around the world in terms of people using Bitcoin? You know, folks like Alex Gladstein have really great points on this. The Bitcoin Policy Institute, David Tse, Grant McCarty. And so it's really, you know, part of what we're trying to do behind the scenes is put these people in front of these journalists, these writers, and help them understand the story better, because otherwise they're going to come in blind. They're going to write the political angle of this. Right. They're only going to focus on, you know, how this intersects with the background of the election. And if they don't understand what Bitcoin is, they might miss the whole story entirely.
Well, let's talk about what Bitcoin is. Frank, your take on the kind of positive stories that maybe are overlooked by the media that you would want to highlight.
Yeah, so some of what I document at Bitcoin Magazine, aside from covering businesses and startups in the space, I talk with a lot of people from developing countries, from places around the world that are underserved when it comes to the traditional financial infrastructure. So I do work, you just mentioned someone like Alex Gladstein, the Human Rights Foundation. They do incredible work getting resources to people using Bitcoin as a network. So I think sometimes people just think about Bitcoin as an asset, right? So number go up technology, right? You hold Bitcoin, you make more money, you make more dollars, but it's more than that. It's also a network that we can transfer value around the world permissionlessly. And I think that it's going to be, I think politicians are starting to understand that. And also I think as America, as a place where we like to, promote freedom and encourage freedom, there is sort of a way that we can sort of, and we can do that via Bitcoin. We can let people use this permissionless technology, something that they can use without any sort of third-party intermediary in the middle. And I think that this is really important, and it's a part of the narrative that often gets overshadowed in the mainstream media.
Election 2024 coming to Bitcoin 2024. We're talking once again with Brandon Green here, Executive Director of the Bitcoin Conference. Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Let's talk about this live desk, this coverage for a second. Obviously, we're going to be watching the big moments on stage that come across. We're going to be sending live from the stage, broadcasting video out on YouTube. A lot of great speakers today. Who are you guys looking forward to, and what kind of message do you hope they send? Let's start with you, Brandon.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we talked about some of those headliners earlier, the Michael Saylors, the Cathie Woods, the Russell Brands. We're going to have a interesting confluence of maybe TradFi, some Bitcoin heroes, and then also culturally relevant people who have large audiences. And really the goal is for all of them to not only be able to articulate where they stand on Bitcoin, how they're looking at it here in 2024 as we're in the election year, like you said, but also helping them learn more about it themselves, especially a Russell Brand who hasn't spoken very much on it. There's always this other side of bringing someone like that to the conference. He's going to learn more about it. He's going to be able to articulate that to his audience after he has these conversations on site. And, we're kind of promoting Bitcoin adoption as a vehicle in and of ourselves, which is awesome.
Frank, your quick thoughts. Who are you looking forward to most today, and what message do you hope they send?
Yeah, I have to say that I'm really looking forward to seeing RFK, Robert F. Kennedy. I really loved what he had to say last year. And what I really liked about it is that we know with politicians, sometimes they're just going to sort of appeal to their base, say, oh, I know you guys like Bitcoin, sort of whatever, though, right? We're not necessarily going to do our homework, our due diligence to understand what this technology is. When RFK speaks, he speaks about it with a genuine knowledge, whether that's he's done his own homework himself, his own deep dive, or whether his staff is sort of educating him about it. It seems that he has a very genuine sort of desire to understand what it is better and to understand why people are so passionate about it. We had Caitlin Long at the live desk yesterday, and she said something along the lines of he's really one of us. He really gets it, and he really sees Bitcoin the way that a lot of people at this conference, the 20,000 people that'll be here in attendance, see Bitcoin as something that's really important to sort of preserving freedom, American values, and just, something that's super important to them.
Really quick before the break, Brandon, is there still time to get here to Nashville? If they're coming to the door, are you still selling tickets?
We're still selling tickets, and in fact, we're still selling a lot today. It's been crazy to see that ticket flow come through. So people are still showing up, and Nashville's a short drive from a lot of places. So if you're watching this online, you're getting that itch on the couch, you're ready to get off and come see what all the fun's about, go ahead, jump in the car, come down. It's going to be fun.
Still time to come to Bitcoin 2024. We're just getting underway here in Nashville, Tennessee. You're going to see a lot of headliners today. Senator Bill Hagerty, Senator Cynthia Lummis, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, and many more. We're going to hear a word from our sponsors. Now we'll be right back after this break.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling
One more time,
data center
I can't hear you.
heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you...
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. As we said earlier, this is it. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world beginning behind us. We'll be bringing you the action all day today on the live news desk. Keep it here on YouTube, Rumble, X. Smash that subscribe button. We've got a great panel of special guests right now. Brandon Green in the middle, executive director of the Bitcoin conference. Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. And Q Gahimi joining us now on the end, a reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. We were just talking about all the great speakers we're going to see today. But one thing, Brandon, that you said that I wanted to stick on is this changing profile of the Bitcoin owner, right? I think when people think about who owns Bitcoin, they might think of someone very technical, maybe a little bit nerdy, geeky. Is that changing? What are you seeing in the crowd? Q, you're joining us just now from the venue. Would love to get your take.
Yeah, I mean, look, this year especially, we're starting to see Bitcoin expand beyond just the typical people. We saw the growth into the financial sector over the course of the last 12 months as well with the launch of the ETFs. You were seeing more TradFi enter this space. I believe it was last year we had Shell come here as well for the first time, and we're seeing an expansion in the energy sector. Now we are starting to see the political space really entrench itself, and you are seeing it is a far cry from the cryptographers of a decade ago at this point now.
Frank, what are you seeing as you walk around this venue? You're seeing the lines. I mean, looking right now, I'm watching a line that's stretching from all the way across a 100-foot stage. Who are you seeing out here in the audience?
Yeah, I want to talk about what I'm seeing, but also what I'm seeing, but also what I'm feeling. Yesterday was a super sort of, it was electric, and then I learned from someone that we only had to think about 5,000 people in the venue yesterday, and someone mentioned 6,000, and today that'll be upwards of 20,000. So based on what I'm seeing, as Pete just mentioned, we have this huge line of people queuing up to go wherever they're going over there. I think just the feeling is going to be electric. Yesterday was amazing. We had Industry Day, but today we're going to have the general admission, the sort of hardcore Bitcoiners, the people who have made their pilgrimage to Nashville to take part in this, and it's going to be super exciting.
Is that your estimation of who's in the audience? This is still very much an in crowd, or are we reaching out, reaching new demographics, Brandon?
I think we're reaching new demographics for sure. I mean, I think that the Trump angle for sure brings new people in, people who wanted to see him speak but want to understand why he's speaking at a Bitcoin conference. That's a big thing. I would also, harp on the ETF side. Over the past year, 6 months, the number of moms and grandmas, I can speak for myself, that are owning Bitcoin, that are buying Bitcoin for the first time. So we are expanding out in terms of who's owning Bitcoin, who's interacting with this asset. Maybe not in the way that you may say is a native way, but certainly getting exposure to the Bitcoin price, learning about the innovation to come, and certainly, I can see it in the crowd right in front of us. I wish these cameras could kind of turn around and see what we're looking at, but
we'll get them up soon. We'll have some roaming cameras live. Our eyes are on the chat, so if you're on YouTube, X, or Rumble, we're going to be looking at your questions, comments, and I have to say a lot of national flags pouring in as people pour in the chat. We've got thousands of people in there. We're seeing things from Germany, Brazil, people from around the world tuning into this conference. Let's talk about this global nature of Bitcoin and the responsibility that this conference has to showcase that. Brandon, I want to stick with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are in the U.S., but we are the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. We have sponsors and attendees from all the way from China, Japan, places in South America. So we're seeing really an international interest. We were even talking to, I guess I can say this, we were talking to our friend Nayib Bukele down in El Salvador about maybe a last minute.
This would be the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele.
Of course, yeah. And so, we're really a global brand, of course. Bitcoin is a global brand, and we're a global conference. And so certainly it's not just an American event. We see a lot of Americans here. There's a very strong American narrative this year with the election, but truly Bitcoin is for everyone. Bitcoin is global.
What would you say to people at home internationally? They're worried about this Americanization of the narrative, this politicization of the narrative. This is a non-government, an apolitical currency, some say. Q, Frank, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, I spent a lot of time chatting with a lot of different founders throughout the conference yesterday, and one of the largest themes that I took away from was the fact that while here in America we have this financial privilege to have access to every bank, there's an ATM every block you want to walk here in Nashville or wherever you're watching.
Even in this venue, yeah.
In this venue as well. But so many products that I'm talking to these founders about what they're trying to create within the Bitcoin ecosystem is about helping to bank the unbanked populations throughout the world. Obi over on the Fedi team was talking about how over 66% of the global population does not have a bank account. Like we have this financial privilege that we are afforded here in America, and while we are having this discussion here on U.S. soil, it is important to recognize the fact that this is a network that exists for everyone in the world that can help change the financial situations of a global population.
Of course, we're going to be mixing in news here on the desk today as well. Keep it tuned. We'll have action going on the stage, but news yesterday that the Bitcoin hashtag suddenly removed on X. Would love to get this panel's hot take. There are a lot of people out there furious. This was Bitcoin. If you're an X user, had a special hashtag. You would see an orange B next to the Bitcoin. Today, removed a normal blue wording. Very sad, depressing. Is this a signal to the industry, Frank? Q, Brandon, would love your fast thoughts on this.
I think Elon seems to be playing games with us. One day it's laser eye profile pic, the next day it's no more Bitcoin icon next to the hashtag. Who knows what the reason is? Elon is a bit of a wild card. Why he's doing it, we don't necessarily know. But I will say it will be a little bit disappointing. I sort of love typing in that hashtag and seeing that bright orange B pop up. Sort of gets people's attention for whatever you're tweeting out. And so.
Q, Brandon, your thoughts? Your words to Elon if he's watching at home. I'm assuming he's up late.
You know, my good personal friend Elon Musk, who hangs on to every single word with bated breath that I have to say. Look, there are so many wild decisions going on across social media right now. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple hours it's back and everyone is on to bigger.
Why should the B be reinstated, Brandon? If you were going to make a case, why does Bitcoin deserve this special B?
You know, I actually declined to comment on this one.
All right.
The context, at least, is the fact that this came out when Jack was still running
Jack Dorsey,
Twitter.
of course, the founder of Twitter. Yeah.
Twitter at the time, and it just sort of like one day we woke up and we're like, oh, this is incredible. Like, this is now the hashtag of it. So
well, the Bitcoin hashtag gone, not forgotten. Of course, we're bringing you more news from the stage. Going to throw it back to the stage when we start in 30 minutes. But for now, I want to talk about what we were talking about before, the industry, the businesses here. A big theme of this conference also is accepting Bitcoin, right? I went to get breakfast this morning, and I heard cash creditor Bitcoin at the register. Amazing to hear. I bought my apple fritter with Bitcoin. Let's talk about the payments that are getting integrated into the conference. Brandon, would love your take on how you approach Bitcoin payments. And I heard we've gone open source this year.
Yeah, we have. We've integrated with BTC Pay Server for almost all of our purchases on site. We're working with Strike alongside that to help provide liquidity for the Lightning Network. It's a very new system that we're trying this year, and so far it's been incredibly successful. It's been awesome to use. If you get to the store today, you see those bulk cards, make sure you pick one up. They're pretty fun. The laser eyes on them light up when you stick them near an NFC reader, so very fun way to use some Bitcoin to spend some sats over Lightning. And, you know, Pete, I would actually throw it back to you. I'm curious how that apple fritter was this morning.
It was delicious, Brandon. I appreciate that. And Frank, Hugh, you're here. You're Bitcoiners. You have your wallets ready. Yeah. What are you seeing around the venue? Obviously, yesterday I was in the artist gallery, all the artists accepting Bitcoin, all the merchants and vendors. I bought a T-shirt with Bitcoin. What have you seen, Frank?
Yeah, there's plenty of that going on. I paid for Bitcoin for a few different things yesterday. I was over, making my way around the venue here, and picked up a few things, some food, some T-shirts, using Bitcoin. Beyond what I see here at the venue, which is plenty of people accepting Bitcoin, willing to accept Bitcoin, excited to accept Bitcoin, is with a lot of the founders that I speak with, one of the big sort of themes of this fifth epoch of Bitcoin is that, you know, pushing it more and more as a medium of exchange. The digital gold narrative is getting a little bit stale in the minds of a lot of people, and I think it really is important that we think about it as a medium of exchange. So credit to you, Brendan. I know we really prioritized having BTC Pay Server in here. I think we did some sort of integration with Strike, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's really important, because if we're going to be hosting a Bitcoin conference here and we're not necessarily making Bitcoin really easy to use, you know, what are we doing?
Q, your thoughts on the experience around the venue and just Bitcoin payments in general being part of the narrative?
I mean, look, it is the natural progression of money, as anyone who has, you know, spent some time studying Bitcoin, which as a default you end up studying the history and stages of money. It is only natural that we progress there. I am probably the worst Bitcoiner, though, and every single time someone's like, cash, Bitcoin, or credit card? I'm like, credit card, because I don't want to spend my Bitcoin right now. I did, of course, coming to a Bitcoin conference, I was like, all right, let's make sure there's enough on strike to be able to like spend a little bit as I need to. But yeah, I'm definitely the type of Bitcoiner who I will get a little annoyed and frustrated. I'm like, all right, I'll do that, and then quickly go and restack exactly what I just spent.
Real quick, before we move on from this, I want to give a special shout out to a new member of our team at Buckeye Bitcoin on X. He has been passionately trying to upgrade and change the checkout experience, the store experience for the Bitcoin conference. He's the one who spearheaded this integration with BTC Pay Server and Strike. I think it's an incredible checkout experience. It's definitely paving the way for merchant adoption, and hopefully we can kind of productize this and allow other vendors to be able to very quickly and easily integrate with BTC Pay Server and accept Bitcoin. So kudos to him for kind of streamlining this process for us.
Well, still time to come to Nashville, still time to buy your ticket with Bitcoin. We're going to be throwing it to a special message from our sponsors in a minute, but want to stick on a note that you said, Q, about the nature of money, right? In many ways, Bitcoin is a money conference. It's a financial conference. And want to give some stats about Bitcoin versus the dollar. Obviously, Bitcoin launched in 2008, achieved its first recorded price in late 2009. That was 7/10,000ths of a cent. Bitcoin up 9.2 billion% against the dollar in that time. Can we speak to just this competition between Bitcoin and the US dollar, why people are saving in Bitcoin, and the nature of how Bitcoin is entering people's financial lives? Frank, Q, Brandon, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I could jump in there. So I think that right now, the dollar has tremendous network effects, right? So like a lot of oil is denominated in dollars. People use dollars around the world. Certain countries are dollarized, like El Salvador was dollarized before it adopted Bitcoin as another currency that they could get another legal tender there. So I wouldn't say that the two are necessarily in competition right now. I think Bitcoin, like as Q just mentioned, most people look at it, I think, in the United States as more of a saving mechanism, a little bit less as a medium of exchange, though I think that that's shifting a little bit. Over time, that dynamic might change, but the dollar's network effects I don't think are going away anytime soon. In the meantime, I think Bitcoin will continue to gain more adoption and eventually maybe become a competitor, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
A Bitcoin, one Bitcoin, $60,000, $64,000 as of this morning.
It crashed a lot of it to 60.
Didn't mean to alarm you, Q, but for many people at home, this is unfathomable, right? The idea that a digital currency, some internet money, could be worth that much U.S. dollars. What do you say to people who still can't wrap their minds around that?
You're not going to make it.
Oh, man. Don't be friends with Q, all right?
No,
this is a man who's not onboarding his family.
Hello, close family and friends at this point, like, they know the speech.
They know they're not going to make it.
Hey, can I make a quick correction?
Sure.
$67,000. People have been talking about the Bitcoin conference dump for years, but let me tell you.
There's still time.
There's still time, but so far, number go up. Just saying.
No. There's always the little pump. But next week you're going to get a text from me.
Well, the focus here is really on the loss of the purchasing power of the dollar, that people are struggling in the economy. Brandon, Q, can you just speak to this as Bitcoin users? I mean, have you benefited from using Bitcoin? If so, how? I mean, there are people watching here who are maybe new to Bitcoin. They're excited about what we have at the conference. Maybe share your stories.
Well, yeah, I would say that it's really two things happening at the same time. Of course, there's this protection of your purchasing power, but at the same time, you have, kind of the growth of a buyable adoption curve, right? The S curve that kind of increases alongside with the price. And so, it's both protecting your downside, but it's also, giving you opportunity to participate and buy into a new monetary system, which is very exciting, very huge opportunity. I would also, want to harp on what you were saying earlier about, the competition between the US dollar and Bitcoin. We've got two presidential candidates who see a very complementary way by which Bitcoin and the US dollar can work together, and actually using it in ways to maybe provide value and backstop the U.S. dollar. So I'm very curious about how that narrative grows over the next year as well.
Q, your thoughts?
Look, we've all felt it. Not everyone, but, most of us at least do some grocery shopping, or we go out to eat. We are pumping gas in our cars. Like, we are feeling it in our wallets right now, especially over the course of the last 4 years. It has not gotten easier for anyone, and unfortunately, during that same window of time, we have witnessed, especially those within the space, we witnessed an incredible bull market back in 21, leading up to, at this point now, a price point that we typically have never seen, a return to an all-time high before the halving that we saw back in March and April. Meanwhile, while they say it's what was the last CPI report, 3%, or like, oh, we capped out at 8% inflation. It's like, no. My receipts from my grocery bill are more than double at this point. Like, we're seeing those TikToks where it's like, all right, this is what $100 of groceries will buy you back in 2020, and this is how much it costs right now. So
I tweeted on X this morning, today, 4 years ago, the last time you had the chance to buy Bitcoin under $10,000. So obviously at least 6x from then. Time machines for everyone. The question for people who are maybe just tuning in is, can this price appreciation continue? And does it have to continue for Bitcoin to be a useful hedge or an alternative to the dollar? Frank, your take.
Yeah, I think that's a really important something to talk about, where it needs some nuance, right? So people talk about Bitcoin, number go up, technology, it's a hedge against inflation. But one of the things to keep in mind is that usually the people who benefit from holding Bitcoin hold it for upwards of, I believe, about 4 years, almost the term of a Bitcoin cycle or an epoch. So it's important to know that it's not like, buy this technology today, tomorrow you're going to be rich, and it's just going to constantly go up in a straight line only. So that nuance often isn't discussed in this space, and it is important. So if you're new to Bitcoin, maybe you bought the last peak, or that would be a few years ago, but maybe you bought at a peak and then the price goes down, then you're mad at the person who taught you about Bitcoin, right? I think we've all been there as people. Yeah, we've all been there as people.
That one hurt Q. You could just tell. Yeah.
I have less friends now than when I did when I got into it.
The topic on the desk now is, can Bitcoin's price appreciation continue? And the context, does it have to for Bitcoin to be useful, for Bitcoin adoption to continue? Brandon, conference organizer here, your take.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it does have to continue, and the reason is that it's it's a metric that kind of quantifies adoption. And so we want to see adoption continue to grow. If it's not growing, then it's shrinking. And so, yeah, I expect the price appreciation to continue for years to come, because Bitcoin is ultimately one of the greatest tools to adopt for freedom, for monetary freedom in the world. And everyone wants monetary freedom. It's something that people want to opt into if they have the opportunity. So I expect it to continue for sure.
Q, your quick thoughts before our next break.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was chuckling because I was genuinely remembering a conversation I had back in summer of 2019 where I had a few assistants at my old job asking me, they're like, all right, like, what would you save some money and what would you do? And I was telling them all, I was like, look, whatever extra cash I have, I just buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Like, here, go. At the time, I was using Cash App. Like, just go on Cash App. Like, you can buy $5 of Bitcoin. Like,
and how has that worked out for them?
I mean, look, I was getting yelled at by one of the senior managers there. They're like, oh, my God, that's so stupid. I bought a bunch of Bitcoin at 20K. Like, I'm down forever on it. I was like, give it time. We're 3 years removed from that all-time high. And I remember during that bull market of 2020 into 21, I reached out to one of the assistants that I was telling this to. I was like, yo, did you ever end up buying Bitcoin? He responded, I think about that conversation every day.
Well, patience, of course, the motto of that story. Impatience here as people pour in from around the world at Bitcoin 2024. We're going to send it now to a quick message from our sponsors. We'll be back. So much more to come. Senator Bill Hagerty, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Edward Snowden, American whistleblower, and many more. Stay tuned. Stay with us. This is the Bitcoin Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken. See what crypto can do.
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
Bitcoin.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
royalty in a sense, like a monarchy thing where you're bringing the morality to the job. And it's a big problem with the U.S. presidency. It's always combined those two things in a weird way. He's bringing sort of a moral case to it, right? That he doesn't have to go out and argue all these things. He's asking the right questions. And for him to do this really puts that moral
Well, of course, he
barrier.
brought Bitcoin into the conversation, becoming the first presidential candidate ever to launch his campaign at Bitcoin 2023 last year. Brandon, your thoughts of just RFK saying he's committed, he's a Bitcoin owner, does this resonate with you?
You know, I like Nolan's take. I would add to it, what we've seen RFK really be is an Overton window shifter. You know, there are things that didn't exist in the political conversation that RFK has brought into it. And one of those things being Bitcoin, like you said. You know, he reminds me a little bit in some ways of Trump in 2016 when he also shifted the Overton window on many issues in the American political sphere. So I'm very excited to hear some of those remarks last night that he said at Karate Combat about him having most of his wealth in Bitcoin. I mean, that's incredible. This is the third leading candidate for president right now saying that most of his wealth is in Bitcoin. I mean, who would have imagined 4 years ago that being the case? So truly an exciting time, and he's speaking today. I mean, how cool is that?
And he'll be live with us later on this desk. I want to read some quotes from RFK in the past. Quote, transactional freedom as important as freedom of speech. Quote, the Fed's proposed digital cash could be an instrument of control. And he's challenged a lot of the draconian laws that are affecting this industry. Q, want to get your take on this idea that RFK, or really one of his platform policies, being against CBDCs. The idea that government should be out of our money, we should have transactional freedom. Can you speak about that aspect of his policy?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, too, because it's also part of Trump's campaign promises as well. And we have reached a point here in America where the idea of a cashless society has started to soak into our ecosystem, and we're seeing different businesses say, sorry, no cash, even though, you know, that is the legal tender of our country and, you know, the currency of our country. As we kind of touched on as well yesterday a little bit, the idea of the government being able to tell you how and when you can spend your money. Oh, you know what? You live on the odd number side of the street, so today is the day that you can go grocery shopping, and you're on the even side. So hopefully he saved up enough food.
But how real is this concern, Nolan? Should people be afraid of the CBDC? We've seen legislation coming out to just directly oppose it. What are your thoughts on this piece of RFK's platform?
Well, I understand why he's against it. And the way he modeled being against it with the Canadian truckers last year, and the way he expressed that, we've all done that thing. We didn't know about Bitcoin. We didn't get it. But to say that publicly, to say you didn't understand something and then another event opened your eyes to your ignorance, that was always a strong message, right? The way he modeled it. I would say even further, he's got a superpower in that you can't really call him, he's vaccinated from the conspiracy theorist slander, right? Like at a certain point, if your dad and your uncle are killed and you have some questions, you're kind of allowed, right? So, he's immunized from a lot of these things. And for him to get into Bitcoin in that way, I think anyway, he can talk about what CBDCs might be, what they could propose for humanity. And
but maybe let's just make that real for people who are watching. What is the threat, Brandon?
It's a really good question. I don't think that people still know exactly what the threat is because it could look like a lot of different things. You have the digital yuan in China that's already being developed. It's being closely tied with the credit score system, and you can see a very draconian system emerging with that. On the flip side, you also saw, I believe it was Nigeria that put out their own central bank, central bank digital currency, and no one used it. So if it's allowed to compete in a free market, you'll probably not see much adoption of central bank digital currencies. There's not much value when you look at, okay, here's a digital currency, Bitcoin, controlled by no one, finite supply, totally predictable, permissionless, or here's the central bank digital currency you can choose to use, which is surveilled, controlled. They may remove your savings. They may print it to infinity. Why would you choose that? Most people wouldn't.
Brandon, the scientists the other day, I heard some scientists and economists the other day, and they said if you give it to them and they can spend it on whatever they want, they'll take it.
Exactly.
We're here.
The key there is give it to them. Like, yes, when you put it in that context, like why would you ever want to do this? But when the government is saying, hey, here's $1,000 that you could spend on whatever you want to do, just know that, it's fully digital. You're not going to ever feel it. But here's 1,000 free made-up dollars.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this historical precedent. We're here at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee. In many ways, a monetary conference about the nature and history of money. We're talking, of course, right now about independent candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He'll be on stage later. Another quote from him I want to read, quote, "War causes inflation." He talks about Kissinger and Nixon taking the U.S. off the gold standard to fund war, right? These were his statements last year. Maybe we can contextualize that for people. What does RFK mean when he's talking about that, Nolan?
Well, I would go one step further. The fox is in the hen house is what he's saying, right? There's people that are out there to make money, and it doesn't matter who dies. And what he's saying is the incentives are aligned to have this kind of equation. But don't forget, it was his uncle that let the fox in the hen house.
Hen house, these are abstract analogies. What are we talking about?
We're talking about people who are not interested in your well-being, that don't mind if you die if it makes them money. And that's what the war machine is really about, right? It's after profit.
But war, inflation, are these things that are impacting people's lives right now, Brandon?
I mean, yes. There are multiple wars going on around the world right now, and of course money is being printed in order to fund them. So it is in some ways inextricable. War itself is a capital destructive process. It doesn't create value for the world. It destroys value. It destroys buildings, lives, economies. And so, there has to be a way to fund that, and the way that it's funded today is via the printing of money.
Q, you talked about your journey 4 or 5 years ago, just getting into Bitcoin, words like inflation, the war machine, it funds governments, a war around the world. Your reaction to that at first and how it's changed over time?
I mean, I've long felt this way about just the way we spend money to keep our forever wars, especially during my lifetime. But, no Bitcoin journey is complete without reading the Bitcoin Standard. And there's the segment where Safety talks about, how was World War I really funded and how did they sort of stay in that war? Well, all these countries back then were on the gold standard, decided to pause, let's just print ad nauseum so that we can keep going on this war. And then when they try to forcibly return to the same dollar to gold ratio that they had prior to leaving the gold standard, we saw all those, none of us saw, we're not that old. Rizzo might be, but,
I'm not that old, Q, but thank you.
We saw, though, all of these different economies slowly deteriorate as a result of that until the point where you saw the Germans had to do something, and they invaded Poland.
Let's talk again about Bitcoin as a solution today for people who are suffering from inflation. Can it be a solution today for the people who are coming to this conference who are new? Is your advice to them to buy Bitcoin as a hedge from what's going on with the U.S. dollar, Brandon?
Oh, it's a good question. And something you said earlier that I would just quickly harp on, we're the largest Bitcoin crypto conference in the world. We're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm going to throw that one out there. And I would
that
say
got scrubbed from the website very quickly.
Oh, well, we'll make it stick later. But, yeah, this is a pivotal time for how Bitcoin is kind of seen in that global context, and especially as we're talking about war and things that RFK is saying, there are aligned incentives along Bitcoin as well. And so, the changing, narrative, the changing way that it interplays with some of these politicians is certainly going to change the way that people see it.
Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be speaking on stage later, the headliner of a day of headliners. I want to talk about what you were saying earlier, Brandon, about busting misconceptions. RFK being an Overton window shifter. So another way that he's moved the Overton window is really busting the misconception that Bitcoin is bad for the environment, right? I want to talk about that a little bit for people who are coming. This is a dominant FUD about Bitcoin today. People are reading the media. Bitcoin miners are noisy. They're using all our energy. They're bad for the grid. What would you say to people about this, and how has RFK informed that? Nolan, let's go to you.
Look, I always think of the economy as a psychological engine, right? It's about perpetuating strong commercial relationships. If you have confidence in what you're doing, people are going to come together and do things. And what's been going on for a long time in fiat is that the brainwashing required to perpetuate that network, to get people to participate, requires people to be afraid about the environment. It's the only way they can sort of transpose these limits on how we create companies and what the incentives are. So what we've seen from just the change in this level is that we're at a point now where the energy question really brings everything into the orange versus green context, right? It's not blue versus red anymore. We're starting to divide into green.
You're talking, of course, about how Bitcoin actually can help the grid. Q, can you continue that thought?
Of course. I mean, if you don't know who Dan Batten is, I highly, highly recommend taking a look at a lot of his research, what he has done, what he has said, and his journey to getting to the point where he has come to realize the impact that Bitcoin mining can have as a net positive for the environment. And we saw, over the course of a few years, how Bitcoin miners who are far smarter than myself, especially myself, were able to maximize and use, stranded energy during the process of mining natural gas. And now all of a sudden you have a way to resolve and see the impact on the climate decrease. We are going to see more of this. Bitcoin miners are incentivized to find the cheapest sources of energies and cheapest source of energy. And if they continue to operate with this mentality of let us not only find the cheapest form of energy, but find it in a way that is already stranded. It already exists in the world. Where is it that we're not thinking that we can go and capitalize on?
We're talking, of course, about the narrative right now in the mainstream that Bitcoin's carbon intensive, but the dream is that it could be even carbon negative. Brandon?
Absolutely. The real goal here is a green transition of our energy grids, the electrifying of the grid. That's going to require energy production that is levels above what is today. And so in order to do that, I'm not the best person to explain this, but many people have explained that the current kind of carbon way of powering the grid is very demand responsive. They can scale it up, they can scale it down, but as you transition to green energies, most of those are not able to be scaled. So what you need is a flexible load on the demand side to be able to scale up and scale down and take that power out when they need to and give it back to the grid when they need to, right? And so what Bitcoin mining is that flexible load that allows for a much smoother transition to green energy. That's a very strong narrative that I think we need to continue to capitalize. If you see behind us, there's tons of Bitcoin mining companies at this conference whose exact goal is to help the green transition, to help create flexible loads for the grid and to help get more renewable energy online. And so it's a very powerful narrative. It's one that RFK understands. That's why he leans into this, entire topic, because he is a very environmentally eco-focused guy. He wants to see a cleaner environment. He dedicates most of his life to wilderness, and forest, restoration, all sorts of stuff. And so he understands that fundamental fact about Bitcoin mining. It is very complementary to the environment, and it is complementary to the idea that humans need more energy. We need to continue to create more energy for the world because that is the #1 correlated metric to human prosperity. which we all want.
Of course, much more about that on bitcoinmagazine.com. You can find a slew of articles as well as breaking news. Want to switch the subject a little bit today, or continue the subject about RFK Jr., who will be on stage later. Of course, my panel right now, Brandon Green, Executive Director at the Bitcoin Conference, Q Gahimi, and Nolan Bowerly. The subject now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and really want to focus on his main stage speech today. What do we expect, and is there something new he can say to the Bitcoin audience that will galvanize them to support him this November? Nolan, your take.
Oh, that's a good question. Look, I'll go back to say energy literacy is always one of them. We were just talking about energy. That's really what he's out there doing. He's continuing Satoshi's work for financial literacy, bringing it to energy literacy, and I think that's a big part of it. I think if he really starts talking about the U.S. energy system going all in on Bitcoin, that would change the game, because indeed, just as we said about energy, he's probably the most credible person to talk about environmental issues up there. There's no doubting he's an environmentalist. There's no doubting he wants to live in a clean and healthy place. And when you hear him extend that understanding that Bitcoin and Satoshi's work has done for everyone to understand financial literacy, the next big revelation of Satoshi's work is energy literacy.
Do you think there is pressure on him in the speech today because of Trump?
Of course, but I think we're operating in a different environment here, right? You got to understand, Robert F. Kennedy is picking the next president of the United States. Only his vote matters. He's the only American voting this year because he controls 10 to 20% of the vote, right? So he's out there explaining that whatever he does, which way he goes, that will determine who the president is. So he's incredibly powerful in that way. We have this situation where he's doing that. So, I think he's out there trying to influence the way it's headed. He's going to be signaling which party he's more or less attacking with his policies.
Q, what can RFK Jr. say today to get the Bitcoin vote, to get your vote as a Bitcoiner?
I want to hear something about actual policy decisions from what his actual tenure would look like. We've heard at this point now plenty of politicians come to Bitcoin conferences or say the right things on a stage only to leave this conference or leave, speaking to Bitcoiners and almost forget what they talked about, what they wanted to say. Their handlers tell them all the right things. There's a lot of buzz and excitement in these rooms, but carry it over. Take the torch and now carry it on to the rest of the people who are listening, paying attention to you, asking you questions, and what are you actually going to do other than say the right things to try to get our vote today?
Brandon, the topic now, RFK Jr., what can he say today on the stage to get your vote as a Bitcoiner?
Well, earlier I said that we're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm plugging that again. And let me tell you, you mentioned, contrasting what he's going to say with what Trump's going to say, and is there pressure? Well, I would say the pressure can run in reverse. I believe that RFK is going to put forward a bold vision for not just supporting Bitcoin in the U.S., but truly transforming the U.S. with Bitcoin. And so that's what I'm excited to see. He's been a year in to his Bitcoin journey, starting at the conference last year. He's talked to many CEOs of the industry. He's talked to many influential people, around kind of the world, really, in Bitcoin. And I think he's really started to understand the gravity of what this movement is and what it can do for the United States. And so I'm excited to see him articulate a vision that is much more deep, much more fundamental than even what Trump can talk about this early on his own journey. And so I'm very excited to see that.
We'll be sending it back to the main stage in just a few moments. The topic, ETF flows, a passing fad. You'll be hearing from Jan van Eck, Matt Hogan from Bitwise, Robert Mitchnick from BlackRock. We'll be back with you after this break, but want to give you a quick encouragement. Head to bitcoinmagazine.com if you haven't yet. Subscribe to the Bitcoin Magazine. The privacy issue on newsstands now, talking about some of the issues that we'll be hearing more about at the conference today. And, of course, 2 more days here in Nashville at the Bitcoin Conference, and I'll just run through that lineup again one more time of who you'll be seeing today. Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee. Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Republican from Wyoming. Still to hear from MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Russell Brand, podcaster, movie star, provocateur, American whistleblower Edward Snowden, and as we were just talking about, independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We'll be back after this break. Stay with us at the Mara News Desk.
Republican presidential candidates here with us this weekend.
Further proof that while Bitcoin doesn't need politicians, politicians do need Bitcoin.
And, yeah, cheer for that. And they need Bitcoiners, because much to the dismay of folks like Elizabeth Warren, Bitcoin isn't going anywhere, and Bitcoiners are becoming more powerful and more influential every single year.
Why? Because we save the value of our time and energy in the hardest money ever discovered.
And speaking of time, ours is up, so let's get right to it.
Up first, we have ETF flows, a passing fad.
With Matt Hogan of Bitwise Asset Management, Jan Van Eck of Van Eck, Robert Mitchnick of BlackRock, and moderated by James Seifert of Bloomberg.
Please give them a very warm welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. James Seifert, Bloomberg Intelligence, research analyst. I think what they were just talking about here explains, and what we're going to talk about is kind of the game theory of Bitcoin. Everyone is kind of eventually going to get involved, and we have some of the largest asset managers in the world and one of the largest asset managers in the world on stage here today. To get started, let's start with you, Matt. You had a successful career in the ETF industry. You did not have to go to a startup I don't know, how 8 years ago, 9 years ago, before ETFs were even a remote possibility, to take a shot on this industry. So why did you try to launch a Bitcoin ETF, I don't know, 4 years before we even got one?
Yeah, well, we recognize, and thanks for having me, it's great to be here. We recognized that this was a critical technology and that ETFs would be well received by the market. If Bitcoin's going to achieve its long-term objective, it needs to be owned by a wide variety of people. Some people want to self-custody it. That's great. Other people will want exposure through an ETF. And we thought it was possible, and that turned out to be right.
And Jan, your name is literally on on your company, right? You run the company. You were also extremely early. You were one of the earliest TradFi players, aside from Fidelity, I would argue, that was like bullish on this space, bullish on Bitcoin. Why were you so into Bitcoin, for lack of a better term?
Well, good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know Van Eck, definitely Bitcoin, I would say, is in my blood. And I say that because Van Eck was founded in 1955, but we also started the first gold mutual fund in the United States in 1968 before the big inflationary run-up of the 70s. And it was illegal for Americans to hold gold bullion at the time. Plus, and I haven't said this before, but my mom is German, and she was actually a refugee. She had to flee the communist secret police who were trying to arrest my grandfather. So I get why Bitcoin, I get why freedom.
Great. And then Robbie, you interned. You interned in the crypto space. And you decided to make it your career. You went to BlackRock long before. You went to BlackRock while Larry Fink was still calling it an index of money laundering to head up their digital assets side of things. I guess, what was your decision, and why did you believe that BlackRock was ultimately going to launch a Bitcoin ETF when you went there, after seeing what Larry Fink was saying on TV for years, even after you joined the firm?
Well, I think the opportunity, even in those early years, 2017, 2018, was fairly obvious in terms of what this space could become. One, as an emerging asset class, as well as a transformative technology. And BlackRock as a platform is so impactful in terms of the reach of clients across many investor types that we have access to, and that thesis has certainly played out. Yeah,
just for everyone who, just so you guys know, Robbie is one of the key figures that orange-pilled Larry Fink, who's the CEO of the largest asset manager in the world. So if you see him around, you can thank him later.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one fun piece of ETF history, because many people maybe are new to ETFs. But 20 years ago, when Jan and I were doing ETFs, they were the renegade idea. The Financial Times called them weapons of mass destruction. There were congressional hearings about ETFs destroying the American dream, and people generally hated them. Fast forward to today, there's $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion in ETFs. and they've been accepted in mainstream. And I sort of saw that transformation from a disruptive idea that people didn't trust to something that's embraced for what it can do. And I think, you see that same thing going on with Bitcoin right now.
Great. So the title of this is, are these ETF flows a passing fad? I guess we'll go to you, Jan. Short question. Are these ETF flows a passing fad? We've seen 17 billion come in since they launched on January 11th.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overwhelming, really. I mean, congrats to BlackRock for raising so much assets and the success. As I said yesterday, one of the biggest ETF launches in history, if not the one. And what's interesting to me is how big the assets in Bitcoin ETFs are now relative to the ecosystem, right? Coming up on 60 billion relative to a $1.5 trillion asset, let's call it ballpark. There's only double that amount in gold bullion ETFs, and gold bullion is worth about 15 trillion in market cap, so 10 times as big. So the impact is starting to become a little bit of a whale in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Robbie, is it a passing fad? What do you guys think is going on over at BlackRock?
Well, I think what's interesting, James, is that we're still pretty early in the rollout of these, right? It's only been 6 months. Yes, the flows have been tremendous, but when you think about the client segments, iShares and similar for VanEck and Bitwise that we serve, it really breaks down into end investors, direct, wealth advisory, and institutional. And that first segment, from day one, came kind of storming out of the gates. There was huge demand, and that drove a lot of the flows. But in the other two segments, it's still quite early in their journey. When we talk about institutions, there's a long research, diligence, exploration process that requires a lot of education. We're on that journey with a lot of our institutional clients today. The wealth advisory space, the RIA channel, which is a subset of it, turned these on quickly. But when you think about the big wirehouses and private bank platforms, none of them have really opened them up to their advisors yet. Typically, that takes multiple years, and they're actually, in many cases, expediting those processes in light of what tremendous success there's been. But none of them have actually turned it on yet.
Yeah, so there's those three levels. There's like fully restricted. You can only, then the next level is like basically you can only buy it if the client wants it, and that's solicited. And then unsolicited is like the advisor can recommend it. So I guess most of these massive platforms that have trillions of dollars, the UBSs, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, the Merrill Lynches, they haven't turned it on at that final level. And like you said, it could take years. But I guess if you had to put a timeline on it, Jan, when are we going to see these massive platforms be potentially this next wave of buying?
I want to ask Matt a question, right? Because these wealth platforms are so slow to adopt this. And we see this in Europe, where we've had a Bitcoin ETF for 2 years. So will the U.S. have a strategic reserve in Bitcoin before the wealth channel approves the first Bitcoin ETF? We may learn the answer in the next 24 hours.
That's right. We may well indeed.
So a lot of you just talked, multiple of you said the word education. So when you're talking with these people, the wealth advisors, the institutions, how much of it is explaining ETFs? You talked about ETFs used to be viewed as a weapon of mass destruction versus how much of it is explaining blockchain, Bitcoin, what have you? Like, what are these conversations you're having? And these questions, they're doing the due diligence process. Sometimes it can take years. Hopefully it's going to be expedited for these. But like, what questions are you answering on your side, Matt?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two sets of questions. And we've been educating this audience for 7 years, right? We do 20,000 meetings with financial professionals each year about Bitcoin and crypto. They ask two types of questions. One is due diligence on the products. How does custody work? How does trading work? And they just need to walk through that. That's not different from any ETF. You would need to do that with any ETF. And the other are sort of more fundamental questions about Bitcoin. Where does it fit in a portfolio? Importantly, how do you value it? Why does it have value? They still have those fundamental questions, but I will say they've changed over the last 5 or 7 or even 3 years. They used to have more fundamental questions. Will Bitcoin still exist? Those have vanished from the ecosystem. They used to get held up on custody and how it works. Those are much easier to answer now. So the questions are getting better. The due diligence is getting quicker, but it still takes 6 months, 12 months, even more.
What bothers or disturbs me a little bit, in sort of communicating with clients about financial investments, you have to explain the opportunities and the risks. So actually what concerns me a little bit is the questions that investors don't ask. I mean, they just don't understand sometimes, what the network is. Is network usage growing? And that's true for, the other ETFs that launched last week as well. They talk about the price, they talk about volatility, they talk about security, but they don't understand a network without users has no value, right? Has no interest. So I know you talk about it, Matt. I'm just trying to highlight, like, sometimes you have to prompt them to ask the right questions about these kinds of investments. I know you talk about it as well, Robert.
Yeah, and I think there is one theme in particular in our education journey with clients that's coming up more significantly now, and that is how to think about Bitcoin from a risk perspective. Because Bitcoin on a standalone basis certainly is a risky asset. It's an early emerging technology. Its adoption trajectory is still somewhat uncertain. There's regulatory uncertainty, et cetera. But when you think about it in the context of a portfolio at a modest allocation, then that conversation can actually turn on its head. Because other than exposure to interest rates, there's a fundamental basis on which Bitcoin you would expect to be either uncorrelated or in some cases inversely correlated to some of the risks that investors face in their portfolio. So you're starting to see that light switch go on a little bit of, this may be a flight to safety in the face of debt and deficit accumulation, currency debasement, inflation, geopolitical disorder, all these types of other risks, right? And so that is the really important journey that a lot of our institutional and advisory clients are on.
So I guess the first question is, I've heard from some of you guys up here and from other people, a lot of the allocations that some of these advisors who are already in, not including the people who haven't approved it fully yet, is like a 2 to 3% allocation. So I guess my question would be, one, is that accurate? And two, when they're putting in their portfolio, are they understanding Bitcoin, or are they just looking at it as a portfolio diversifier? Are they looking at it as alternative investment? Do they see it as an aspiring store of value? Like, is it some advisors are viewing it different ways? Like, what are you guys seeing on your end? We'll start with you, Matt, I guess.
Yeah, I think we see all of those different approaches. So it is the case that it's 2.5%. I think the average Bitwise client is right around there. And I would say a few years ago, that was 1%. And I expect in a few years, it'll be closer to 5%, which is what looks really great when you optimize your portfolio. They're putting it in for different reasons. Many people are concerned about the dollar. Many people care about Bitcoin for the exact same reasons that a lot of people in this audience care about Bitcoin. And then other people are looking at it, like Robbie was mentioning, about a non-correlated asset that just improves the risk-adjusted returns of your portfolio. We see both of those paths, but increasingly we see the focus on the core fundamentals of Bitcoin. I think that resonates more and more with professional investors than it ever has before.
Jan, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, this crowd might not like this, but the way I look about Bitcoin is it's sort of like evolving and growing up, right? So maybe it's a teenager now. It's not fully formed because so many investor classes haven't really joined. I think the toughest allocation question I have, and I know a lot of individuals think about this as well, is why should I be selling Bitcoin? If I believe the Super Bull case, why am I constantly selling into this bull market? I mean, we just came out with research that talked about a price close to $3 million a coin in the scenario where it's adopted as a reserve asset globally. Now, that's very speculative, and that would be extreme adoption. But that's where professional investors like us in our day jobs say, oh, no, you've got to do mean variance optimization. You can't hold too much. And everyone I meet at Bitcoin conferences owns way more in their own portfolio. And I always say, wait a minute, I always want to tell people what I'm doing personally because they should know, right?
But what are you doing personally?
I'm like way over 30%.
Okay. Wow. All right. Anything to add?
You walked into that one. I think that the thing that is so important to watch is that trading correlation with equities. Because, through most of Bitcoin's life, that was close to zero. That's really compelling for a lot of investors from a portfolio standpoint. For a couple of years post-COVID, when interest rates were driving, every asset under the sun, it spiked to a pretty high level. if that comes down closer to zero, you're going to see that portfolio allocation case get a lot easier for some of the big institutional investors.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that breakdown. They over just the last couple of months, we've seen a huge divergence from the big tech names like NVIDIA. And so you're saying that's a good thing in your view, even though it's a negative performance return. But
yeah, but it goes the other way too, right? And that's what's important.
Okay, just wondering, Matt. I mean, large cap tech right now, and I don't get way off balance, but the indices, the ETF industry follows passive indices, and all of these indices are chock full of, the mega cap tech. How do you see Bitcoin evolving? Is it always just going to be outside of all the traditional indices and people that need to make up their own minds?
In terms of how
much they own, yeah.
I mean, I don't think MSCI is going to add it to its index of stocks. I think it's outside of that, but I think it'll fit into a portfolio context the same way other asset classes do. Right alongside stocks and bonds, you'll have your crypto allocation, and I think that's what we see.
So you're touching on model portfolios a little bit here. Model portfolios, for those that don't know, there's a lot of ETF model portfolios out there. They have hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in an exposure. And they basically have set target allocations to different ETFs. There are some that use mutual funds, some that do it directly. There are some model portfolios out there that are tilting into Bitcoin. Do you expect, I mean, for example, BlackRock is a big proponent of model portfolios. Are these Bitcoin ETFs going to end up in model portfolios at some point? And if so, do you have like a timeline, Robbie? Which I know you're not going to give me, but I got to ask.
Well, I think, it's a constant evaluation of the evolving characteristics around it, right? So these conversations happen on an ongoing basis, and it comes down to some of the dynamics that, I was just speaking about in terms of how does it interact in a portfolio, correlations, demonstration of some of that risk hedging potential. And so all those things ultimately are going to form the basis on which, that either does or doesn't happen.
And then we kind of hinted on this a little bit.
Can I ask a question? Because BlackRock is so huge in this space. Do your allocators, do your model, your multi-asset allocators, do they need to get client approval to add Bitcoin as a potential asset? And I assume they do, and what's the rate of adoption there amongst the clients of the allocation strategies?
Well, clients always have options to follow or to not, right? But the actual model construction process is fundamentally and research-driven.
Right.
What do you think, Matt? When do you think these large model portfolios from the big banks are potentially going to add a Bitcoin? Do you think they're going to add a Bitcoin allocation at some point?
I mean, the first thing I would say is that within the advisor space, there's a lot of different models. You can have an individual RIA that runs a model for their 100 clients. And what we see at Bitwise is a lot of those independent advisors already putting a 2.5% to 5% allocation to Bitcoin in their portfolio. I mention that because that's the leading indicator, I think, of where these large platforms are going to go. Individuals can make their decision faster, quicker, and based on their own analysis. The platforms have to take time and run it through due diligence processes. But anyone who thinks they won't fit into big model portfolios doesn't remember how much changes in Bitcoin. 6-7 months ago, we didn't have Bitcoin ETFs. We didn't have the GOP presidential nominee speaking at a Bitcoin conference. If you fast forward another 6 months, another 12 months, could it be in model portfolios at Morgan, at Wells? Of course it could. You have to remember how fast this market changes. A lot can happen in a very limited amount of time.
There's probably some people in the audience here that are like, great, ETF, buy my bags, pump the coin. There are others that are like, this is against the ethos, not my keys, not my coins. ETFs are centralizing things. What is your response to that, Jan? How do you handle that when you're talking to people that are true hardcore cypherpunk Bitcoiners?
I think that's a legitimate concern. All you can control, though, because I think the barn doors are open here, right? So, and as I mentioned before, already assets Bitcoin ETFs has started to become a significant part of the ecosystem. So listen, I think the fact is that in this world, index companies, the largest ones, control a lot of corporate America. That's a totally separate topic. But that's one our industry has been grappling with, especially with the ESG controversies of a couple of prior years. So I think it's going to unfortunately be part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, but you can always self-custody.
Yeah.
Well, can I just address that, because there's a difference between owning assets on behalf of clients and control, right? And so that's something that increasingly at BlackRock there's been an effort to maximize the amount of, in effect, delegated voting to the ultimate owners of assets that we manage, right? I think it's a similar construct here where, this isn't proof of stake. Ownership does not confer control over a blockchain. And I think that when you look at what the ETFs have done, they've just given another avenue for different types of investors to access this. There'll always be a lot of the market, probably a majority of the market, that prefers actually to hold Bitcoin directly, either self-custodied or through a crypto-native platform. But there's definitely a sizable part of the market, which we've seen in these incredible ETF flows, that prefers the convenience and simplicity of just holding in an ETF through their traditional brokerage account. And by the way, for large institutions, that is overwhelmingly the easier way for them to get access. It's a much, much lower hurdle for them to invest in Bitcoin versus figuring out how to do the trading, custody, et cetera, directly.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to make 2 points. First, there are things that we as ETF issuers can do to be positive actors in the ecosystem. At Bitwise, with BitB, we donate 10% of the proceeds from the ETF to open source developers. We publish our Bitcoin addresses so you can verify that we hold the Bitcoin that we say we do and not have to wait for an annual.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, underway behind me in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm joined by fellow editor Aaron Van Werdum for another special segment of what we're calling Bitcoin Basics. Of course, people coming here from around the world just learning about Bitcoin. His book, the latest from Bitcoin Magazine Books, the Genesis book, the story of the people and projects that inspired Bitcoin, on sale now at bitcoinmagazine.com. Aaron is going to explain the Bitcoin basics, and now P2P, I believe, is the subject.
Yes, peer-to-peer. So, why is Bitcoin peer-to-peer? For this one, I'll start with a short story. So, once upon a time, there was a file-sharing system called Napster. Napster was very popular. People used Napster to download music, even if that music was copyrighted. Napster was partly peer-to-peer, but it was also a company. So there was a company, Napster, that operated this system, that ran the system, until Napster one day was shut down. Nowadays, we have a different file-sharing system called BitTorrent. BitTorrent is fully peer-to-peer. What that means is that the users of the system also run the system. They share information with each other. There's no company, there's no central service. It is operated by the people that connect indeed peer-to-peer. Bitcoin was not the first digital cash system. There were other digital cash systems before Bitcoin. There was eCash, there was eGold, there was RPow. eCash, eGold, RPow were all digital cash systems, but they were also centralized, like a company. That meant that they could be shut down, and some of them were shut down. eCash shut down when the company went bankrupt, and eGold was effectively shut down by the US government. Today we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin, more like BitTorrent, is purely peer-to-peer. It's operated by users on a network that share information with each other. There's no company, there's no central server, there's no bank, there's no one operating the system. It's just users connecting to each other peer-to-peer, so it cannot be shut down. What it also means is that everyone, every peer on the network, every user is essentially checking all the rules and keeping each other honest. So every node on the network, every user of Bitcoin on this peer-to-peer network is checking all the rules and keeping each other honest. To be part of this network, you need to run a full node. A full node is a part of the peer-to-peer network. If you run a full node, that's also the most secure way to use Bitcoin. If you run a full node, you keep track of everything that ever happened on the Bitcoin network, and you check all the rules when you receive a transaction, so you're sure that it's valid. So, Bitcoin is peer-to-peer, so no one can cheat, and the system cannot be shut down. Back to Rizzo.
Aaron Van Werdum, the author of the very great, highly recommended, the Genesis book from Bitcoin Magazine Books, will be back with another Authors Roundtable after a short break and a word from our sponsors. Keep it here at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back after this.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host again, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. People are pouring in the conference venue, Music City Center here in Nashville, Tennessee. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world is underway. We've got a great authors roundtable now with a new round of special guests. We've got to my left, Eric Kaysen, author of the excellent Crypto Sovereignty, and Jimmy Song, author of the just as excellent Fiat Ruins Everything. Obviously, guys, want to start with the packed lineup we have today. Hearing from a lot of headliners, Senator Bill Hagerty still to come, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Cynthia Lummis, a Republican senator from Wyoming, and of course it all leads to independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I know this panel has some thoughts and feelings about the nature of some of our headliners and the political leanings of this conference, so would love to hear from these Bitcoin veterans your thoughts on just the politicization of Bitcoin through this conference. Eric.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say, fuck the state and fuck politicians. These people have destroyed our country through their immature and childish ideals that they believe they can spend money without any accountability, and this is why now 73% of all tax receipts go towards paying an unpayable amount of debt that is going to destroy our country. So I just want to be really clear that, like, it doesn't matter if it's red or blue. Either one of them are going to lie to us and fuck us over in the end and destroy our country by not fixing the money. So I'm really happy that we have Bitcoin and that we can choose on our own to save our own families as opposed to allowing for this dumpster fire to destroy everything that we've tried to build and save for ourselves.
So, Jimmy, no positive thoughts, feelings about the senators who are joining us today, the politicians who want to engage with what they think is a constituency that could keep them elected?
No, I do like the fact that we have some pull and say, and all these people are sort of coming to this conference to sort of pay tribute to us, I suppose, with their time and so on. But I agree with Eric. There is sort of like this you know, they think they could buy us off cheap. We're not cheap.
How expensive are we talking about?
We're pretty expensive. To get our vote, you're gonna actually have to give us something that we want. It's not just saying, oh, you know, blockchain technology, crypto, blah blah blah. No, that's actually going to make me not want to vote for you. And what we want is stuff like Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? Like that's like actually reversing what Nixon did in '71, right? Reversing the Nixon shock at least a little bit by having a reserve or something like that. That's what I want to see. What I'm seeing with these politicians is they're hoping to get off easy. Just say, okay, let's just say a few nice things about Bitcoin, and hopefully these people vote for me because they're single issue voters.
Well, let's talk about a specific politician, some of the specific nice things. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a little bit about his platform against CBDCs. He's anti the Fed. He sees Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation. He sees Bitcoin as a way to strengthen the dollar. He sees Bitcoin as freedom of transaction and freedom of speech. That's not appealing, Eric.
Look, it's not the fact that it's not appealing. It's about what happens once they get elected and what has happened to every single time that we have elected a politician that has made us promises about how we're going to get these radical changes that are going to change everything. And I'm very pedantic about do not vote. It does not change anything. It allows for you to believe that there could actually be change from this system when it's very clear that it has destroyed vast swaths of America. They take our money and use it to go kill brown people abroad who we've never met. They drone bomb them illegally and unconstitutionally. And it doesn't matter if it's a red or a blue party. Either one of them are going to extrajudicially murder people with your money, and you get no say in it whatsoever. And to me, that's the ethical thing that I'm absolutely done with, and why I love Bitcoin, is that this allows for me to withdraw my economic wealth from having anything to do with their system.
Let's zero in a specific case. RFK Jr. also said that he would pardon Ross Ulbricht, Donald Trump adopting that as part of his strategy. And for one man, this vote might be a case of freedom or continued confinement by the state.
And this is where the one place I'll make an exception. If you have the ethical capacity to go vote and not allow for yourself to become nauseous from that, you probably should vote for Trump, just because freeing Ross is a really, really important thing. And to be clear, I usually wouldn't say something like this, but
so with your permission, it's okay.
With my permission only, there is a possibility that could be an ethical thing. But with that being said, we all know that every promise that Donald Trump makes, he follows through on. So you guys should have a lot of faith in that him saying that he's going to free Ross Ulbricht will happen. So I think that's really important to remember. Trump has never lied to us, and he is a very upstanding individual.
Jimmy, I want to talk about your book, Fiat Ruins Everything. Obviously, the message there that the U.S. dollar is in decline. The U.S. dollar managed by the politicians, managed by some of the elected officials we'll see today. Your thoughts on our conversation with Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see where Eric's coming from.
You're not a good book balancer, my friend.
Yeah, no. I see where Eric's coming from about voting and stuff like that, but I've changed my mind a little bit. Voting isn't that costly, right? It's you go to the ballot box and check something. Yeah, they might cheat or whatever, but at the very least, like you're not giving them an excuse saying, okay, you don't have a say because you didn't vote or whatever. I think it can still be useful, especially for people like Ross.
Doesn't this say an important message about transactional freedom, right? That maybe transactional freedom isn't prioritized by the government today, and this could potentially shift the balance, Jimmy.
Well, it could, and it looks like it's happening more at sort of like the psychological level with propaganda and so on, and their media narratives, and obviously everyone's seen that picture with Trump, and that's changed a whole bunch of things in the equation and so on. But the big thing is, as Bitcoiners, the priority that we have is a much more long-term thing. It's not about the next election or whatever. It's a long-term thing, and something like a Bitcoin strategic reserve is actually really important. This is like whatever politician manages to get that. This is a legacy-defining thing.
Let's
in
zone
the same way
on
that
Bitcoin strategic reserve. 3 words, very captivating. What does this actually mean for people?
I think it means the United States, maybe even the Federal Reserve, has a reserve of Bitcoin to be able to keep the dollar's purchasing power good.
How does this fix the money that we have today?
Well, so it definitely gives it more of a backing. And maybe eventually we get to some level of convertibility between the dollar and Bitcoin, something like that. But a lot of central banks around the world have been gathering gold for a while, and there's some hints from the BRICS, conglomeration of countries, that they would have like maybe a gold-backed currency or whatever. There's going to be some sort of currency war just because the dollar is losing its prestige, largely because of the inflationary spending that's been going on, and sort of like the paper tiger that the U.S. military is being shown to be and so on. There's a lot of vulnerability. The U.S. military is still fighting the last war. You know, there are all sorts of new technologies that have come on that they haven't really prepared for. There are like all sorts of weird ways in which you can use drones in warfare, it turns out, that make it very difficult. So I don't know about U.S. supremacy permanently going forward.
The topic is Bitcoin strategic reserve. The idea here that the United States government would buy, hold, promote Bitcoin. Eric, is this appealing to you as an anarchist and someone who wants to see Bitcoin remove power from the state?
Absolutely not. I want them to be confused and not understand how or why Bitcoin works until it causes for hyperinflation to destroy the economy, and then Bitcoiners can choose kind of how we reorganize ourselves after that. But I think particularly having an executive branch in control of large swaths of Bitcoin without there being a clear or present way for how the keys are managed for that, how key rotation would be challenged and move forward with the change of administration. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that needs to get resolved before we can have a real conversation, and it's really pie in the sky.
We already have like nuclear codes and like nuclear footballs or whatever. That's multi-sig. I don't think it would be that difficult.
A lot of details to discuss. We have a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with these great authors. If you have time during the break, BitcoinMagazine.com, Bitcoin Magazine books, Fiat Ruins Everything, Crypto Sovereignty. Get the books now. We'll be right back.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
This is Mara, leaders in Bitcoin mining with global energy solutions and advanced proprietary technologies. Mara sets the digital gold standard. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
News desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. Staying with the topic now of Bitcoin and politics, maybe adding a little bit of flavor now, talking about institutions will be a big topic today. We've got a great panel here. Eric Kaysen, author of Crypto Sovereignty, returning. Jimmy Song, author of Fiat Ruins Everything, now joined by Michelle Weekly, director of product development at Byte Federal. The topic, Larry Fink, the institutions that are coming to clean up, change, co-opt Bitcoin. Eric, your thoughts on this flight to quality that's come to Bitcoin with the institutions?
Larry Fink's a good guy who loves all of us and really wants to participate
He's
in building
basically Santa
a new
Claus,
system.
right? That we can
He is. He's basically the banking Santa Claus. No, actually, I think the real truth is he's probably an evil individual who's trying to take over most of the institutions in the world through a financial perspective. And I think Bitcoin's a very dangerous thing, but they do believe that they can co-opt it, which they're making a very strong case that they could co-opt it if they make Bitcoin into a banker's play tool as opposed to peer-to-peer cypherpunk cash.
Michelle, your take, Larry Fink, a Bitcoin believer or not?
Oh, no way. We touched on this yesterday, the distinction between Bitcoin being cemented as like a digital gold versus a mode of transaction. And I think that they are pushing hard to make Bitcoin digital gold so they can regulate it into oblivion and use it as a tool to get rich.
But I've read Jimmy's book. I mean, it says digital gold in there. Bitcoin is digital gold. Gold is in the history of money, something that protects people from inflation. Digital gold is a good narrative, no?
I think it is, but the fact that these bankers and stuff are coming in in, you can kind of tell just by
I want you guys
their.
to picture Larry Fink right there. And
Yeah.
just really, just right there. Just
All right.
listen to
I'll face the camera. Okay. Yeah. No. All of these people that are coming in, the bankers and stuff like that. You just listen to them. Like they're telling you exactly who they are, right? They're saying stuff like Web3 and blockchain technology,
Tokenization,
and crypto, and all that stuff. 2015 called. They want their narrative back, right? Like this has been going on for 9 years, and these people think that they're being innovative, or they're using the word salad from like
Jimmy,
7
BlackRock
years ago.
has bought 320,000 Bitcoin. What more
Mhm.
do you want them to do? You said earlier on the desk, America should buy and hold Bitcoin. Well, Larry Fink is doing that. What's wrong with that?
Larry Fink is doing that on behalf of all of these pensions and so on, so he can influence it and so on. I really don't like the fact that all of these people are invited to speak. I mean, Industry Day, right before my panel, were 4 panels on banking and ETF and the BlackRock guy. I'm like, this is totally against the spirit of what we're all about. And you know, my panel was on like make Bitcoin in America great again. And we're talking about values. It's like, these people are the antithesis of our values. Shitcoiners are the antithesis of our values. All of these people that are trying to come in and co-opt it and make money for themselves and scam people, this is the antithesis of our values.
Jimmy, where's the disconnect? I'll read a quote. Step 1 in the revolution of financial markets. I mean, this is what Larry Fink is saying. Isn't that what you've said?
I have, but on Bitcoin, not Ethereum ETF. He was like having an orgasm on stage about the Ethereum ETF. Like this. That is not what we're about. Like we want people to have self-sovereignty over their own money. An ETF vehicle is not that. Now, it might be a step. Maybe it helps people get on board, and eventually they go to like a Bitcoin-only exchange like Swan or River or something like that, and then like custody their own keys. Maybe it's good in that way. But for the most part, all of these players are here to play more financial games. They just want to have more financial playthings where they can, get 20 basis points off of trades and be the shovel seller to the shitcoin gold
But
rush.
isn't this part of adoption? Don't people learn at their own pace? Don't people have to go through the pitfalls of embracing different narratives?
No, I don't think so. I think this has always been sort of like the big tension in this community about altcoins is that, altcoins get people into Bitcoin. No, they don't. Right? Altcoins teach people how to gamble and trade and get wrecked. And the only people that I've seen become Bitcoiners after altcoin is when they've like absolutely crashed really hard, and then they're like, okay, I finally see it. And this is not how adoption works. You don't get to just say Bitcoin like 20 times and people get it. You have to actually understand what the underneath stuff is all about. And all of these people that are coming in now, they're all noobs. They don't understand it. They haven't read the Bitcoin Standard, or maybe they have, but they don't really understand it. I mean, you really need to study this stuff and have some freaking humility about what's going on instead of like preaching to us like as if we're the ones that need the teaching, which is essentially what happened yesterday with all these like banking and ETF and BlackRock panels. Oh, what do you think, Larry Fink, about what's going on? We don't need your advice. You need ours.
Strong words for Mr. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, world's largest corporation and holder of Bitcoin now. Michelle, your thoughts on Jimmy's statements?
I agree with Jimmy largely. I think, there's one narrative that it's good for adoption, but it actually creates a massive amount of confusion because you're buying Bitcoin, or they're buying into the ETF because you want Bitcoin exposure, so it's on your radar, but you probably have absolutely no concept of self-custody, and the ETFs are disincentivized to teach that, right? So is it good for adoption? It's good for awareness, but that's not the same as adoption.
So what would you say to the average person maybe watching who holds the Bitcoin ETF? They bought IBIT. They're happy. They've seen some gains. Their life has improved. They've exited the financial system in their view. Is that incorrect, Eric?
That is incorrect, because very similar to in 1933 how people had gold in the bank and they were like, man, my gold is doing super good with the stock market having collapsed and everything. FDR announced Executive Order 6102 that actually seized all gold both in bank accounts in the United States and from private holdings of individuals. So people actually found that gold that they owned was actually just a receipt towards that ownership.
Doesn't Larry Fink know this history of money? I mean, are you?
Yeah,
would you presume
I
that
do
he
believe
doesn't?
that Larry Fink does know that, and that is exactly why he is carrying it out in this methodology, because he knows that he owns the Bitcoin, not his customers. And this is really important to understand, because if you are buying your Bitcoin through the IBIT ETF or something else, you're actually allowing for Larry Fink to use your money for him to privately hold your Bitcoin, so that when the federal government does decide it's time for individuals not to be able to own Bitcoin anymore, Larry Fink gets to have all of that Bitcoin, not you. And this is why controlling your own keys is so important.
Well, the bigger scam that they're going to run is they're like all these Wall Street bros are all into these like altcoins and stuff like that. That is always the play, right? Yes, that is an existential risk with the Bitcoin, because you might not get it, right? Like there's going to be some seizure or some crazy custody event or something like that, and that's always a risk if you have it in these ETFs.
Well, let's talk about exiting from the U.S. financial system. All Bitcoin hodlers and users here, obviously you're using U.S. dollars still today, right? The network is not the entirety of your financial life, or is it, Jimmy?
I mean, I do have a lot of Bitcoin that I use but to hold, but I pay it off like sort of. There are not enough merchants that are taking it, so I can't live on a Bitcoin standard. I do convert. But, I mean, I do the best I can. I think that's probably what a lot of people in this community end up doing, is they have their wealth in Bitcoin, and then, you know, they either earn enough cash or they convert as they need.
So how does Larry Fink exit the fiat financial system that he is so much a part of?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, he's not going to.
I mean, he's going to try to keep it going, or... I mean, if you do have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I suppose that it's possible.
So why does that help the United States exit from its own problems?
Well, the industrial base has completely collapsed in the United States since 1971. If you go back on a Bitcoin standard, you bring some of that back because you got some equivalency. Some you don't have this labor advantage by going to these third world countries and so on.
But a real Bitcoin standard includes, like, not rehypothecating. They're going to start rehypothecating Bitcoin, and they're going to do the same thing with the Bitcoin and the ETFs that they're doing with the dollars in the bank, and that's the biggest risk.
Well, what signs will we see? If there are people at home who, buying into this theory, they want to participate in this revolution, this opting out, what do they look for?
Well, they should be holding their own Bitcoin in cold storage.
Eric?
Yeah, you need this is the thesis of my book, Crypto Sovereignty. The only way that you are going to have true sovereignty over your Bitcoin is if you understand cryptography and why and how that actually functionally protects you.
Well, great topic, because we'll have on stage in just a few hours Phil Zimmermann, maybe one of the founders of the cypherpunk movement. He'll be on stage talking about his work with PGP. Jimmy, Eric, Michelle here. The topic is institutions coming, the culture that we're trying to preserve. Maybe someone can talk about Phil's work, cryptography, and how it can help in this war that we're fighting.
Well, he's a veteran of that war.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Phil Zimmermann, more than anybody else, probably is responsible for winning the first crypto wars that happened in the 1990s, where most people don't know that, but cryptography was actually classified as a munition under U.S. legal codes for a while. So if you had cryptography on you, it was the same as you owning a grenade or a bomb. And so by Phil Zimmermann essentially publishing the PGP key protocol, distributing that to people, teaching them about how pretty good privacy works, they printed on T-shirts and had a whole campaign of resistance. This went all the way to, I believe it was the Supreme Court, at least the Ninth Circuit Court, where they ruled that it turns out that actually you do have a right to be able to use encryption technology to protect yourself, and that rolled back the munition laws. And so that was the first real case that we had in the United States proving that people had a right to privacy using cryptography. And that's because it's such a powerful tool that if I do have my information encrypted in a way that I know it is securely encrypted, there isn't going to be a way for anybody to spy on, surveil, or know or understand how much Bitcoin I have, where it's stored, and what I'm doing with it.
Well, what are those lessons? We're talking about the crypto wars now, maybe heading into a crypto war too, maybe against the Larry Fink. What are the lessons that you expect Phil to speak about or that you would want to share, Jimmy, Michelle?
Well, so I did talk to him several times about his experience, and I think like you have to understand, this was a big trial for him and his family. It was not easy, and
this is a person who was persecuted by the state, much in the same way as Ross.
And this is one of the reasons why we think Satoshi Nakamoto was anonymous. He saw what happened to Phil Zimmermann and did not want that to happen to him. And obviously we still don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto is to this day, and that was part of it. And it's going to be a battle at some point. And I don't know what the fight's going to look like or where it's going to happen. It might happen in the political sphere. It might happen sort of like in the trenches with like individuals and black markets and things like that. I'm not sure, but we do have to prepare, and there's going to be some persecution coming.
Michelle, can you take us maybe into that time, that place, and how it relates to where we're at now for the people at home?
the time of
the cypherpunks in the 1990s and the crypto wars.
Yeah, so it's an interesting comparison. You know, cypherpunks write code, and that brought us to Bitcoin. You know, we got Bitcoin kind of came out of that movement. I think there's a lot of parallels, and that Jimmy's right. We're going to see another fight. So we won the battle of free speech, but now we have to defend free speech because that's under attack as well. And I think that that's probably the next battle. It's the next attack vector, is classifying what we can and can't say, and you know how that, if the code isn't how it's interpreted. That makes sense.
Well, a lot of it right now is based around like these centralized players, right? And this is where we can kind of take our sovereignty back. You have protocols like Nostr where you can't. There's nobody to go after, right? Like you can try to take down relays or whatever, but they can pop up like a Hydra. You cut one off and like 10 spawn or whatever. And this is a really important thing about this movement, is that it is a decentralized movement. We're all self-sovereign, and it's not players like Facebook or Twitter or Google that control all your data. It really is about you taking responsibility for yourself, and that's the other side of the equation that I think a lot of people don't really get yet, and why ETFs and things appeal to them so much. They don't know how to take care of their own stuff. Generally, the people in this community are very high agency, very high willpower. And part of that is, okay, I want to take care of my own stuff. You can't just declare that. You also need to have the discipline and skills to like go and actually learn how to do all that stuff so you can actually take care of your own stuff. Freedom comes with responsibility, and you need both. And you can't just have one without the other.
Of course, much more from everyone on the panel here on BitcoinMagazine.com. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors who will be right back. Bitcoin Magazine at the live desk here at Bitcoin 2024. Much more to come.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Bitcoin Ben, influencer and educator. How has the conference been treating you, and what are you most excited for today on day one of GA Day?
I'm excited about the people. This place is packed. We have
get out.
We have thousands and thousands of people here. Some of them are a little wild and crazy. Some of them not. That's okay.
All right, and obviously we have a bunch of people who are, first-time viewers, first-time introduced into Bitcoin because of a lot of these politicians. 30 seconds or less. Tell them what you want them to know about Bitcoin.
Walk slow. Take your time. Educate yourself on why you need Bitcoin. Then you buy it and go all in. That is not financial advice.
Thank you so much, Bitcoin Ben. Back to you guys at the news desk.
Let's use these. Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, your hosts. The panel, we've got Eric Kaysen, author of Crypto Sovereignty, Michelle Weekly, director of product development at Byte Federal, Jimmy Song, author of Fiat Ruins Everything. The topic just before this was institutions coming to Bitcoin, the centralization, the fear of a crypto war. We're going to talk about now the war on privacy. The subject of the newest Bitcoin magazine on newsstands now, the privacy issue. Founders and CEO of the cryptocurrency mixing service, Bitcoin mixing service, Samurai, arrested and extradited, being prosecuted right now in the Southern District of New York. We're talking, of course, about William Hill and Keone Rodriguez and the significance of their case to the Bitcoin industry and the fight that we were discussing. Eric, your take on the Samurai case. Why should people out there be involved? Why should they be following?
Because the government doesn't have a right to steal your fucking privacy. Like, there are actual Fourth and Fifth Amendments that are supposed to limit the government's authority, and they like to disobey it repeatedly, constantly, and consistently. They make it very clear that you don't actually have any rights. So it's really important that you use and understand cryptography in the way that allows for you to actually hold self-sovereignty and make it so that when the government does come to you and demand that you give them your information, you can give them encrypted information and tell them that if they want anything outside of that, they can go fuck themselves and talk to your lawyer. It makes me really angry at the way that we continually allow for our rights to be violated and we don't fight back in any meaningful way. And again, this is what returns me both to Bitcoin and Nostr, is that we finally have ways to actually speak out, be able to protect our privacy, make sure that we can be censored and protect ourselves, but it's only if we take the responsibility to use this technology in a thoughtful and meaningful way and not allow for that responsibility to be put on centralized services that will give over our data willingly and actively to the U.S. government. So I think it's really important that people understand that right now there are two developers who, for simply making a piece of software, they're being prosecuted by the U.S. government in the most tyrannical way, and they were abducted while they were abroad doing that. This is sickening that we allow for our government to do this kind of garbage.
Let's talk about the specifics of Samurai. Michelle, Jimmy, can you take us into the technical details? Why shouldn't they be facing time behind bars?
Well, I mean, they operated a Whirlpool server and allowed for coin joins and so on. I mean, like Eric said, this is creating software. It's kind of unprecedented that you're getting arrested for creating software. I suppose, Phil Zimmerman is the precedent, but obviously he won, and there is precedent that you shouldn't be arrested for creating software. The bigger issue here and the root cause of all this is the growth of the administrative state, because there's no congressional legislation saying like you can't have coin join services. There's nothing like that. The administrative state has grown by leaps and bounds, and largely they just sort of make up their own rules. And this was why the Chevron deference ruling in the Supreme Court was so huge, because all this time, all these agencies just sort of made up rules on their own, and all these courts had to just sort of like defer to them and say, okay, well, you regulatory body decided to persecute this person, and we can't really say that you did it illegitimately. You kind of claim that power for yourself, and that's okay. This is how the administrative state keeps growing and grabbing power, and this is ultimately due to the fact that we have fiat money, right? Like they're being fed this stuff, and all these bureaucrats want more power, more headcount, more people in their corner so that they can defend their turf or whatever. And this is directly the result of fiat money, and we can't have that.
Michelle.
Well, I'm sorry. So they're being charged with under like AML regulation, which is a result of the Bank Secrecy Act, and that is actually a bigger problem. People are yelling all the time about the Patriot Act, and one thing that I've learned, unfortunately, since I started working in the industry and I had to go through my government-sponsored AML KYC training, is that the BSA is actually far more dangerous than the Patriot Act. It actually sets the precedent that allows for all of that bullshit. And it is the reason that we're subject to all the AML KYC shit. And they're not saying you can't write code, which is of course ridiculous, but what they're saying is you can't not have a proper AML policy. And this is a global problem, and people need to be aware of it.
Jimmy, of course, appealing to the law, maybe appealing to litigation. We've seen a bipartisan effort to raise awareness of this issue. Cynthia Lummis will be on stage later, writing a letter of support in the Samurai wallet case. Isn't this good that politicians are hearing us on this and trying to resolve the issue?
Oh, I'm always for people that are trying to protect our rights. And I will support you as long as you are protecting my natural rights. And obviously Cynthia Lummis and the staff there that are writing these letters, I'm glad that they're doing that. But we need much more than that, right? Like that, we need to stand up for it. And the thing that's discouraged me about the American public's willingness to stand up for their own rights is what happened in COVID in 2020. Basically, everyone got locked down for a year, and nobody really, could do anything about it. I mean, the U.S. was less bad than a lot of other countries, but it was global in scope, which is very, very disturbing.
Well, speaking of that global scope, we're talking about the Samurai case right now, the prosecution by the state of New York of open source code developers. Want to talk about Tornado Cash, Alexei Pertsev, co-founder of that crypto anonymity tool, currently behind bars in the Netherlands. What precedent does that case set, and is this the same, right? Is Tornado Cash the same as Samurai? Should we be fighting for Tornado Cash as well? Eric?
Absolutely. I mean, to me, this is one of the places where we need to actually set aside some of our differences and have solidarity and understanding that even though Tornado Cash is an Ethereum tool, that there might be some core disagreements about how that specific asset is being utilized, that this comes down to about how cryptography operates and functions and what it means for developers to use cryptography and publish code that they can utilize for things like Tornado Cash. So it's quite similar to the Samurai Dev case, and I think that this is a place that I'd really love to see the whole industry rally around, and I think there has been pretty good solidarity around that, but we need to continue to make sure that we have a broad front that allows for all of us to work together to make it so that we can have the tools that allow for us to be empowered to make choices about our privacy.
Of course, winding down now, about to send it back to the main stage. Jimmy, Michelle, your thoughts on the Samurai case, lasting lessons you can leave with the audience.
Well, let me just say something about the Tornado Cash thing. And I get that, we're all in this together or whatever. I really don't feel that. And the thing is with Ethereum, what they're going to do once that doesn't work, or if it does work or whatever, is get the Ethereum core devs to comply with whatever AML KYC that they want. And that's ultimately what's going to happen.
You're saying simply because he uses an alternative cryptocurrency, another tool of cryptography that moves money, he should be in jail because of
No, I'm not saying that he should be in jail. I'm just saying that they're way more vulnerable, and it's like the AML KYC that they're trying to implement on that is inevitable because it's a centralized project, whereas Bitcoin is not.
Michelle, your last thoughts?
I have to disagree with that. I mean, the federal government, unfortunately, does not yet distinguish between Bitcoin and other altcoins, shitcoins. They're all regulated as digital assets. So until that distinction is made categorically from all of the alphabet agencies, either we burn them down or we have to band together and save the developers. I have a developer on my team who was like, should I be worried about like some of the products that we're building and the features they have? And that's just absurd. So
a short sample of the conversation to come. Of course, we'll be live in the news desk all day. Keep it fixed on X, YouTube, and Rumble. If you get a chance, go to bitcoinmagazine.com. Pick up the privacy issue, talking about the Samurai case, the importance of William Hill, Keanu Rodriguez, and their freedom. We'll be right back after these messages.
teach you, once you sort of earn the Bitcoin in the game, they then teach you how to transfer it over into a non-custodial wallet, something like Zeus. Like I said, Evan was one of the other panelists that we had, the creator of Zeus. But I think the overarching theme was that Lightning, we need more adoption, and we need to do this in a way where it's not necessarily orange pilling people, pushing them to use it. One, making it easier to use and giving them more of a reason to use it.
Well, just back up. What is Lightning for the people at home who are curious, right? Maybe coming from other alternative cryptocurrency communities. This is a layer on top of Bitcoin. It takes the Bitcoin that we use and hold, and it allows it to move with different properties, correct?
Yeah, it's a great question. So maybe one of the best ways to think about it, if we were to create an analogy, we could think about it like, so we have a base layer of money, our dollars, and then maybe we use something like Visa on top of it. So the best way to think about Lightning is maybe the payments network for Bitcoin. We can use Bitcoin itself as a payments network if we wanted to. It's a little bit slower, though. It takes a few blocks to confirm, which means it usually takes upwards of maybe 20 to 40 minutes for a transaction to fully process, but on Lightning, it's instantaneous. So payments can happen almost quicker than something like Visa or MasterCard, or just about the same time. Yeah, it happens a little bit more quickly. Without diving into the technical details, this is something that's been in the works, being built on Bitcoin for the past 6.5 years or so.
Right, I was just going to say, Lightning, 6 years old, a lot of excitement when it came out, but still a lot of excitement today. We've seen David Marcus, former higher up at PayPal and Facebook, really say that this is what he's going to bet the future of his career on. Can you talk a little bit about that excitement from the vision standpoint as you're dealing with the implementation issues on the ground?
Yeah, it's a great question. David Marcus and the team at Lightspark, it's a very interesting case in that they were at Facebook when they were building DM. I don't know if any listeners or watchers remember that. DM was a currency that Facebook was actually trying to create. It never actually came to fruition, so the project got abandoned for a bunch of reasons, some of which were regulatory, and they walked away from it. But now David Marcus, I think he's creating amazing technology with a lot of the crew that was working on DM too. So he was there at Facebook, but he has a lot of the actual technical engineers that were working on it. More than that, what's super exciting is that he seems to have really become a Bitcoin believer. He's not just building on it out of convenience or, I guess we'll try Bitcoin now. He really does believe in it as this global settlement network.
Do you have an idea or a sense of really just how big the average Lightning startup is? What are they focusing on? Maybe you can talk about the different areas where these companies are innovating.
Yeah, it's a great question. In terms of how big, I think there's a lot of different ways to mention that. What I do notice with Lightning startups is there's not one that's necessarily trying to cover the whole scope. So for example, if you're creating a Lightning wallet, you're probably just focused on that. You're not necessarily trying to create a Lightning wallet or something like an SDK, which allows maybe non-Lightning apps to use something like Lightning's for payments on it. So imagine like Spotify allowed you to stream sats to someone. That's what some other builders are building. In terms of size, I would say teams are anywhere between maybe 3 people to 20 people. Obviously millions of dollars invested in these ventures. Yeah, and I think what a lot of them are doing are just trying to find out what human behavior looks like. What do people want to use Lightning for? Where is the uptake? Do they like playing games and earning Bitcoin with it? Are they using these wallets for certain things? When they travel, are they using it in the States? They're just paying attention to all these metrics and making adjustments as they see fit.
Of course, 20,000 people from around the world pouring into the venue now, some of them looking for jobs, asking themselves whether they could see a career in the Bitcoin industry, maybe in the Lightning space. Maybe we can just broaden out.
Yep.
What kind of jobs are available? The companies that you're talking to, what are they hiring for?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Companies are hiring for all different things. So whether you're a good writer, maybe you're a good technical writer, or you're good at sort of maybe conveying things like an educator, you can absolutely, there's people who are looking for work like that. Obviously, I think developers are always highly sought after. If you're a skilled developer, that's important. But I can't speak for every founder and what they're hiring for. I can say that if you do feel that you have a certain skill and that you're interested in working in Bitcoin, one of the best things to do is just simply start. Start doing some work, start showing your proof of work online, so that if a company is looking for someone with your skill set to find them, they already see you doing that work and make it much easier for them to come along and maybe scoop you up to help them out.
Of course, more of Frank's great reporting on BitcoinMagazine.com. You can head there. We'll have more of his insight and analysis as we talk about what's on stage today at Bitcoin 2024. Now a short word from another sponsor.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities.
Today. Peace.
All right, we are back with another announcement of an announcement.
If you know, you know.
Up next, we have Nick Newman from CASA.
Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. So for years now, CASA has been synonymous with Bitcoin security. We built the first Bitcoin multisig that was easy to use, the first plug-and-play Bitcoin node, the first easy way to use the Lightning Network, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan, and earlier this year, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan that's actually easy for your family to use. We've been in the business of changing the game. And today we've got another one for you, and I'm super excited about it. And so I want to start by just showing you a picture of my desk. Now, let's be real, I'm a Bitcoiner. This is my actual desk. I've got cables and shit coming out of everywhere. But let's just pretend this is my nice, clean desk. What do you notice? Well, there's this ledger on it. And let's use a little spy movie tech to zoom in here. Computer, enhance. Thank you. So what do you notice about this ledger? We'll zoom in one more time here. Are you getting it? It's a little unusual. It's still in the shrink wrap. It's unopened. Can't tell you how many people I've talked to who are in this exact situation. They buy a ledger, they've got it sitting on their desk, unopened, waiting to be used for months, if not years. Why do they do this? It's because hardware wallets are hard to use. Too many people are afraid to use hardware wallets. When you first set it up, the first thing you got to do is write down this seed phrase, figure out a place to store it. Then you got to, every time you update the firmware, you have to make sure you've got your seed phrase or else you're going to lose all your Bitcoin. The whole time you're looking at this tiny screen, clicking these janky buttons. It's just not a great experience. And this isn't a problem just for people who are new to this space. It's a problem even for people who have been using hardware wallets for years. I talked to somebody who set up a hardware wallet in 2016, put some Bitcoin on it, hasn't touched it since. They're too afraid that if they touch their hardware wallet, they're going to lose all their Bitcoin. And so I wanted to do a little show and tell just to go through the experience of what it's like to use a hardware wallet. This is what it's like to use a ledger to sign a transaction through CASA. So the first thing we do is we give you 6 steps to make sure you're not going to mess something up before you even get started. Then you start doing things on the actual ledger itself. You're clicking around, verifying some security stuff. Nobody really knows what they're doing at some of these steps, especially when you're verifying some of these keys. So success. So why are people still, oh, sorry, I forgot we have more. Okay, we'll just give it a second here. Yeah, still going. Hey, we're done. That was at 2x speed. It actually took me double that amount of time when I was filming this video, but I had to shorten it so that my presentation would fit into the time I have. I don't mean to be dunking on Ledger. I had no idea that they were putting Ledger right before me. My stacks is in the mail, so maybe that thing's going to blow my mind. But this is an equal opportunity problem for all the hardware wallets, right? Hardware wallet UX is just difficult. And for a lot of people, they're too scary to use. But this is a problem. Because private keys are freedom technology. And this is where Ledger and I agree. Private keys have the power to change the world, to give people control over what matters most to them. Your money, your identity, your communication, your personal data and files. All of these are the most important things in your digital life, and for the first time ever, you can control them using private keys. But that only works if people feel comfortable using the private keys. So, in our quest to make it easier to use private keys, we looked at the two different types of ways to store keys today. You've got cold keys. This is like a ledger. It's stored on an offline device, never touches the internet. It's more secure, but it's also more difficult to use. Then you've got hot keys stored on something like a phone. It's always connected to the internet. It's less secure, but it can be a lot easier to use. And everybody just always thinks these are the two ways you have to store keys. But the Casa team was thinking about this, and we were like, why isn't there a different way, a third way? We need something that has the offline storage of a cold key, but the simplicity when you actually go to use the key of a hot key. Something that when you combine it with a multi-key vault like you can have with Casa, it just provides the perfect balance between simplicity and security. And so we looked for a device that has proven security, that's simple in design, ideally been vetted for years of use by tons of people around the world. And it turns out there's a great one. But it's never been able to use Bitcoin or protect Bitcoin keys. We wanted to think about what can be, unburdened by what has been. And so today, I'm incredibly excited that for the first time ever, you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin keys. This is a game changer for Bitcoin security. The Casa team has been testing this over the last few weeks, and it's amazing how much simpler this is to use than a hardware wallet like I was showing you in that video. It's got this perfect balance between the offline security of cold keys, the simplicity when you're actually using it of hot keys. And so we had to think of what's a good name for this type of key, because it doesn't really fit in either category. Of course, we decided to call it a cool key. YubiKeys are used by more than 20 people worldwide. They're secure, they're simple, it's super nice to use. And so I'm just going to show you what it looks like now instead of trying to tell you. So this is what it looks like to sign a Casa Vault transaction with a YubiKey. Remember the 6 steps for Ledger? There's one for YubiKey, plug it in. Then you're going to initialize the transaction with a tap. And then you'll type in a PIN. So the PIN protects you against somebody stealing the actual YubiKey. And then you finish it with a tap. And you're done. It's incredibly easy, much faster, and honestly, as we've been testing this, it just feels great and amazing that this is actually using Bitcoin and Bitcoin self-custody. Amazing engineering and design innovation went into making this work, because passkeys are what this uses under the hood, and that is not easy to actually work with, and we've done a ton of work to make this feel really simple. The Casa team is the best in the world at this. And they're so good, this is going to be available today for all Casa members. So look, hardware wallets are great for certain type of person, and the new ledger devices look amazing. But if we're going to get everyone in the world using Bitcoin, using self-custody, we have to meet people where we're at. So CASA tries to start people simple, on a simple end of the spectrum, and then as they secure more Bitcoin, as they get further down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, we graduate them to higher levels of security with more secure devices. So how does this work under the hood? To run through this really quick, we start with the Bitcoin key. We're encrypting it with a passkey from the YubiKey, and then storing the Bitcoin key on the YubiKey. So you actually get cold storage of the Bitcoin key. It's not like it's stored on a server unlocked by a YubiKey somewhere. And then when you actually go to sign with the key, the YubiKey today cannot perform Bitcoin signature transactions. So we decrypt the Bitcoin key, and then it sends it to the CASA software, which signs with it locally and then throws away the key. And so I'm sure that some people's response to this will be, well, this requires a lot of trust in CASA. This doesn't feel like it's the right way to handle this. And I agree, it does require more trust in CASA. But we're Bitcoiners. We don't trust. We verify. So today, we're announcing that for the first time ever, we'll be open sourcing CASA's device signing and key generation library. This includes the YubiKey code, so you can verify everything we're doing is perfectly safe. And this has all been through an external security audit with Halborn to make sure that it's rock solid from a security perspective. So we're excited about this because you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin with CASA. But we're also excited about it because the YubiKey is a great device for securing other areas of your life. You can secure your Apple ID, your Google account, your X account, your Exchange accounts with 2FA, all of these in one device, and now you can store your Bitcoin with it too. So today, if you want to see how this all works and you want to see a demo, we've got a meeting room set up. It's outside the Expo Center, and down the hall we're able to have a little bit more of a private space to meet with people. It's meeting room 202, and we're running 2 inheritance workshops today at 11:30 and 2:30. So come by, meet the team, and join those workshops to learn about some of the legal and security aspects of Bitcoin inheritance. So like I said at the beginning, CASA has been synonymous with Bitcoin security for the last 6 years. When you think CASA, you think Bitcoin security. And when you hold Bitcoin with CASA, we just realized that you have to think about so much more than just the security of that Bitcoin itself. You have to think about what happens to my Bitcoin if I die. You have to think about protecting yourself against SIM swaps, about protecting the accounts that you have online against hackers, because all of this supports the security of your Bitcoin. And so this is a day that I've been excited about for a really long time, because today is the day that we unveil a big step on our path from CASA being about Bitcoin security to CASA being about security for Bitcoiners. And you might be thinking, Nick, you just reversed the order of the words. What's the big deal here? It's a big deal because security for Bitcoiners means that CASA isn't just a place you store your Bitcoin. We're not just another multi-sig. We're helping you think about how to use private keys, and we're giving you tools to use private keys to secure everything important in your life, your money, your identity, your files, your communication. We're helping you think about all this and secure yourself so that you can focus less on plugging security holes and less on anxiety about bad things that might happen and more on the world's scarcest currency, which is the time that you spend with the people you love doing the things that you love. So this is our invitation to join us on our mission to make private keys simple and safe for everyone in the world to use to make their lives better and more secure. Thank you. Have a great rest of your conference.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Neil Jacobs, co-founder of FOMO 21. Now, Neil, we were just talking about the fact that you and I have gone for a four-peat. This is our 4th straight Bitcoin conference. How has it changed? How has it grown from B21 to here we are in Nashville?
Yeah, so the last 3 years has been in Miami. Bitcoin 2021 was insane. We were at like the height of the bull market, right?
And lockdowns.
And lockdowns, but you know, they left California and they're like, we're coming to Miami, and that was great. But moving to Nashville, I love the city. This has been amazing so far. I was here since the last 2 days. I came to Industry Day yesterday. If you're not here, get out here. It's great, and it has the energy of a full-on bull market, and it might be one of the biggest conferences I've ever been at.
Oh, absolutely. There's expected more than 20,000 people in Nashville coming in. Later today, we'll have RFK Jr. speaking. Tomorrow, we have Donald Trump. What are you most excited for to see over the course of the next couple of days?
Oh my, just all the amazing people. I'm sure there's certain celebrities that are coming we don't even know about. I mean, it's cool to be surprised, and obviously just hanging out with everyday Bitcoiners. You realize why you're in this space when you come here.
Guys, if you are not subscribed to the channel, smash that subscribe button down below. Back to you, Pete Rizzo.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and of course, a new power panel to discuss the hot topics at the conference today as people pour in from around the globe. Lines as far as you can see here at Music City Center. My new panel on the far left, Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot. To his right, Morgan Richard, Financial Planner of Origin Wealth. Did I get that right?
Origin
okay.
Wealth.
And Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Of course, a big topic at this conference is Bitcoin versus the traditional financial system. Want to lead with some headlines here. You know, launched in 2009, Bitcoin has appreciated. First recorded price, 7/10,000ths of a cent. You could argue the Bitcoin is up 9.2 billion% over that time against the dollar, and the U.S. dollar has collapsed against the U.S. dollar. Or sorry, the Bitcoin has surged against the dollar. Pierre, your thoughts on just this phenomenon that we've witnessed with Bitcoin?
It is a phenomenon, and no other asset has performed like this over 15 years, starting from zero and getting to a $1 trillion market cap. And I think that it's really based on the fundamentals of the system that attract new users, attract adoption. And it happens in waves, right, because people are social animals, and so they get pulled into the mania. But we have to keep in mind what is behind the system, which is that you've got open source software that is, for the first time in human history, creating finite scarcity, only 21 million Bitcoin. And then on top of that, you have a transactional system that's global, 24/7, censorship resistant, and digital, and cash. And you've never had electronic cash before. So you put those two together, and it really should be no surprise that Bitcoin has skyrocketed like this. And as long as those two stay in place, which I don't see any reason why that's going to change over the coming decades and centuries, then Bitcoin's going to continue on this trajectory.
Morgan, you're a financial planner. People are coming to you asking about whether maybe they should invest in Bitcoin. What kind of questions do they bring now? Has that changed during your time as a financial planner?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we see people all the time who they want to know how much Bitcoin, how much should we own?
They just want to know how much they should
They just want to know. It's the number one question is like, how much Bitcoin should I own? And it's funny too, because prior to Bitcoin being a main feature of my practice, it was always, how much house can I afford? So it's kind of nice to see it shift from a consumption item to a savings technology, where people's minds are at. And you know, it's a hard question to answer because it's so dependent on people's specific financial situations. And so we try to spend a lot of time with people, getting to know them and getting to know what's important to them. And I encourage anybody, whether you work with a financial planner or not, to do that, to spend the time getting really clear on your goals, where your life wants to go, what you think you need over the short term, what you need over the long term, and then from there you can really make a good decision about how much Bitcoin is appropriate.
Well, that's a challenge, right, to make it practical. People come into the industry, they have high expectations, they see the returns and the performance. Frank, I mean, how do you respond to people who are coming in and they're saying, you know, you got in early, you got lucky, should I just throw everything in today?
Yeah, I think people have been saying that forever, right, Pete? You've been in this longer than I have, right? So everybody says, oh, I'm not early enough, it's too high, it's not, you know, and sometimes I think people make the really big mistake of saying, okay, I'm just going to get in on another coin earlier. Just to point it out there, there's Bitcoin and then there's everything else. So what I tell people is just that, no, I don't think we're going to see, I think whatever you just quoted, a 9 billion% rise in the price of Bitcoin.
Or you're ruling that out going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to rule it out. I'm an optimist.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people on YouTube.
We like the number go up technology. We try to be realistic at the same time, but I think at the same time, I think what I like to think about with Bitcoin is the way Jeff Booth phrases it. He talks a lot about how everything is falling in price compared to Bitcoin versus the price of Bitcoin going up when priced in dollars.
Of course, big difference between investing in Bitcoin and understanding Bitcoin. How much should people understand about Bitcoin before they invest? Pierre, we'll go back to you.
Well, I mean, to the extent that you can just invest $20 in buy some sats or buy a share of an ETF, you don't have to know anything, right? As long as you're proportional to what your understanding is. And after you've bought it, then you can start doing your research and increasing your allocation as you become more confident and more understanding of it. But you know, the other part of it, as a practical matter, lots of people drive cars around and they don't understand how an internal combustion engine works or how an electric motor functions. And so they look at it practically of getting from point A to point B. And so I think that most people who hold Bitcoin are basically on that same level, is that while they don't understand what a UTXO is and what elliptic curve cryptography is, they're still able to benefit and get utility out of the system. And that's ultimately how it's going to scale and continue to drive adoption.
Well, as someone who's been here for 11 years, I maybe wish I spent a little more time investing, less time understanding. Morgan, how do you answer this question of people, how much should they know about Bitcoin before getting in?
Yeah, so I think you need to know something, right? You need to know enough to think that this is something that's appropriate for your financial situation, right? And so that could be anywhere. For some people, right, that means that they need to know a lot. They need to go all the way over the cliff and down the rabbit hole in order to even take a 1% position. For some people, though, they can just sort of say, oh, my neighbor owns it, right? And maybe I'll buy it. And so I think, you know, somewhere in between going all the way down the rabbit hole and, you know, just my neighbor next door keeps talking about it is probably where most people should land to at least take some sort of position. Yeah. But really, in order to take a larger position size and to be able to sustain that through many different cycles and so forth and really stomach volatility, you have to have a deep understanding of Bitcoin. And so what I generally recommend for people is that if they don't have a large understanding, is to start with these smaller positions. And generally people get excited about it. And from there, they're able to, like, you know, dip their toe in, get their ankle in, get their knees wet, right, until they're, you know, fully swimming in the swimming pool. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the price, the psychological factor. $67,000 today here in Nashville, Tennessee, and around the world. Obviously, this plays a role, right? When it was $10, $15, $20, easier to take a chance. Frank, how are people you're talking to thinking about this?
It's a great question. Yeah, I think unit bias is a big thing, right? So I think there are still some people out there who think, oh, well, I can't afford a Bitcoin, right? Surprisingly, I mean, we know that Bitcoin each Bitcoin can be broken into 100 million units, which are called Satoshis or Sats for short. So what I tell people is often that please don't pay attention to that so much. I think it's getting a little bit more popular to talk about how much Bitcoin can a dollar buy you, which is about 1,500 Sats or so right now. I hope that sort of people have talked about Sats becoming more of the standard when we come to pricing this. I hope that is the case for people who are sort of a bit further out, looking at this price, saying, well, I don't have anywhere near that amount of money to spend on something like this, so I'm just going to back off from it.
Well, of course, taking questions on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We'll be broadcasting live for the next few days. I want to talk about the family life and family and friends, how we approach Bitcoin as a topic. Morgan, given that you're a financial planner, have you had success in your life converting family members to Bitcoin, getting them to take it seriously?
I love that question. So I generally recommend, and I've done this personally, don't bother people about Bitcoin if they don't want to hear it, right? I think that, like, you have to understand when somebody has their mind open and when they have their mind closed. And so if you're approaching, right, a rock and a hard place, right, if you're just going to keep butting heads, and people don't like being talked at, people like having a conversation with. And so this applies to family, friends, clients, whoever it is, right? We can't just orange pill just because Bitcoin exists. You have to orange pill to somebody who has their mind open. And so when family and friends have had their mind open and they're asking questions and they're willing to listen, then that's the right time. And when they don't, let's talk about something else, because I want to stay family and friends.
That's right.
Well, conversation about Bitcoin, conversations amongst your family and friends here on the stage. We're going to send it over to our roving reporter, Q Gahimi. He's live on the floor talking to some of the speakers and the attendees at Bitcoin 2024. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Rizzo. And I'm here live with Brady Swenson, one of the co-founders of Swan. Brady, how's the conference been treating you thus far?
Man, the vibes are high. Exciting times for Bitcoin. It's good to catch up with you last night, seeing a lot of Bitcoiners. You know, everybody always says it every time you go on Twitter. When Bitcoiners get together, it just feels good. Spend a lot of our time sort of disconnected online. Meetups, conferences like this, must do.
Friends in real life. Actually, all of our friends online exist in real life. But we were talking a little bit before about how this has become one of the most politically charged Bitcoin conferences. Yeah. Give me your thoughts of what we're going to see later today and tomorrow.
I mean, this is almost as charged as it gets, right? You've got RFK Jr. here. You've got Donald Trump, of course. Kamala Harris was, talking about the idea anyway. But this is happening at least a cycle earlier than I thought it was going to, bringing Bitcoin to the presidential level of politics and on that stage. And I think it's going to be amazing for Bitcoin, obviously, the exposure. I'm excited to hear what Donald Trump has to say. I hope he really kind of understands Bitcoin and the way he describes Bitcoin shows some kind of deeper understanding of it than he has shown already on the stage. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, guys, if you're not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. We'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. A conversation right now about Bitcoin conversations amongst family, friends, relatives. We've got a great panel here. Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot, Morgan Richard, Financial Planner, and Frank Corva, Lead Business Reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Want to go to the chats here. Obviously, people pouring in comments from around the world. We've got Combat Veteran here, just in all caps, cram Bitcoin down their throats. I think that's what he's recommending for family and friends. So we were talking about...
How's that working out for him?
Well, I mean, he's all caps, so I mean, he must...
he must know.
He must have been very successful, I think. But we're talking about the tactics that work as a financial planner. Morgan, maybe you can take us back into this conversation you were saying about your relatives and the conversations.
Yeah, for sure. I think this also applies in couples. So what I often see is that, it's the husband, right, who's gotten involved in Bitcoin, and maybe wife is a little bit more timid and not excited about it because she doesn't quite get it yet. And she's also heard a lot from her husband about it, but hasn't necessarily had a conversation with her husband about it. And so I think it's the same concept, right? Instead of cramming it down your wife's throat, maybe listen to her a little bit more, hear what she has to say about it. Because generally what I've heard is that when the wife is listened to, actually they can come to a mutual understanding and generally can come to the conclusion that they want to hold Bitcoin. But people don't like to do things just because somebody is telling them to, right? Just like my kids don't want to put on their shoes because I'm like, put on your shoes, we need to leave, right? You have to sort of flank and find an entrance, have a conversation, right? And that way you're not necessarily butting heads all the time.
Well, Pierre, obviously you've had some success. Your wife here speaking at a Bitcoin conference. Maybe that's not an expectation people at home can have right away. How did you start the conversation? What tips do you have?
Yes, I was very blessed. On our first date in person, I was just running my mouth about Bitcoin, doing everything I shouldn't be doing. And
that was the first date conversation.
That was the first date conversation.
It was like the oldie conversation.
So I talked about Bitcoin and I talked about Ted Cruz.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, there were two topics.
And despite that, we went on to have a really great relationship and kids. But I think what my blessing was that Morgan was already interested in Austrian economics, right? And so she already had this foundation of, hey, sound money is something that would solve a lot of problems in society. And so from that base, I think that combined with her interest in impressing me, right? She wanted to woo me by learning about Bitcoin.
That's true.
And wanted to fit in the Bitcoin meetups in New York City and not kind of just be Pierre's wife.
The laws of economics, laws of attraction. Frank, your experience with this, family, friends, what are you telling them today? If your cousin comes up to you at a wedding and says, hey, Frank, what should I do about Bitcoin? What are you saying?
I have to actually dial it back a little bit to about 4 years ago when I first taught my mom. So I got to give a shout out to my mom right now who might be watching. She got it right away. She actually was very into it. She thought the idea was really great. Not only that, she was like, hey, you seem to understand this pretty well. You should write about it. So I wouldn't be here at Bitcoin Magazine writing if I hadn't started a Substack 4 or 5 years ago. So I have to give a shout out to my mom there. With family and friends, I think your advice is perfect. I no longer try to teach anybody about this who has no interest in it. When someone does come up to me and ask, often the question is, what should I buy? So maybe they've heard about some hot new altcoin. Maybe they're trying to figure out whether it's dog with hat or Doge, the direction that they're going to go. I try to just steer them in the Bitcoin-only direction and just explain to them the differences between Bitcoin and other assets.
Quickly, before we go back to the main stage and more interviews, I want to talk about the politicization of the Bitcoin conversation. Obviously, tomorrow, the big headliner, Donald J. Trump, will be here on Saturday at 2 p.m. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speaking today. Politics, always a tricky subject. Add Bitcoin to the mix, I imagine even trickier. Pierre, your thoughts on just the politicization of Bitcoin in general right now?
So I think it's fantastic because I've spent a lot of time at the state capitol in Texas and at the Capitol in D.C. And it really, every one of these conversations is an opportunity to orange pill. And we have to keep in mind that with politicians, by definition, these are people who are very influential in their communities. Right? That's how they got elected. That's how they got the votes, is that they shake lots of hands and talk with lots of different people. And so if we're able to orange pill politicians, that trickles down to the rest of society. It's not like it just remains within this compartmentalized world of politics. So, and in today's age, everything's political. And Bitcoin is just a natural fit for that.
Bitcoin and politics colliding here in Nashville, Tennessee, Washington, and Bitcoin. We'll be back with more of this conversation after a short break. We're over to the Nakamoto stage and a short word from our sponsors.
KYCAML. And the reality is that self-custody is a human right, because what we're saying is that we should be allowed to hold numbers and letters, 12 words that should be part of free speech, essentially. And when we look at the Trump administration, at the end of the Trump administration, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, he put out a very controversial proposal which would have infringed on self-custody. And so we can really see this as him repositioning versus what was happening at the end of his administration, repositioning to reset things and to come out with a pro-Bitcoin policy platform.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here today, competing for votes as well. Morgan, maybe as a voter, I mean, how are you looking at these statements? Is your vote still up for grabs? Is there something that Robert could say today that would convince you to get into his voting block?
I mean, I think it's hard for an independent in general to win. I come from a family of independents in general, so like it's not like off the beaten path for someone in my family to vote like that. We were Ross Perot voters back in the day, and so I think that maybe that ultimately led to my interest in Austrian economics, and ultimately led me here. And having married Pierre, that we're now the Bitcoin couple here. But yeah, I mean, again, Ross Perot had like one of the greatest chances, I think, of winning as an independent back then, and it was still extremely difficult for him. So I think the path forward for Robert Kennedy, unfortunately, is going to look very similar.
Talking right now about Bitcoin and politics and some of the platforms that we'll see unveiled later today. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. still to speak at Bitcoin 2024. We're going to go now to our roving reporters backstage with our speakers, Bill Miller and Isabella Santos. Stay with us.
All right, Will. So how do you see Bitcoin as a potential driver of generational wealth creation?
Well, right now the valuation at 1.3 trillion from a market cap perspective, as many of us know, is a fraction that of digital gold. And if you think about the underlying characteristics of what money should be, Bitcoin embodies all of that and more. And so from a fundamental valuation perspective, if you think it can get to digital gold, that's 12 times upside from here, from a appreciation potential perspective. And younger people have the opportunity to buy into that now and save for many, many years. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen overnight, but you have the opportunity to put yourself into something that has massive upside potential. It's got a now 14-year track record or so. So from my perspective, not to own it is actually a big mistake. And I would encourage all young people to own it. It's one of my biggest personal assets, and I'm buying more.
They say there's a correlation with people saying that the people that don't own Bitcoin are the ones that criticize Bitcoin, but the people that own Bitcoin are the ones that have, more of the knowledge, I would say, about it.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's actually spent time learning about it, studying it, and understanding it that then says, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. People just think, oh, it's this weird technology and all these people are jumping on some bandwagon. But when you actually spend the time to understand the protocol and why it's so empowering from a personal and individual perspective, I don't see why you wouldn't own it.
So what are the key challenges and opportunities you see for families looking to incorporate Bitcoin into their long-term wealth strategies?
Understanding it is the most important thing, just because it's so different from any other denominator we have, whether it's dollar, euros, yen, whatever. Just because the political system that everyone is used to living in, it doesn't exist within Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital protocol that is uncorruptible, that isn't changing, whereas if you look at the history of fiat currencies, people jockey for power. They eventually want to give out tax breaks. They want to give money away to someone else for free. They print more money. Inflation occurs. And so Bitcoin is your own personal savings mechanism independent of that process.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, of course, streaming live on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Joined again by a panel of special guests: Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot; Morgan Richard, Financial Planet at Origin Wealth; and Amando Fabiano, co-founder at Second Gate. Topic now was politics and Bitcoin, the convergence, but with a focus now on maybe turning to mining and its strategic role. So the question, I think, to the floor: why should America support Bitcoin mining? Why is it a strategic priority for the nation?
You want me to start?
Go ahead, Amanda.
So mining is, there is no Bitcoin without Bitcoin mining, right? So as Bitcoiners, we should care a lot about mining. Mining industry has grown significantly over the past, 4 or 5 years in America. 33% of the network accounts is public miners, which most of them are based in the US. There's hundreds of megawatts of energy infrastructure being built because of Bitcoin miners. There's hundreds of jobs that are being created in very rural areas because of Bitcoin mining. So when you think about what Bitcoin mining does for America, it creates jobs, it creates energy stability, and it backs the Bitcoin network, which is the best immutable money in the world. So I personally feel strongly that we should care a lot about the Bitcoin mining ecosystem.
And of course, mining already a little bit geopolitical. The China ban sending Bitcoin miners over to America. Now here, maybe temporarily, unless there's a regime change. Your stance on that, Pierre?
So it's, from a national security perspective, it is critical to have as much Bitcoin mining happening here in the United States, because we know that there are foreign adversaries like Iran, like North Korea, and frankly like China, that while China's banned Bitcoin mining several years ago, now they're actually letting it back in. And so there's a realization that this is a strategic asset, and the more mining there is in the U.S., the less there is abroad. It's a fixed pie of revenue that's going to get split up. And then as a practical matter, when we look at the needs for energy in the United States, we need more power generation. We need more electricity here for a number of different reasons. You've got electrification of things like stoves, right, or cars. But you also have a lot of infrastructure that is aging and needs to be refreshed and needs to be paid for, and Bitcoin mining is a great way to get that in place.
And of course, a topic we are expecting to hear about tomorrow from Donald J. Trump when he takes the stage at Bitcoin 2024, sending it now to the Nakamoto stage for a special announcement.
Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
While this may be controversial to say, Bitcoin is not for everyone, but it is for anyone who is willing to learn.
And once you've listened to 10,000 hours of Saylor podcasts and memorized the Bitcoin standard, you're finally ready to buy it.
But where and how? Up next, we have Bitcoin Access for All with Johan Kerbret of Robinhood, Marshall Beard of Gemini, Dave Ripley of Kraken, moderated by Austin Arnold of Altcoin Daily.
Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello, Nashville. Very rarely do we get such experts in the field of some of the top crypto exchanges in the world to speak all at once and share some insights. So for the next 20 minutes, let's tune in. I want to talk with you guys. Bitcoin is for everybody. So let's start, very open-ended. You guys are the onboarders. The newbies come to you guys first to get educated about Bitcoin, buy their first Bitcoin. I leave it. Let's start with Dave. What pain points are you seeing today from customers onboarding into Bitcoin?
Sure. Well, look, I think there's, frankly, a few different ways to answer this. There's kind of the, hey, there's friction and it's difficult and security and holding your own keys versus, using one of these custodial exchanges. But I think, really the bigger piece around onboarding is kind of the same as what it's always been, which is around messaging and what Bitcoin really means for what it's worth. And I think, if we just look over the past several years, it's the same story that we all know, and it's really getting that message out there. What have we seen? We've seen, bank failures. We now see a bunch of underwater banks right now out there. The fiat inflation we've been talking about forever, it's here, frankly, across the globe at this point in time. And all of these things that are the Bitcoin, meanwhile, TikTok next block, right? And we have, Bitcoin, most secure payment system in the world. But I think it's just bringing that message together is frankly, in some ways, it's abstract. It's not a day-to-day message the same way it is for us as it is for the rest of the world. And I think that's really continues to be the main piece that we see as hey, here's the hurdle, is really getting that message across to the world.
Marshall, let me ask you this. Has the strategy changed at all since the last boom cycle in 2021? Is it the same pain points? Is it a different audience?
It's relatively the same pain points. And so we look at, Gemini as a bridge from traditional finance into the crypto ecosystem. So what we, focus on a lot is education, onboarding, reducing friction. We want to make it really easy to access Bitcoin. We, look at the onboarding funnels, the user acquisition channels. We provide tons of education. We make it really, really easy to access crypto. You don't need to know too much about blockchain. And then we, add advanced kind of features on as people develop within the ecosystem. So, this is what we've been focusing on for the last decade. And then when bull markets happen, we're prepared for that with great customer service. But generally, it's been the same.
Johan, let me pose a question to you. You are the crypto guy at Robinhood. Robinhood is TradFi coming into crypto. Why was it important for Robinhood to have, be a major player in the crypto space?
Yeah, I think for us, we see crypto as a financial asset that everyone needs to be able to access. And so it was really important for us to find a way to give it to everyone and to the 24 million customers that we have in the US. I think the part that we really nailed down at Robinhood is now with the Bitcoin ETF, you can really access Bitcoin the way you want. So you can have the underlying asset and use Robinhood Crypto. You can use your tax advantage account, like a retirement account, to buy one of the ETF, or you can use a brokerage. So At this point, I think we nailed the onboarding. All of us, like, if you want to get into Bitcoin and buy a Bitcoin, the onboarding will take a few minutes. You have access to great content and learning modules. I think now we need to also optimize like the usability of Bitcoin. And sometimes I think we forget that it's very easy to buy, and then you start to transfer, and you're kind of getting lost. You have to scan a QR code, you have these complicated addresses, and some people are going to be able to scam some of the part of the address. So we need to build more and more on this side of the industry as well.
Bitcoin is for all, yet we don't want murderers or people doing illegal stuff to be able to use it. Yet it's a tool, much like a knife is a tool. It can be used by a bad guy or a good guy. How do you guys think of, I guess, regulation for Bitcoin when it's supposed to be for everybody?
Yep, I can start, I guess. I think, look, all of us are regulated by many regulators. Like on the Robinhood side, we have regulation from the SEC, from FINRA, from the New York DFS on the crypto side. We also internationally having licenses. So we know how to work with regulation. I think what I would love for regulation is to help us embrace the space and give us the tools necessary to offer Bitcoin to everybody and give access to everyone. But I think the essence of Bitcoin was also the decentralization aspect. And so we want to make sure that we don't lose that aspect, because otherwise, like, we're just creating another USD system.
True.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's only one way for this. I mean, Bitcoin is permissionless, it's open, it's censorship resistant. I mean, this is what Bitcoin is. And I think when we talk about regulation, it for the most part doesn't fit. Where it does fit, though, is for a centralized entity that is, perhaps a custodian, takes control of other people's keys. All of these things are like where we're at today, and that's where Kraken sits in the ecosystem. And I think, like, it's definitely true that we will continue to be regulated as centralized entities. But I mean, when we talk about the open network that is Bitcoin, this is the only way is permissionless.
Marshall, let me pose this next question to you. Michael Saylor, a guy we all respect, speaking at this conference as well, is on record that robots and AI will only want to use Bitcoin. I think the mindset, it's the hardest money, that's what they want to use. Do you agree with that statement?
First time hearing that statement. Look, I absolutely think there's intersection between digital assets, blockchain technology, and AI, whether that's Bitcoin versus other digital assets with smart contracts or certain other features yet to be proven. But I do think that there's huge overlap there, and we'll see that play out in the next few years.
I want to pose it to the other two participants. AI and Bitcoin, do they intersect? In what way do they intersect in your mind?
Well, the way they intersect is, of course, we're talking about, online payments, connected systems, AI, bots, whatever they might be doing. This, of course, is like lends itself to digitally native payment system, which is Bitcoin. Probably the way where they may not connect right now is like, hey, to the extent that AI grows as this like centralized technology that is centralized in a few players and massive server farms and so forth, that would be a centralized path, and Bitcoin is, of course, decentralized. The two don't mix. I think that's where we, obviously it's very nascent, but talking about like, does decentralized AI make sense? In that world, I mean, you have a perfect fit. You have digitally native, you have decentralized, and the two line up perfectly.
Yeah, I think similarly, like, there's a few things where they intersect. First, for AI, we'll need to have this giant farm that are going to train the models, but they will have like peak of demand and lowest of demand, and so that can be a very good intersection around mining, where when you have less demand for the core functionality, you will be able to mine and still use these servers and miners. The second part, I think, is really around like the training of the model. I think one part that scares me around AI is that at this point we only have a few player training models that are very centralized, based on data that is very specific to for example, the US, and not necessarily something that will be usable in the world. So I think having a way where we can open source AI, and we saw Meta this week like doing a lot of work on that side, and being able to open source the model and train them, you will need a way to have a decentralization of the model, and then you need to also have the currency to pay for this training. So I think Bitcoin can be a very good contender there. I don't know if it can be the only one, but I think it's a good one.
Let me poll the audience. People in Nashville right now, we have a packed house. By applause, how many of you guys like Bitcoin's volatility? The people love it. I understand why you guys do too, because that comes with downside for sure, but the upside is a selling point. It's a feature, not a bug. As we appear, and anything could happen, as we appear to be entering or already in another boom cycle in the historical 4-year cycles, how do you guys think of that from an exchange point of view, or just educating and giving access for Bitcoin for all?
Yeah, well, from an exchange standpoint, yes. Volatility obviously leads to higher volume, and that's a big part of trading and so forth. But I think the reality is I mean, if you actually look at the curve of volatility over the history of Bitcoin, it just declines. It's been declining over time. Every cycle, the highs are not as high, as a multiple as they were in the previous cycle. Same thing with the lows, and that also on a more micro level, big volatility comes down. This makes sense. We have more participants, more volume, more liquidity in the ecosystem, and volatility is just going to continue to come down over time. And so, yes, it's a long haul, and there'll continue to be volatile, and it'll continue to be a relatively volatile asset for some time. But I think over the long term, Bitcoin volatility just keeps coming down as you get more of that. I think probably the last stage where you really see Bitcoin volatility come down is when, this is a bit further off in the future, but where we see it being used as a unit of account. That actually creates some stickiness on price and or value, and I think that's where you actually see volatility come down even further. So I think, look, it's here. It's in some ways a feature, but over time it's going to come down, and that's actually going to be probably a good thing.
I want to pose this question to you guys. Bitcoin and crypto has very much become a political issue this year. There's no getting around it. Donald Trump is speaking on this stage tomorrow, and through that, many non-Bitcoin people will be introduced to Bitcoin throughout the next 4 months and beyond. What's a piece of advice you would give a new person that's hearing about Bitcoin for the first time today?
Sure. I mean, I can start. Gem and I, every year, we release a State of Crypto report. We actually released a tidbit of that today, where we found that 1 in 5 Americans owns crypto. And of the 50 million people in the US, about 71% said that a candidate's stance on crypto could influence their vote. So it's really interesting to see, and it's really interesting to see that the Bitcoin conference has become a campaign stop. I think Bobby Kennedy is speaking here today, and President Trump tomorrow, and there was rumors that Kamala was gonna be here. So it's quite interesting to see that. With regards to new users, I mean, this is what I tell my friends, family, my neighbors when they find out I work in crypto or I'm just talking about it. Do it yourself, right? Get an account, wire money in, buy a little bit, keep reading, download, a MetaMask account, buy a hardware wallet, just embrace it, test things out, try things out, and you'll learn more and more over time. So, the best advice to people is just to, start using it, start learning about it, and that's how people kind of get into it more.
Johan, same question.
Yeah, I think in regards to politics, I'm really focusing on making sure that as a company, Robinhood is successful no matter what the administration is. We are here for the long term, and so since our creation, we've been with different administration on each side. And at this point, what I really want to focus on is making sure that when people hear about it, they actually know what to do. And so we invested a lot on learning modules on Robinhood. We have Learn and Earn for Bitcoin, and for me, that would be the first thing I would recommend people is learn about the product and learn to use it. You don't even have to spend money or buy any Bitcoin at first. And when you feel ready, you can get into it. And the most important part is that, Bitcoin is here to stay, no matter the political party that is going to win in November. And globally in the world, we are seeing a lot more regulation around crypto, and we see a lot more government embracing it. And so, I think for me, that's really like where I'm focusing on.
Dave, new question for you. We're bullish. We've drank the Kool-Aid. The more you learn about Bitcoin, they say the more you have. I think the audience is bullish as well. But as new people gain access to Bitcoin or learn about Bitcoin, sometimes it scares them that everybody's so bullish. So what's one thing that could slow Bitcoin down or stop Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I mean, we've come so incredibly far over the past decade plus in the space. We've talked about all the different hurdles over time of like ease of use and security, and I mean, we went through things like the fork wars, all these different pieces, and a lot of what we talked about is like, hey, the final boss is global governments. And, that it's frankly a really relevant year in 2024 that, we're there and, more or less at then they fight you stage. I mean, look, we've kind of been here for a long time. Like China banned Bitcoin early and often. El Salvador has accepted it today, and the U.S. felt like it was much closer to China for a long time, and frankly, just recently we're getting moving on that spectrum. Hopefully, here in this country, so that's really a positive. But so that's I think like one big piece is just and really our antidote for that is just getting more adoption. The more people that are Bitcoin adopters, hodlers in the space, supportive of the ecosystem, understand the benefits, that's really what matters. I would also say, like, while that's like what we've often talked about, the biggest boss, it's like the one that's like most prominent out there, probably the one that is like almost more meaningful and that frankly us in the ecosystem have to keep our eyes on are kind of the failures and the challenges from within. Like, look, Bitcoin's not going to fail. Like, it's proven. It is the most secure store of value payment system in the world. But look, I mean, we're only a year and a half away from horrible failures like FTX and many others in the space. And I think the reality is we'll probably see, and it's a long history. People just got their Gox coins back just recently, right? That's another failure in the space from a long time ago. And I think these potential kind of like, I don't want to say if it's like, within the space are those things that they could potentially provide a black eye on the space that are almost like self-caused are really also problematic. That's like kind of where, I mean, Kraken was founded on this premise. Actually, coming out of the first Mt. Gox hack was where Jesse Powell, Kraken founder, came with the idea of like, hey, this is needed in the space. One of the greatest crypto entrepreneurs, and really decided that there needs to be this place of stability in the ecosystem. And so I think that's like something for all of us to look out for today, because there's going to be more failures. Let's just make sure they're small ones, not big ones.
Johan?
Yeah, I also think innovation is important. We saw yesterday there was the first zero-knowledge proof transaction confirmed on the chain. We see a lot more usage on the Lightning Network. I think this is what is going to keep making Bitcoin successful, because not only you can use it as a reserve of funds, and we all know how good it is for that, but also you can start building innovation on it. You can have an entire ecosystem building on top of it, and that's going to keep the entire chain like alive and successful. So I'm really excited about this part of the technology. I think sometimes we discuss it a lot at other conferences for other chains, but we don't discuss it enough in the Bitcoin world. And I think this is pretty amazing what we are seeing happening in the past few weeks.
Final question, and we're going to start with Marshall, but I want to hear from everybody. Let's say all four of us are on this stage 1 year from today at the next Bitcoin conference. Give me a 2025 Bitcoin prediction. Where will we be 1 year from now?
I think you see much larger global adoption, and I think that's two fronts. I think you start seeing more jurisdictions launching spot publicly traded Bitcoin ETFs. So there's Canada now, you're going to see Europe, obviously the US, Brazil, Australia, Hong Kong. You're going to see more Bitcoin ETFs, which I think will, broaden adoption as well. And I think you're going to see, look, if 1 in 5 Americans owns crypto today, there's still 4 out of 5 that can be educated and onboarded. So, I think Bitcoin as it exists today, the protocol is very similar, and I think just adoption just keeps rising.
Johan?
Yeah, I think, I agree on the ETF adoption. I think it's going to bring a lot of institutional flow. I think it's going to help stabilize the prices and help also bring more and more people into the space, because at first they will, buy a few ETF shares or something like that, and then they will be more curious and get into the actual Bitcoin. And that's what we see the most at Robinhood. It's people start by just holding, and then they transfer into the self-custody wallet, and then they start using it on a day-to-day basis. So I think we're going to keep seeing that. The elections are going to make it first and frontal. I think we're going to have a lot of discussion and topics around that, and hopefully people are going to be able to just realize the differences between Bitcoin and other chains and the real world, the USD, and with the current inflation in place, hopefully we can see more and more adoption.
Dave, 1 year from today, where will Bitcoin be?
Yeah. The longer-term predictions are always easier, you know that. Well, just 1 year. So, I don't know, 1 year from now, 200K Bitcoin. I think we'll see...
That's what we wanted to hear.
I think we'll see... I'd like to think we'll see 5 more nations go the way that El Salvador went. Small, probably small. Be another thing we see in the space. Of course, the adoption. I think clearly we're in this big U.S. political cycle. Tides are turning here. I think we will, we'll go through this cycle. Bitcoin will become truly a household word by that time, and one that gets talked about through this cycle, and into next year, we're going to see a really positive environment here in the United States.
I want to thank these gentlemen for sharing their time. I will immediately be going to the Whale area. I have a talk with my brother and Gary Cardone. If you're a Whale, come hang out. But I will be back here for my brother on the stage with Scaramucci and other notable people. So I'll be bolting right away, but I look forward to talking to you guys. I'll be around the conference all day. Give it up for these experts in the space.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo. We're streaming out on X, YouTube, and Rumble all day. Still to come, Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, and Cynthia Lummis, Republican Senator. Of course, you just heard from the exchanges. Now we've got a packed panel talking about something special announcement. Jameson Lobb, co-founder and CTO at Casa, Nick Newman, CEO at Casa, leaders in self-custody. Guys, you were just on stage moments ago. What was the big announcement?
So we announced that very excitedly, for the first time ever, you can use a YubiKey to store Bitcoin keys. And for those who aren't familiar with YubiKeys have been around and just used by 20 million plus people for the last decade.
So you're talking about a small device?
I got one in my pocket, actually, yeah.
Love to see it.
It's
plugs into your computer?
It's very small. It plugs into your computer. All it takes to use it is just a tap. And so this is basically a replacement for a hardware wallet for the people that want to actually use this instead of a hardware wallet. It's much simpler than a hardware wallet, and it's already, like I said, being used by 28 million people worldwide. And so what we're really excited about is just when you think about the user experience of using Bitcoin, especially in self-custody, it's tough. There's a lot of people I know that they bought a Ledger or another hardware wallet like years ago, and it's just been sitting unopened on their desk or in their closet, and they feel guilty about it, but they're just like, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, our thesis here, of course, is that a hardware wallet in your desk drawer
is not worth very much. This new device has trade-offs, of course, and we're pushing more towards usability and convenience because even a slightly less secure device, if it's actually being used, is a million times more secure than a perfectly secure device that's sitting.
We're talking about self-custody security, but really what we're talking about is guarding against the loss of Bitcoin, right? And that's what CASA and this announcement is about. Really, is another way to protect your coins, correct?
Yeah, it's another way to protect your Bitcoin, but also what we talked about in the announcement was that CASA, and this is really the first step where, if you think about a YubiKey, you can use this for a lot more than just securing Bitcoin.
So that can be a Bitcoin wallet and
it's a 2FA for your Apple ID or your Google account, and it's incredible from that perspective because this is really taking us a step further on CASA's mission towards making private keys easier for everybody to use. And what we talked about was CASA's always been known for Bitcoin security. And this is the first step to CASA not being just about Bitcoin security, but about security for Bitcoiners. And it's kind of clever, you're flipping the two words, but really what it means to us is that CASA's not just another place to store your Bitcoin. We're actually helping you think about everything in your digital life that supports the security of your Bitcoin. But it also includes, how do I make sure that I've got a plan in case I die? Or what happens to my Bitcoin if I die? How do I make sure that my online accounts like my X account don't get hacked? Like you had that problem happen, right?
My X account has been hacked. It was a painful experience, and of course, CASA was there to help, obviously with great customer service. Proud to be a customer. Jameson, would like to take you in there for the loss of Bitcoin and maybe the negative experience you've heard from customers. How has that impacted how you think about the business?
Yeah, I mean, what we're really trying to do is get people to follow best practices. As new hardware, software, and best practices sort of emerge in this ecosystem, we're out there, we're paying attention, and we're trying to figure out how do we get the incentives in place so that people actually adopt them. And that's been, I think, one of the greatest challenges over the past 6 years of CASA, is us continuing to evolve and to increase the optionality of what our users can do. So, I want to be clear that we're by no means like dropping any of our current support or security models. What we're doing is we're expanding the options of the different trade-offs between security and convenience because we want a bigger umbrella. We want more people to get under some sort of decent level of security so that they feel confident in doing it. And this is the whole issue of being your own bank, right? It's always been possible to be your own bank. In the very early days, only the super duper uber nerds who were like GPG encrypting files on their laptops and using air-gapped machines were able to do that. And it's just really, really high bar. And this is the great thing as technology continues to evolve, as we continue to learn from security incidents, we are able to add new tools to our toolbox, and that's what this is today.
Real quick before we go back to the main stage, obviously going to hear from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. later, presidential candidate, coming out in support of self-custody. Donald J. Trump tomorrow, a supporter of self-custody as well. What are your thoughts as a self-custody company about what you've heard from these nominees?
I mean, when Trump, as a former president, went out a few weeks ago and said that he was going to support the right to self-custody, that was the first time the word self-custody had come out of a president's mouth. That's crazy.
Wow.
And just the level of awareness that brings and the level of acceptance that brings of, hey, this is a very new concept for a lot of people, but you've got a presidential candidate talking about this. It suddenly brings it to the forefront in a way that it normalizes it for people, and suddenly people aren't thinking, oh, this self-custody thing is weird. They're thinking, this self-custody thing is a real tool in my toolbox that I can use to exit the banking system if I need to when there's problems with the banking system.
And of course, self-custody under fire from the current administration. Jameson, your quick thoughts before we go back to the main stage.
Well, I've heard it's like having a Swiss bank account in your pocket. Some people think that may be a bad thing, but of course we think it's a great thing to be empowered at that level.
Casa.io. Go and check out the product, the announcement just on the main stage. We're going to send it back to Nakamoto's stage. Stay with us. This is the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024. Alex Gladstein, now a keynote.
Same time, I'm going to come back and talk to you guys about power. So each sort of section I give, I'm going to give you a little manifesto, okay, to take home. One little TLDR. If you remember one thing for each, I'm giving that to you. So for commerce, it's we have financial privilege, okay? So, I'm guessing most of you here are Americans or potentially Europeans. You come from countries where the currency, the dollar or the euro potentially, is reasonably good. It's reasonably strong. It's done decently well. You have access to stock markets and different ways to diversify your savings to protect yourself for the future. Generally speaking, the government is actually done things to try and protect people. Like, for example, the FDIC, like, if a bank collapses, they're going to try and make you whole. This is completely rare on Earth. Like less than 1 billion people live in a country with what's called a reserve currency, meaning other banks, other central banks and other governments want to save that currency and use it as savings. Only about 1 billion people live in a country that issues a reserve currency and that has property rights under a liberal democracy. Less than 1 billion people. So we're talking 7 billion people plus that live either under an authoritarian government that does not respect property rights at all, or that issues a terrible currency. So most people on Earth deal with terrible money all the time. We might not think of it because we're in America and our money's great and we can go around the world and we don't have to worry about exchanging it. It's basically useful everywhere. Most other currencies are like, as Lynn Alden puts it, like arcade tokens. Like if you leave a country like Togo with the currency from Togo, you go to France, you go to the United States or China, it's totally worthless. It's not worth anything. So we are very, very privileged. Most people are not. This is a photograph I took in Malawi. I was there in December to learn about the impact Bitcoin is having on the world. Malawi is a small country in southeastern Africa. Only 11% of people in Malawi have electricity. Think about that for a second. The currency they use is called the kwacha. So the kwacha, is a very weak currency. Now these people, this is just a street market that I just took this picture. What's remarkable is that, these are already some of the poorest people in the world. The average annual income in a place like Malawi is somewhere around $100, okay? Now, if you live in the capital, maybe you're making $500 or $1,000 a year. But, you could be making 20 or 40 bucks a year in some of these rural places. I mean, so these people already are dealing with, they're suffering. I mean, they're dealing with a lot. I mean, I know that they can, they're probably, satisfied in certain ways, but man, I mean, they are just so deprived in many other ways. And they're the last people in the world that needed a structural adjustment. So what happened in Malawi last year is that in coordination with the IMF, the government devalued the currency by 44% overnight. So this wasn't announced ahead of time to the people. Nobody, did a poll. They weren't like, hey, who wants to lose 44% of your value next Wednesday? No, that never happened. This is just normal. This happens to people all over the world. So overnight, their currency that they're earning their wages in, and they don't have, stock markets or access to dollars. They're stuck in this currency. Most people don't even have a bank account. They're just using cash. So the cash they have and the cash they're earning all of a sudden buys 44% less stuff, 44% less imports, rice, coffee, dollars, gold, whatever. So real estate, their purchasing power just takes a massive hit, okay? And again, they don't have the access that we do to like alternative things. Even people in countries like Argentina have a way out. They can get, into sort of a dollar system. These people can't, okay? So, it's just really tough, and it has a huge impact on commerce and on business. So this is like a flyer put out by one of the big telecoms that operates in Malawi. So what they're saying here is that the previous year, this telecom, made about 36 billion kwacha, okay? Let's say that's a few million bucks or whatever it is. Because of the devaluation, which in total was 66% because there was other devaluations, they're basically not making any money at all. They're making between -2 and 1.7 billion. So the impact this has on commerce and business is absolutely destructive. And that's the fiat system, okay? And it's being imposed on people all over the world with violence. So this is in Kenya. There were massive protests this summer in Kenya over a new IMF sort of coordinated bailout basically for the government that came with all these conditions, which meant higher taxes, less public services, and a currency devaluation. And people rose up and they protested against it, and the IMF told the Kenyan government to ignore the protests. So, I mean, this is being violently imposed on people. The way that the current system works is through violence and through control. Some really cool use cases for Bitcoin. Number one, Bitcoin users cannot be structurally adjusted. So if you're using Bitcoin, and I met plenty of Bitcoiners in Malawi, a lot of young people, they're very bright, they're doing some amazing things with Bitcoin there. They're just getting started, but it's going to be like a trickle that turns into a flood. Just watch. 10 years, there's going to be so much Bitcoin activity there. You know, the people that are doing business and saving in Bitcoin, they can't be touched by a structural adjustment. Their purchasing power isn't going to go down by 44% tomorrow. They are sovereign and they are safe. Another really great use case is that they enjoy the real rate of exchange. So for example, if you're sending money to a place like Nigeria, and I'll just give you some general numbers, they're not fully accurate, but just to give you an idea. Let's say that your dollar buys 1,000 naira, which is the Nigerian currency, when you use something like Western Union. So let's say you send a remittance, an average remittance in the world today, meaning like someone who lives in America and is sending money back to their family in Nigeria, is around $200 or $300. So let's say they send $100 back to Nigeria using Western Union. Well, the recipient gets 1,000 naira per dollar minus the fees. But the real street rate is actually 2,000 per dollar. But the government has a rigged rate to steal from the people. If you use Bitcoin, you just send Bitcoin to the person in Nigeria, they go in the street and they sell it for 2,000 naira. So you're getting twice as much as your value if you use Bitcoin as opposed to some sort of fiat rail, in many cases. That's an amazing use case. Bitcoin users speak a global monetary language. Again, if you're in Malawi and you have the kwacha, it's totally useless outside of Malawi. Guess what? If you're earning Bitcoin in Malawi, which we'll get into, especially tomorrow, you know, if you're mining, you're earning Bitcoin, you're not earning in kwacha. Your money works everywhere. You can do anything. You can buy things all over the world. And this is super, super powerful. And people in Malawi told us how powerful this was. Another one is that Bitcoin users, you know, in an ultimate sense, escape what I call the currency caste system. So there's like 160, 180 different currencies all around the world, and people get trapped inside of them. Okay? It's like when you have Egypt getting adjusted right now, dictator's getting a bailout, he's got to devalue the currency to take the loan. People are trapped. They don't really have access to like dollars or euros. So, you know, they're trapped, and then, you know, the foreign markets get cheaper Egyptian labor and goods, and that's how the system is all designed. The system is basically designed to squeeze people around the world for our benefit. It's a cruel thing, but it's true. And I think we just should be humble about it and understand that that is part of how the world works. You know, we are very successful in the United States for a lot of reasons, including really noble ones like individual rights and our republic and all these things, and that's awesome. And we have a lot to be proud of, but a lot of the other reasons that we and other countries, you know, over time have been successful is because we exploit other people. I mean, it's just reality. So, you know, I think that Bitcoin is great because it allows people to escape that system. Moving along, when we think about commerce and people trading and transacting with each other, remember, 2 billion people, you know, aren't banked and don't have ID. I mean, that's pretty wild. They can all use Bitcoin. You don't need any paperwork to use Bitcoin. It's very, very powerful. Here's just some data from a book called Resistance Money that I would encourage you to check out. I mean, some of these numbers are wild. 22% of Indians don't have a bank account. That's almost 250 million people. In China, you've got over 100 million people with no bank account. Even in Egypt, you've got almost 50 million. And women are often hit the hardest, right? So maybe in the United States, most women are banked, but in countries like Egypt and Nicaragua and Lebanon, very, very few women have bank accounts. Guess what? Bitcoin doesn't care what your gender is. All right, now inflation. You know, some of us obviously experienced a little bit of that in the last few years in the United States, but my friend who lived in Venezuela was telling me this is what she told me, that her cup of coffee when she was living there in 2016 cost 450 bolivars. 2017 it cost 4,500. In 2018 it cost 1.4 million. So what you're watching is just the vaporization of the lower middle classes and their savings. The wealthy figured out ways around it, but the average person got crushed. Again, Bitcoin is an escape. There are people who got out of this system through Bitcoin. This is a way that the Venezuelan government tried to block aid coming in. This is a photo from the New York Times. They literally tried to block people trying to help starving individuals in Venezuela. And you know what? Like, before Bitcoin, like, they could kind of do that. But what you don't see in this photo are the millions of dollars of Bitcoin going back and forth, helping people, helping families. It can't be stopped. So this idea of, like, governments controlling us is going in basically the trash bin of history, which is great. This is a pretty well-known kind of meme in Bitcoin. It happened about 5 years ago. There's an account that likes to make fun of Bitcoin, and it's saying there's not a single goddamn thing that Bitcoin can do that Apple Pay doesn't already do 10 times better. And the crazy part is this person doesn't realize, like, very few people on this planet have access to Apple Pay. So Zia is a very, very brave Iranian Bitcoin educator. He's amazing. He went to prison for you know, 8 to 10 months. We didn't know if he'd make it out, and this was during the women life freedom protests in Iran. He came out. He's still active. He's amazing. And, you know, he says, I can't use Apple Pay, PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, or anything like them. I'm from Iran. I can't use Bitcoin. What do you have to say? Person obviously didn't say anything. Crickets, because there's no response to that. That's because Bitcoin cannot discriminate. That's one of its biggest superpowers. You know, Bitcoin users, again, they don't need a bank account or ID. It's permissionless money. All money that you've ever used, pretty much, you've had to ask permission to use. That's so crazy. Now we have a new money that you don't have to ask anyone's permission to use, and that's very powerful. Again, as I was showing you, Bitcoin users cannot be hyperinflated. That's an amazing use case, okay? And at the end of the day, maybe Bitcoin isn't for everyone. Maybe you're fine with your dollars, but it is for anyone, and that's very, very powerful. I wanted to read this just to give you a sense of the humanitarian impact this thing has. Basically, this doctor was commenting that, you know, humanitarian actors are struggling. You know, they can't get financial services when they're in war zones. They get payments refused. They have banks closed down. She was working with the EU and the US government, all these different institutions, and she still couldn't reach the people she was trying to help. They had to carry cash in suitcases. And that's like very risky and dangerous, obviously, if you're walking around with a suitcase. And she says at a major humanitarian conference, one big humanitarian actor said that payment issues are now the #1 threat to the humanitarian space. Okay, well, like Bitcoin essentially fixes that. I mean, you can just have direct peer-to-peer access to anyone else in the world with Bitcoin. You can get the aid to where it needs to go, and people understand that. So these are headlines like Turks piling into Bitcoin. You know, people going crazy in Lebanon for Bitcoin, trying to get into it, trying to learn more about it, helping people in Ukraine after the Russian invasion, helping people in Argentina who are suffering. I mean, this is happening. This is not going away. This is a permanent shift in the world's monetary system, and it's a very welcome one. This is sort of a chart showing the data is about 1.5 years old, so it's a lot more today. But you know, roughly about 10% of the world has, in terms of people between the ages of 16 and 64, have you know, interacted in some way with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. But what's interesting is that the countries with the highest rates of adoption, getting up to close to 20% and beyond today, are countries that have had, you know, big problems, economic crises. You talk about, you know, Nigeria's on there, Argentina, and you know, people who have worse currency flock to this thing. It shouldn't surprise you. And you know, it makes sense. Like if you're doing business, if you're doing commerce, if you're trying to pay somebody who works for you and they live in one of these countries, it's a nightmare. Well, not anymore. You can just use Bitcoin. It's so important for remote work, for AI, for all that stuff. It's going to be so nice to have one open, neutral money for the world. Very, very important. And you know what? You don't even need to use internet to use Bitcoin. My friend KG, who's actually on a different stage talking right now about this amazing project that he created, Machankura, he's from South Africa, and he created something that we probably wouldn't have thought of here in America because most of us have internet. Well, 600 million people in Africa don't have the internet. And he created a way for people just using a feature phone, which looks like this. It has no internet, just using SMS to log in and use Bitcoin. It's really amazing. So you don't even need the internet to use Bitcoin. So it really can reach nearly everyone. All right, so that's commerce. Now we're going to move to freedom. And my mantra for this one is that Bitcoin is bad for dictators. I want you to remember that one. Bitcoin is bad for dictators. What do dictators need? They need control, right? And what does Bitcoin do? It gives control to people and takes it away from government. All right, so this is how money used to work, right? For many, many generations, we used sort of bearer instrument paper or metal money. It didn't tell anything about you to the person that you bought something from. So you went and bought a newspaper, used some cash. The person doesn't know your name or your address or any of that stuff. They can't predict what you're going to do next. They don't know what you did in the past. But now, in today's world, most money is digital, and it's just completely tracked and surveilled. I mean, when you go buy something with a credit card, that information is immediately sold to data markets. I know this because a few years ago, I was buying dog treats for my dog, toothbrush-shaped dog treats at a pet food store. And it was it wasn't online. I put the credit card in the terminal. I walked out of the store. A few minutes later, I got hit with an ad on social media for toothbrush-shaped dog treats. I'm like, wait a second. How did they know? Like, if it was geolocation, how did they know I didn't buy, like, parrot food? Like, what's going on here? And I looked into it, and I learned from my credit card company that I was using at the time, and they disclose this in the massive amount of paperwork that they give you when you sign up for a credit card, that they sell your information right away, you know, for advertising. So the whole thing is built on advertising. The whole sort of internet today is built on this idea that, like, you're the product, right? Well, Bitcoin is just a completely different way to do digital money. It's a way to do digital money and keep our freedom. And that's very important because 5.7 billion people live under authoritarianism. All right, and I know that, like, a lot of you here don't like any government, and I'm with you, that's fine. But, like, let's be realistic. Like, there's the difference between Texas and Tibet, right? So You know, we at least have, we can get here. I can make fun of the president here. I can go on TV. I can make fun of people. We can protest. We can sue the government. Awesome. Okay, we're not perfect, but we can do these things. You can't do any of that stuff in authoritarian regimes. You can't start an environmental group. You can't even start a freaking stamp collecting group without them shutting you down or potentially killing you if you criticize the leader. That's the case for most people in the world. We enjoy a lot of freedoms here that we often, I think forget or take for granted. You know, ironically, the very first use case really for freedom and Bitcoin as freedom money was by someone who was being persecuted by our government, Julian Assange. So what's interesting about this is this was very early in Bitcoin's sort of life story. It was when it wasn't worth very much. But basically, after Julian Assange released Collateral Murder, and he was showing some of the war crimes of the US and causing a lot of stress in America over what we were doing abroad, the US government shut down the ability of people to make donations to him. So they instructed all the credit card companies and PayPal to freeze everything. It's called the banking blockade. So what Julian figured out in the summer of 2011 was that he could use Bitcoin. And he posted a Bitcoin address to the WikiLeaks Twitter account, and everything else is history. His supporters were able to reach him, even though the most powerful governments in the world wanted him to stop. That's because Bitcoin doesn't ask for permission and doesn't care who you are. It works, which is really, really magical. Now, today, it's unfortunately par for the course for dictatorships and authoritarian governments to go after people by freezing their bank accounts. It wasn't really possible 20, 30 years ago because we just didn't have the sophisticated technology. Not everybody was using digital payments. But now we have lots of ways to target you. So in Nicaragua, Ortega's going after everybody with bank freezing. The church, the schools, the students, the universities, the Jesuits. So anyone who disagrees with them, he freezes their bank account. You know what? That sucks, okay? So guess what? We now have programs to help people in Nicaragua educate, learn about Bitcoin. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. Hong Kong, they're freezing bank accounts. India freezes the bank accounts of abolitionists fighting against slavery, of environmentalists, of people looking into Modi's corruption. Russia freezes bank accounts of anyone who disagrees with Putin. Turkey does the same thing. It's happening all over the world. And it gets very sophisticated. This is really scary. This is from Iran. So in Iran today, right now they've installed all these cameras in major cities. And if they see, and they're using algorithms, right? And if they see that a woman isn't properly wearing her headscarf, her hijab, right? She gets auto-fined, okay? She gets auto-fined. I mean, this is crazy. So you can start to think about where it's going to go from here. It's not going to be pretty. The centralized digital payment system we have is built with one end only, and that's total control. But again, Bitcoin gives us a way out. So with Bitcoin, Xi Jinping can't micro-track you. Putin can't freeze you. The Burmese government, which likes to sort of delete the property records of ethnic minorities, they can't delete you. And Chavismo cannot hyperinflate you, most importantly. And again, people are fighting back. It's really awesome to see. So, of course, Julian, got kicked out of the fiat money system. Well, later he thanked the U.S. government for a 50,000% return on his Bitcoin. Most importantly, look, he's a free man today, for the most part, because a Bitcoin donor paid for his flight to leave to go back to Australia. So, Bitcoin continues to help in this important case. This is the first time when HRF got involved with Bitcoin, was actually 10 years ago, or 11 years ago in Ukraine. This was from 2013. Ukrainians were protesting against their corrupt government, and they couldn't have any access to financial services abroad. Like, no one could donate using a traditional bank wire or anything like that. Only Bitcoin can reach them. This is a post from 2013. It was a fundraiser we did in Bitcoin. And, these guys came to us, and they were like, can we do this Bitcoin fundraiser? We were like, what? Like, this is crazy. But we were open-minded, and we did it, and it worked. And to our surprise, it worked. And everything's just been downhill from there. Now, like, the global activist community is totally wired to use Bitcoin. Navalny, again, rest in peace, before he was murdered by the Russian government, his organization was one of the sort of biggest users of Bitcoin. They've always used Bitcoin for donations going back to 2016 because Putin would come in and steal their money and mess with their bank accounts, but he can't mess with Bitcoin. So it's very powerful. It keeps democracy alive. It keeps freedom alive in many places. It powered protests in Nigeria a few years ago. It powered protests in Belarus. I mean, this is a truly global thing. It helps people escape from collapsing economies. This is a story of a Venezuelan who used Bitcoin to get out of Venezuela. I've personally interviewed people from Afghanistan, from Burma, from many, many places like Syria and Venezuela who've escaped with their wealth in their hands. I mean, this is never possible before. My ancestors fled from the Holocaust. Like, they They couldn't bring anything with them. Now people can liquidate what they have into Bitcoin and cross a border with a seed phrase, with their money memorized in their head, maybe even. It's really amazing. I mean, this is an incredible use case that you just cannot do with the US dollar. And for people to sit there and say this thing is useless is so profoundly ignorant. And you know what? We've had enough of it. So that's what we're here today, to talk about all this stuff. In Afghanistan, it's helping women get educated. Ever since the Taliban took over Afghanistan, it's impossible to send money there. It's impossible to send the US dollar there. The US dollar just doesn't do that. It's not good at that. You can't possibly do that. Well, Bitcoin does it. So my friend Roya Mahbub, who's been doing this for 10 years, she sends Bitcoin to teachers, and they teach underground education, and it works. And the teachers go into the market, and they sell the Bitcoin for local currency to sort of people in the street, in the Hawala system. It works there. In Palestine, it works. There's horrible atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people by the Israelis, and with our money, unfortunately, right now, and very few people are willing to do anything about it. But Bitcoiners have snapped into action. And this one Palestinian guy, he's in Gaza. He's been orchestrating this thing. It's amazing. If you want to get involved, you can take a screenshot of the QR. It takes you to the Geyser Fund that's doing the crowdfunding for this. He's helped 20,000 families through Bitcoin. Nobody's helping anybody in Gaza now, but this guy's helping. It's really amazing. So this is another really profound thing that you can do with Bitcoin that you cannot do with the US dollar. And it cuts across all issues and political lines. In Ukraine, it's the same thing. Ukrainians who fled from Putin's invasion, they were able to bring their wealth with them. You know, just think about this, and CNBC did a story on this. If you brought your Bitcoin with you and you escaped and you had to go to Poland or Germany or whatever, you could just go to a Bitcoin ATM, no ID, and you can withdraw your Bitcoin into local currency. You can't do that with the fiat banking system. So again, another remarkable use case. And it even is interesting in Western societies too. You know, look, we're not perfect. Like the Canadians, they froze the bank accounts and the GoFundMe fundraisers of the truckers, okay? Regardless of what you think about the truckers, the interesting thing here is that 100% of the fiat funds raised by the truckers were confiscated, like, you know, at the press of a button. 70% of the Bitcoin made it to the truckers. That's amazing. I mean, that really shows the power of this thing to be a protest tool. And look, even like marginalized communities in our country, you know, they use this thing. You know, look, whether it be marijuana business, the gun business, like, or sex workers, people who are marginalized, people who are prosecuted under Operation Choke Point and all this nonsense, they've been able to use Bitcoin because the government can't stop Bitcoin. And even in a democracy, that's important. And I would say especially in a democracy, that's important. Even in the darkest places in the world, North Korea, all these women escape North Korea. They all get enslaved and sex trafficked in China. It's horrible. It happens every year. Thousands of people do this every year. They're put through this horror. And Yeonmi Park, who survived that herself, she came in 2 years ago on the stage, told you all that it's very hard to use the US dollar to rescue these women. Basically, they use pastors and church groups to rescue people who are trapped in China. And it's very hard to use the US dollar, but Bitcoin has made her job so much easier. So look, Bitcoin is a light in the darkest of places. Bitcoin users can escape the central bank digital currency endgame that's coming. I mean, all that digital money, it's all evolving into a totally programmable tool that eventually is going to happen. I mean, if we didn't have Bitcoin, we'd be screwed. We'd have interest rates, you know, negative interest rates. You'd have expiration dates on your money. You'd have, you know, restrictions on how much meat or oil you could buy or where you could go. You know, so we can get out of that dystopia through this thing. That's an amazing use case. And, you know, at the end of the day, we just have to ask, how do the dictators feel about Bitcoin? Well, what do dictators need, right? So dictators need censorship, confiscation, and closed capital markets. What is Bitcoin? And what's the American idea? Well, red, white, and blue, free speech, property rights, and open capital markets. So I think, you know, there's going to be a transition, and no one knows if it's going to be pretty or hard or easy. It might be tough. But on the other side, we're going to have an amazing America that's really rooted in the idea of power coming back to the people in the form of economic power in the hands of the people. Look, in my job, I do a lot of human rights activism. I can say in the industry, a lot of that's virtue signaling. I mean, what does, you know, free country X really do? But by helping someone achieve financial freedom, you know, that's real impact. I mean, I would basically propose to you that pound for pound, helping people learn about Bitcoin might be the single most effective form of human rights activism. It really might be. So yeah, I mean, let's go. So all of you can be human rights activists. I mean, we can all be human rights activists. We can have an army of human rights activists because what we're doing is we're educating people about how to use freedom money. And this is my last slide for you to take a picture of. To all the haters and deniers who say Bitcoin is useless or dangerous, Bitcoin is out there every day, every hour, in collapsed economies and in the darkest corners of the world, helping people that no one else is willing to help, being a lifeline for anybody. Fiat money has failed most people on Earth badly. Our monetary and aid systems exploit and repress instead of delivering prosperity and freedom. But Bitcoin is slowly, steadily uniting, enriching, and liberating the world. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Yo, welcome back to the news desk at Bitcoin 2024 Day 2. Of course, Simply Bitcoin is back, and we are here to take over the news desk for the next 40 minutes or so. With me on the desk today is Adam O'Brien, founder of Bitcoin Well, and of course, my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we're Simply Bitcoin. We'll be your guide through these tumultuous times, or as we like to call it, the separation of money and state. Simply Bitcoin is the most watched daily Bitcoin live show. We go live Monday through Friday, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also want to give a very special thanks to Mike Germano, David Bailey, and the whole of the Bitcoin Magazine team for allowing these Simply Bitcoin takeovers of the news desk, baby. All right, you guys know the deal. We're about to 10x the energy, and I did mention that we'll be your guide through the separation of money and state, and this is a historical conference, and the reason for that is you have a potential president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, speaking tomorrow at 2 p.m. And today, of course, we have RFK Jr. So very, very exciting times. I know it's a little bit unpopular with a lot of Bitcoiners, this idea that Bitcoin is entering into the political sphere. But look, if we do want Bitcoin to become the world reserve currency, this was an inevitability. Wow, that's a hard word.
Wow, you had too much fun last night, Nico.
That was you, bro. That was you. What are you talking about? I was a good boy. But yeah, so essentially what I was saying is, look, it's not that Bitcoin needs politicians to win. Bitcoin's going to win regardless. It has the best incentives. It's that politicians now need Bitcoin. Why? Because Bitcoiners have become a very influential voting bloc. Speaking about breaking the Bitcoin echo chamber, we have the Daily Wire here. We have Michael Knows. We have mainstream influencers that didn't get famous because of Bitcoin that are here covering a Bitcoin event. And I think, I think it might be surprising to them that, first of all, that people know them. Right?
Yes.
That this is an event to cover, right? And Bitcoin is slowly but surely creeping into the mainstream consciousness. And one of my favorite quotes, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know who this comes from, but fundamentally, politics is downstream from culture. So if we want to win this, we want to win the culture war. And it's not the culture war that you're thinking about. Opti?
Yeah, I mean, before we even came on live, guys, we were sitting here talking with Mike Germano, and he was acknowledging the Daily Wire was here, and he was like, man, they were so surprised at how many Bitcoiners knew who they were. And we're like, yeah, there's a huge overlap here, and it's very obvious to us Bitcoiners, but it's very amazing that people outside of our industry don't understand that this is not just a Bitcoin conference. This is a freedom conference. This is about people wanting personal sovereignty. This is about people actually wanting to effectuate change. We don't think there's a political solution. The Daily Wire, obviously, on the right, and they're realizing in real time that, oh my goodness, there is an untapped market for our content with Bitcoin.
There is a political solution, but it's not the political solution that people think. The political solution is, it's not how hard you vote, it's how you vote with your wallet, right?
Yep.
And the most important vote you can make, and I say this all the time, is taking your Bitcoin into self-custody. Like, that is the most powerful vote. I'm not saying normally, like, normal voting is not important. It's definitely important, specifically in this election year, right? Ross Ulbricht's freedom is on the ballot. The right to take self-custody in the United States, the right to mine is on the ballot. So it's very important to vote traditionally, but also the most powerful vote you could make, especially if you don't live in the United States. You live in a totalitarian government. Vote with your wallet. Buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, and put that said Bitcoin into self-custody. Adam, you're from Canada, my friend. Dude. You don't have, you guys don't have the freedoms and the privileges that here in the States that we have. Not to mention the Canadian truckers protest. That was a big deal. So how are you seeing this? Because I feel like Alberta, the province that you're from, is really a couple years ahead on this front because this is a very freedom-minded province, to say the least.
Yeah, Alberta's like, they call it the Texas of Canada. And it's interesting because you actually don't understand that you need Bitcoin until you need Bitcoin.
Yeah.
In Canada especially, we need Bitcoin. We've had this totalitarian socialist government that is taking away, stripping the freedoms that we have, and the money is getting locked up. The money that that the citizens of Canada think is safe in their banks is getting locked up as part of the trucker protest, as you mentioned, Nico, and so we need Bitcoin. I think Canada has the most per capita Bitcoiners than any other country in the world. It's been amazing building Bitcoin in Canada, but it's awesome to see this energy here, dude. It's amazing to see, like you said, the Daily Wire, the Overton window is moving, is shattering, and it's super fun to see the energy around Bitcoin because, like you said, no one's here, or there's some trading talk here and there's some money talk here, but this is a freedom conference. This is about personal liberties that we as Bitcoiners share because we have sound money in self-custody.
Absolutely, and I don't think you can have freedom without Bitcoin. Like, if you're part of the freedom movement and you're not using Bitcoin as a tool, like, I don't want to call you a LARP. Perhaps LARP is...
But you're a LARP.
Opti will do it. Opti said that. That wasn't me. But yes, you need Bitcoin. Specifically, one of the most empowering things you could do as an individual is take Bitcoin into self-custody. That protects you from government censorship and government debasement. And then the next step after that is, of course, running your own node and truly becoming this sovereign individual. There's absolutely no excuse to not do these days. You have the tools. Bitcoin open source development has come such a long way, and these wallets are incredibly easy to use. This wasn't the case, 5-8 years ago, right? So they've come a very, very long way. You have no excuse not to learn how to take self-custody of your life, like take back your life, essentially,
Dude,
right?
100%.
Well, wait, Nico.
Yo.
You go. Yeah.
Okay, yo,
Wait. We got Rockstar.
Open source technology.
Speaking of
Maxi, bro.
The one and only Uncle Rockstar. Get over here.
Dude, wait. You're going to come on stage.
All right, yeah, you get here.
You're going to come on stage and you're not going to give me a hug,
Get in there,
Rockstar?
get in there.
What is this, bro? What is this? How you doing? Good to see you, dude.
Okay, here.
All right, sit right there in the middle. Sit right there in the middle.
Sit here.
Sit right there in the middle.
Here.
Oh, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rockstar Dev, one of the most legendary developers in Bitcoin. He's contributed so much, joining us on today. And little birdie told me you have
something really, really cool.
Oh, why does everyone want, like, what are in your pockets, Rockstar? oh, that bag? Yeah, no. So what's in my pocket is Ross, free Ross, right?
Free Ross, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And what does this do?
So
what is this?
It's a Bolt card that allows people to, like, you don't want to have Bitcoin wallet on your phone. You can pay.
Wait, can you zoom in on this?
Look at
Can
the
we
eyes
zoom in on this card here.
Ladies and gentlemen, for anyone who's watching this, on the stream, Ross's eyes are lighting up.
Laser eyes.
Amazing.
If I
there we go. We got Donald Trump
In the mugshot,
bro.
Yes.
Wow, and the flag connects. That's amazing.
Amazing.
Wow.
Opti, air horns, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Simply Bitcoin Takeover.
Rockstar, are these live? Can people buy these?
So people can buy these $10 at the merch store, like the best item if you ask me. And then if you find Rockstar and let me initialize them for you, you can use them to pay here at the conference. Because BTC Pay server and Strike are processing payment. Kudos to Jack, Dylan, Pavlinix, Webworthy, Michael, like everyone that made that happen. So yeah, like it's a Bitcoin conference. People need to be able to pay in Bitcoin.
Absolutely. And these two figures, I want to pull them up again. These two figures, right? We have Donald Trump, of course. He announced at the Libertarian Conference that if he is to get elected, the first thing he's going to do is free Ross, right? So it's extremely symbolic, extremely cool. You guys want to know why we're going to win? It's because we got people like Rockstar on our team, baby.
All of us. It's a team effort.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. So look, I just got to mention this. This is a very.
You also get Rockstar.
Oh, wow! Look at this. Look at these three OG. Look at this. This is incredibly freedom-minded people I'm holding in my hands. So look, ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredibly important election. I say there's 3 people specifically that we got to free, right? One of them being Julian Assange. That happened.
Yeah.
One of them being Edward Snowden, who was a speaker of the conference, a speaker at the conference, I might add. And the last is Ross. We've already freed one, right? And we're in the process, if Donald Trump gets elected, of freeing another. And of course, the final boss is we got to free Edward Snowden, which I think as our movement continues to grow in influence and popularity and continues to seep into mainstream consciousness, I think it's inevitable that Edward Snowden is going to be allowed back to the United States. Anyways, Rockstar, this has been an incredible conference. I feel like this is Bitcoin 2021. I feel Bitcoin 2021 energy. For anyone who wasn't at that conference, that was a conference that Nayib Bukele made the announcement that El Salvador was going to make Bitcoin legal tender. That was when Michael Saylor said he was going to do the Bitcoin strategy. It wasn't proven at the time. That's when Jack Mallers gave this heartfelt speech about, influencing Nayib Bukele and rolling that out in El Salvador. It was an incredible conference. I feel the energy in this conference, right? Is it because Donald Trump is here? Is it because of the energy? What's your take on this?
I think it's because they're the ones now feeling the energy and doing the work for us.
Nice. Absolutely.
Because when you see, like, we have put in the proof of work, we continue putting in work. But now that you have politicians shilling Bitcoin, doing the work for us. You have Larry Fink. Thank you, man. So,
up our bags, Larry.
Listen, I'm telling you, like, for me, it's that they feel it, and we just see all of that, and we should just, like, sit back and relax. Because for me, 2021 also was very special, because I'm the one coding the back end of Strike, making that happen. But now it's, like, even better. Like, hey, let them do the work. We sit back. We help a little bit, free Ross, remind them of their promises. And
Absolutely.
Go.
And what I gotta say also is, and you kind of buried the lead there, and I don't want to focus on that, right? And this is actually Kaiser that said this. Larry Fink, if you hold Bitcoin in self-custody, now works for you. Michael Saylor works for you. Donald Trump potentially might be working for you, right? And this is the beauty of an aligned incentive structure system, unlike the fiat system, which is completely different. Opti.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's becoming very obvious that as a Bitcoiner, as a movement, we are a force to be reckoned with. And now we are, I know we say it all the time, breaking the echo chamber. We are getting into the mainstream consciousness, and people are realizing the power of Bitcoin. Yes, we're still early to this, but the fact that we're having, RFK Jr. on the stage today, we're going to have Trump on tomorrow, Snowden's on in 3 hours, it's becoming a very real thing to everyone in Bitcoin, especially if you've been around for a long time. Me and Nico have been talking about it for a while. We didn't think it was going to happen this fast. It seems like it's accelerating. It seems like the timelines are getting pushed up, and it's going to be a very, very interesting few years moving forward. It seems like we're Bitcoiners. We have the best money, and now they want our money, and they actually have to, what a novel idea, work for us. Everyone that is a Bitcoiner works for Bitcoin. And now we have the biggest bags in the world working for Bitcoin. How are you not bullish on this?
Absolutely. And I got to say, about yesterday there was the karate combat contest. Nick Carter won. But the big news out of that event was RFK. RFK literally said, and I quote, "I put most of my wealth into Bitcoin. I'm fully committed," right? So now you have a non-zero chance that a president that could potentially get into the White House. I know RFK is polling pretty low right now, but there's a non-zero chance that not only do we have a pro-Bitcoin president in the White House, we actually have someone who's holding the majority of their wealth in Bitcoin in the White House. And I mean, what is that not going to do but push hyper-Bitcoinization? Adam.
Bro, I mean, you cannot stop the free market train. Bitcoin is free market money. It is protocol and not rulers. It is just the absolute way to have people store their time into a better way to store their time. You cannot use a fiat system to help people get off and into the sunset. They cannot help their generations to come if they're not holding their money in Bitcoin. We have, like you said, presidential candidates that understand this. This is absolutely the start of the next wave of Bitcoiners being born and adopted. And I'm here for it, man. I cannot wait for the freedom money to be here.
And from my side also, I have to add, it's crazy. It's crazy situation. And I'm hearing all kinds of things from these politicians, but until all of them are as committed as RFK,
yeah,
like, hey,
yeah, 100%.
But I think they're getting it. We got to separate state and money. We're at that point of fiat clown world where even those within the system, especially them, they see how much it's not working, and that something that's more robust and scalable must happen. So the same way we separated church and state, we got to separate state and money. And yeah, we're getting allies not at like local level only, to see at federal level.
World leader level.
Rockstar, where do you think Trump keeps his hardware wallet?
Yeah, I will tell you after.
On the boat card. On the boat card.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
It's all here. Anyways, Michael Saylor also recently said, and again, this is all happening in a matter of a couple days. He said the U.S. government should own the majority of Bitcoin. He also said BTC is the Manhattan in cyberspace. And one of the things that I was thinking about when the German government recently sold basically all of their stack, terrible, that like 20% wrecked at this point.
Yeah.
Weeks later. It hasn't even been weeks, bro.
They literally sold their Bitcoin for something that they can create out of thin air, right? That is like, and they can't do that with Bitcoin. Like, talk about separating money from state. They are literally doing it themselves.
Yeah, they're helping us.
Right?
They help us.
They're helping
yeah,
us, right?
Like
so
you saw my tweet on that?
No, what was it?
It was like the selling of Bitcoin will be one of the most retarded things German government ever did. And I tweeted it out. It was the bottom, like literally. So it only went up. But what you're saying, I heard Trump quoted that it's him said that Bitcoin is the new oil.
Yes.
If he understands it like that, we're in a good position.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. Like, that's what it is. It's the digital commodity, like the only one. Go ahead. Because this whole like crypto shitcoin nonsense, like give me a break. I won't go there.
So what's your guys' take? I'm just curious, right? And again, the reason I'm asking you guys this question is because perhaps some members of the Bitcoin community don't like this take, right? Which is the idea of Michael Saylor saying U.S. government should own the majority of Bitcoin. Shouldn't it be the individuals? Isn't that the power of Bitcoin, right? It's a grassroots movement. Do we really want a government owning the majority of Bitcoin?
I disagree, with government should own majority of Bitcoin, but it's a free market. So I would dislike it, but...
Yeah, I mean, frankly, all that would do is just increase the purchasing power of the individuals that do own Bitcoin. When the government owns Bitcoin, they are going to have to do one of two things. They're going to try to, gold back the Bitcoin, which is going to be just another issuance of fiat, or they're going to do, hopefully, something strategic with it. Hopefully, not fund wars. I think that we cannot, at this point, trust the government to do strategic and good things. And so I would tend to agree with Rockstar. You want Bitcoin in the hands of individuals. But if the U.S. government does try to go and buy the majority of the Bitcoin, that's a lot of demand with, we know, a finite supply. That's going to be really good for our Bitcoin bags, so to speak.
Absolutely. Speaking of the government buying Bitcoin, of course, they didn't buy real Bitcoin. When I say real Bitcoin, I mean spot Bitcoin in self-custody. But breaking news, the state of Michigan pension reported owning $6.6 million of the Bitcoin ETF. And of course, there was also breaking news the other day of the Wisconsin Pension Fund as well. So all of a sudden, the game theory starts to come into play. All the government employees in Wisconsin and Michigan, if you have hostile anti-Bitcoin regulation, you say, hey, wait a second, you're attacking my bags. What are you doing here? What's going on? Opti, what's your take?
100%. I mean, look, like Adam and Rockstar were saying, as much as we might get a weird feeling about governments buying Bitcoin, state organizations buying Bitcoin, we knew this game theory was going to play out eventually. Yeah. Bitcoin is for anyone. And again, everyone has the same problem. There's nothing to save in. And if you've understood the basics about Bitcoin, you realize that this was going to be the inevitable end. Everyone will want some Bitcoin, whether it's organizations, institutions, nation states, individuals. Everyone needs some Bitcoin, and we're going to see this play out in real time. There's also the announcement yesterday of Michael Saylor and Bitcoin Mag partnering for the corporations, Bitcoin for corporations, and Saylor even said, every business needs a Bitcoin strategic reserve. So we're seeing this play out. This is the very beginning of the institution adoption. I know we've been saying for a long time as Bitcoiners, the institutions are coming, the institutions are coming. But now we have it, and it's hilarious that we're seeing Bitcoiners be like, I don't know about this.
But it's what you said. People and businesses and governments don't have a reasonable asset to save their excess in. And I love the way, I was listening to Jack Mallers the other day, he said that profit is just an indication that you produce more than you consume, which is what we're called to do as human beings. Give the world more value than you take from it. And when you don't have a reasonable asset to store that excess value in, you look for a better one. Bitcoin is the obvious one. And finally, we've got governments, businesses, small businesses, corporations, individuals, like everyone on planet Earth is waking up to that fact. And I'm bullish on the future, man.
Absolutely. And I would say we're still early. Like, people are still, like, the vast majority of people, we're starting to break into the mainstream consciousness, but the vast majority of people still don't understand that there's a better money that they can use that will literally fundamentally change their lives. Like, people are still asleep to that fact. They're trying to seek a political solution where the solution is just to opt out entirely. And it's funny because that fixes the political issue in the first place, right? But anyways, guys, you are listening to the Simply Bitcoin takeover at Bitcoin 2024, day 2. And I kind of want to pivot the conversation because we have some epic speeches and keynotes today. We have Michael Saylor at 2 p.m. We have Lummis and Gabbard, which is interesting because that's bipartisan. We have a senator from the Republican side and we have a senator from the Democratic side. I can't emphasize this enough. Bitcoin is a bipartisan issue. The current administration, they made it partisan when they attacked Bitcoin with the proposed 30% income tax, the attack on self-custody, and of course the anti-Bitcoin legislation, Operation Choke Point 2.0, the denial of Caitlin Long's Custodia banking charter. They created a situation where they gave the opposing parties, Independent, RFK Jr., and the Republican Party, Donald Trump, they literally just handed them a gift and say, look, you guys could just take the Bitcoin voting demographic because you guys are going to see that as an opportunity, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm really excited about this because that's what people have to understand. Bitcoin is inherently apolitical. It doesn't lean left. It doesn't lean right. It's for everybody. It's just the current administration that dropped the ball, but let's see what happens in November. So excited for that. Of course, at 3:30, speaking of one of the 3 individuals we got to free, we have Edward Snowden. Super excited for that. And of course, 4 p.m., we have RFK Jr., which just said that he has the majority of his wealth in Bitcoin. What an incredible lineup. Rockstar, who are you most excited for?
I mean, I'm at 4 p.m. as well, so sorry, RFK. Sorry, man. Everyone will be at the open source stage because getting in there today,
it's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, so I'm glad I'm on open source stage. I won't need to do the whole taking off, like KYC check. But I get Secret Service guys, they love me. They absolutely love me. Like, look, so yeah, but I love actually the whole program, honestly. And me personally, I'm mostly looking forward to Snowden, but Saylor is always great.
Why are you most looking forward to Snowden? What is it about Edward Snowden and what he did that inspires you?
Well, with Edward Snowden, I also helped organize a Noster World on conference, and Edward Snowden is one of our speakers at Nostrasia in Tokyo. Him and Jack Dorsey had this fireside that's on YouTube. You can look it up. And they had this amazing conversation about all the topics. And I was so blessed to be Noster conferences are less than 1,000 people. So I was able to walk up to the first row and sit and have Jack Dorsey and Snowden converse on Bitcoin, on Noster, on freedom. And then you, as someone that's sitting there consuming that, you're enlightened. So to me, that's Snowden has a special way of talking about topics and telling the truth. He's so good at it that it got him in this much trouble. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that speech because of that.
Absolutely. What about you, Opti? Who are you most excited for? Saylor, Lummis and Gabbard, Snowden, or RFK Jr.?
Well, to Rockstar's point, I think Snowden's probably going to be one of the best speakers that we see today because, again, we've been talking about it today. This is a freedom movement. and he was on the front lines, and he, put it all on the line for freedom, for truth. And I think that's what all of us Bitcoiners try to do in our own way. Obviously, we're not at that level. We're not, ostracized from the U.S., but I am really excited to see RFK, considering the clips that we've heard come out the last couple of days. He's like, I'm a huge supporter of Bitcoin. It's like Rockstar say, until everyone comes out as a politician and is like RFK Jr., we still have a lot of work to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he says on stage.
Dude, and what do you think RFK is, like the polling numbers, I wonder if he's just testing to see how his polls continue to grow from this. Like, there's a world where we see RFK and Trump debating on who is the biggest Bitcoiner, which is like crazy to me, considering 2 years ago, or is it 3 years ago, Trump was like, yeah, Bitcoin's for criminals, is no bueno, and now we've got him saying, I'm a Bitcoiner, RFK, I'm a Bitcoiner. They're going to be competing to see who's the biggest and the best Bitcoiner.
Who's the most maxi?
Dude, who's the biggest maxi? Like, crazy.
You bring up a great point, because you do remember with RFK doing the whole Ethereum thing?
That's right.
And they're like, go back. Because I've been hearing from other people that are more into this that Bitcoiners is a group, and then they lump us up with crypto people. We're like, no, but we're like crypto. That whole segment is getting to be as powerful as evangelical Christians.
Yes.
Like, imagine that in such a short period of time.
15 years,
so
man.
What you're saying, like, if we get politicians to do that, like, I have this.
No, I have more Bitcoin. No, I have more of my wealth in Bitcoin.
Man.
No, mine's in cold storage.
That's
Like,
hilarious.
amazing.
Yeah, and this is like the beauty. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
You're
but
a broken record.
I'm going to. So it gets into people's minds. The beauty of Bitcoin is that it's an aligned incentive structure model. What does that mean? Do you think miners are mining Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? No, they want profit. Do you think node runners are running nodes out of the goodness of their heart? No, they just don't trust other people's nodes, right? Do you think Bitcoin evangelists are just evangelizing Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? They might like talking about Bitcoin.
Come on. There are
that.
some altruistic idiots. Like, look, let's go. So, node runners, I know. There are a lot of altruistic idiot node runners. So, but I get it.
It's
And
incentives.
It is incentives. It's that. And sure, like, I say, hey, we have work to do, but politicians, you're the ones having work to do. We did our proof of work. Catch up. And, you don't want to catch up? Like, fine. Like,
have fun staying
HFSP. Look. In regards to politicians, because I know it's very unpopular with the Bitcoin community, right? RFK, he just announced that he's holding the majority of his wealth in Bitcoin.
Crazy.
You might not necessarily, trust what he's saying, but I could trust his incentives.
Yes.
Yes. I know for a fact, he's not going to want to hurt his bags, right? And I don't know if Donald Trump has Bitcoin. I'm assuming he must have some type of exposure to it. He's already accepted donations from the Bitcoin community. I've heard he's raised $4 million so far in Bitcoin donations, right?
And still doing those terrible NFTs. Come on, Donald. Come on, man. Stop with that. But no, it is what you say. It's a better system, and we should migrate towards better system. And that's all there is. As you say, altruistic idiots, there will always be some. But it will be less dependent on that because incentive structure is so much better compared to the current system where we have this unlimited money printing. They give money between special interests and themselves, like politicians. And by the time it gets to the average person, what is left?
Yeah.
Peanuts, man.
Exactly.
Peanuts.
Crumbs.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should follow Nancy Pelosi's stock tips.
Best trader of our generation.
I wonder why. Okay, so speaking of very influential people, we've been talking about people that are supportive of Bitcoin. Of course, we got Michael Knowles here from the Daily Wire. We have Russell Brand. We have RFK Jr. We have Donald Trump. But ladies and gentlemen, I do not think that this is a coincidence. On X, formerly known as Twitter, it seems like Elon took away the Bitcoin hashtag logo, and I do not think it's a coincidence that was taken away during the largest Bitcoin conference on planet Earth. Opti, what's your take?
Tinfoil hat.
How is that? No. Come on.
He's right.
I know. 100%.
Come
100%.
Come on now.
I mean, it's very interesting, especially the big elephant in the room that Elon Musk is a huge Doge advocate as well. I mean, it's like, oh man. As much as I really love Elon as an entrepreneur, all his Bitcoin takes have really, in my opinion, have just been a bunch of bad takes, a bad response to a lot of things. But you're right. It is no coincidence it's happening as we're having the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. I mean, it is just a hashtag. It's just an emoji. But hey.
No, it's a symbol, man. It's a symbol.
It's a symbol.
It's what Nico's talking about. The incentives are not there. Elon is incentivized with government subsidy and government money and government printing. He knows. He's a smart guy. He understands what Bitcoin is, but he's afraid and he's frustrated that he's not at these big events. He likes to be the man in charge, and frankly, Bitcoin doesn't need Elon, and I think that kind of hurts his ego a little bit.
100%.
And he's moving away from pandering maybe or enabling the Bitcoin crowd on his platform.
100%. And I want to. That's a really good point that you made, right? Because fundamentally,
it's two today.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin, it's a terrible point. Bitcoin fundamentally is a humility test, right?
Stay humble, stack sats, baby.
In the fiat system, you can get special privileges, right? Which is why, the proof of stake altcoins are, interesting, because you get special privileges the more of that altcoin or more of that currency that you hold. With Bitcoin, that's not the case. Everyone's equal. It doesn't matter whether you're Michael Saylor or a pleb that has 0.01 Bitcoin. You do not have more influence over the Bitcoin network, right? And for someone like Elon, right, that is used to having the power of that proof of stake, it seems like he can't get over that humility test, man.
I mean,
Rockstar.
for me, Elon's superpower is riding the hate. Like, he's so great at first generating hate and then surfing on top of that hate towards his own profits. So from conversations I have heard, it had to do with what you're saying. It's like, hey, let's redirect this Bitcoin people towards something else, and let's show them who is the boss.
The X Payments app coming soon.
Yeah, but this highlights the problems with centralization. I mean, and our money is so centralized, but also, lots of our media is so. That's why the decentralized media, the Simply Bitcoin ethos, this is why it's so important, because when you have one group of individuals in charge of these massive platforms, they can make these little tiny decisions that on the surface don't look like a big deal, but over time they compound, and all of a sudden, the Bitcoin logo isn't as recognizable because it's not, one of the #1 most used hashtags on the #1 media platform on earth. And these little tiny compounding effects are what help reduce the Overton window. If we as Bitcoiners want to expand the Overton window, the fiat maxis want to reduce the Overton window and get us back into our bubble, and this is just one step towards that. Thanks again to centralization.
Absolutely. Another good point.
Wow, free today, man. Where's my contract, bro? Where's my
Adam, air horn. Okay. Anyways, guys, you're listening to the Simply Bitcoin News Desk takeover at Bitcoin 2024. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure to smash that like button. Of course, consider subscribing to the Bitcoin Magazine channel. I do want to talk about Elon Musk for a second. Personally, I'm a huge fan of him as an entrepreneur. I use his products. Tesla's amazing. What he's doing with SpaceX is absolutely incredible. And there's been very, very popular figures like Donald Trump, even like Michael Saylor, Larry Fink is another good example, that weren't exactly fans of Bitcoin a couple years ago, and then, they eventually saw it's inevitable. They saw the incentives. So I'm not writing Elon Musk off at, forever, but that's where we stand today. And he's such an influential figure. He owns the largest media platform in the world.
And space platform, and electric car platform, and head chip platform. Like, this man is the juggernaut of owning
And they use BTC Pay server to accept Tesla payments.
Yeah, wow.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Back in the day, that's right.
But I'm telling you, he is just in negotiation phase.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it's the whole deal of what you're saying, expanding, contracting, and you can see the impact that X has, that Elon bought the platform, and suddenly whole political discourse and wider changed.
Again, back to
crazy.
centralization.
Yeah,
so this
absolutely.
is why,
Crazy,
we just happen to have someone in charge who is, on this side of the pendulum.
Better.
But
no, he's better.
He's
much
better,
those
of course.
people at Twitter, they're like terrible, like business people, like
but
terrible.
But it highlights, though, that it's the man in charge that sets the pace. And this is why you, watching at home, you need to understand that you have to get off of the centralized platforms, move into more of a community, a decentralized
Of course, and this is why Nostr is so incredibly important. And Rockstar, you're a huge fan of Nostr. You've supported the platform, or the protocol, better said.
I was dragged in by Ben Ark into a Telegram channel where there was like 30 of us, and it was Ben Ark supporting Fiat Jeff, and they dragged me in and was like, what are you doing, guys? Well, we hate that on Twitter it's so easy to ban people. We're building alternative. I'm like, good luck. How will this work out? But anyways, Blue Sky was happening, and I read their report, and I was like, well, this will not work. It will be another Silicon Valley people come together and they want to fix the world type of disaster. So I DM'd Jack Dorsey and said, hey, man, you should look into Nostr. If you're interested in funding, look into Nostr. And then, this is a hilarious story. I didn't expect you're going to send it anyone. They have sent, and then Fiat Jeff went to their meeting, came back, and you know what he said? It's a bunch of communists. Like, but anyways, we made it work. We made it work. Check out Nostr.
Check out Nostr. I am bearish on centralized platforms. I'm extremely bullish on decentralized protocols. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the Simply Bitcoin News Desk takeover of day 2. We have so many incredible speakers still left to do their keynotes. And right now, we have a very special announcement from the team over at Ledger. Nico.
All right, we are back again. You know, I am honestly really glad that the Bitcoin ETFs exist, because now, finally, people who have no idea how to open a PDF have a way to get exposure to Bitcoin.
Unlike hardcore Bitcoiners who prefer self-custody and cold storage.
Up next, with a special announcement from Ledger, we have Pascal Gauthier and Ian Rogers.
Please give them a warm welcome.
Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. Great to be in Nashville and great to be at this conference. This is the biggest stage I've ever seen in my Bitcoin life. This is amazing. These guys did it good in Hong Kong. They did it better in Nashville. And so it shows how far this industry has gone. And actually, you know, this is very relevant, I feel, to 24 and the year that we are in for Bitcoin. It is probably, I feel, maybe you feel too, one of the biggest years for Bitcoin, if not the biggest. So you might ask, you know, why is that? Well, first of all, we all know, because this conference has been very popular because of it, that Bitcoin and self-custody is the first time that we talk about it in the US presidential election. It's the first time that it's actually on the ballot. And why this is important is because before Bitcoin, our data, our money, our privacy were always controlled by either the government or a private company. But we don't want that. We don't want a world where technology enables surveillance. We want a digital world where we can have control and freedom. No? But there is no freedom without private property. And there is no... It really feels like I'm in the US right now in Nashville. And there is no digital private property without self-custody. And actually, Bitcoin gives you sovereignty, gives you economic freedom. And these are fundamental rights. And so what we do at Ledger, we are focused on delivering to you the best Bitcoin self-custody experience, and we never compromise on security. Ledger is a tool for freedom, okay? And I'm glad that finally the politicians recognize this. Okay, but more importantly, I think that this is the year of Bitcoin because of everything that is being built on top of Bitcoin. This is the year of the Bitcoin L2s. And for me, that's even more exciting. The reason why you must have your private keys is not just because of philosophy, it's not just because of freedom. It's also because of usage. If you don't have your private keys, you cannot engage peer-to-peer with the Bitcoin blockchain. And if you build an applicative layer on top of the Bitcoin blockchain, then you need to have your private key. It's an absolute need. And so what's happening right now? The price of Bitcoin is not just a speculative thing. I mean, we all like to make money, okay? But it's not that. The price of Bitcoin is the security of the blockchain. The price of Bitcoin is the liquidity in the Bitcoin blockchain. And now with L2s, you can safely build a range of applications on top of the Bitcoin blockchain that can now access the biggest crypto liquidity pool in the market. And I think that's really, really, really big. DeFi on Bitcoin is going to be amazing, and so many other things built on Bitcoin will actually change the way that we do crypto. And this future is already here. It's happening. It's all over this conference. It was at the Satoshi Roundtable earlier. It's already here. It's already happening. That's all what Bitcoin and Bitcoiners are talking about. And Ledger wants to help. I'll tell you very quickly something that you might not know. Ledger can help with money. We've actually created a fund back in 22 with Cathie Innovation, and it's an early stage fund, and we invest in companies. And because we put our money where our mouth is, and we like this L2 phenomenon built on top of Bitcoin, we just announced an investment a couple of weeks ago on Built on Bitcoin, Bob. We're very happy about that. And we're announcing today a second investment in a second Bitcoin L2, Mezzo. These guys will help do what I just described. You know, I wish them luck. Some of them are probably in the room. You can meet with them. We wish them a lot of success. But obviously, Ledger is very separate from the investment fund, and Ledger will support every project, every good project in this industry to connect this project to the Ledger usage. This market will be huge. There is a lot of room to grow, and so there is room for everybody. But where Ledger can help the most is by designing products. That's what we do. I think Ledger is one of the foundations of this industry. And I got data to back that up. We actually sold 7 million Ledger Nanos. 7 million Ledger Nanos. For this industry, it's a big number. And we secure today more than 20% of all Bitcoin. We help secure today more than 20% of all Bitcoin. That's also a big number. And so I'm going to try it out on you. Let's see. You can either raise your hand or shout if you're on the Ledger. Let's go. Okay. So some of you didn't raise their hand, didn't shout. We're going to make an announcement now, and I hope that just after the announcement, you go to ledger.com and you get on board. Okay. So look, guys, the idea is you never have to sacrifice your freedom for convenience. And that's really what I focus 100% of my time on. You know, how do you combine these two things? I've been at Ledger from the beginning, 10 years, 10 good years, 10 long years, 10 exhausting years. And how many times have I heard you say that our products were too complex? We just saw that by raise of hand and shouting that a lot of you have a ledger, but still, and you like it, but still you find it too complex. So the problem was crystal clear. How do you make it secure, but now easy to use? And so the solution is very simple. We had to design a device for self-custody that is easy to use. It's easy to say it, but now let me show you what it is. Presenting to you Ledger Stacks. So Ledger Stack sets a new standard for self-custody, and early feedback from you guys, tell us that, it's actually a great product. And you know what? It's a great product because as I was thinking about, the problem, I thought about the iPod. And for me, the iPod, there was something similar where online music was difficult, then there was the iPod, and then suddenly online music became easy, and then this is why, this is the iPod that onboarded millions and millions of users into the music ecosystem. So I thought, okay, let's do the same. And to do the same, I thought, okay, well, let's call the guy who invented the iPod. Actually, that's not the true story. The guy who invented the iPod actually lived in Paris by chance. And by chance, he was friends with my good friend, Ian Rogers. And so we met. And I said, Tony, this is the problem. And Tony is someone that fixes problems. He's like, okay, this is the solution. And so Tony is the father of Ledger Stacks, and he's with us today in this room. Let's give it up for Tony. And I tell you why it's a big deal. Tony has designed, the iPod, the iPhone, Nest, etc. To have someone that has designed, consumer electronic products that we've all used to join the rebels and to join Bitcoin is no small deal. So again, Tony, welcome in the family. Welcome to Bitcoin. Welcome to crypto. And to tell you one thing is what we did with Tony was not just to design one device. Was actually to build a hardware platform, a secure hardware platform, to design the future of secure hardware for this industry. But let me stop talking. Let me bring Ian Rogers on stage, our Chief Experience Officer, who's going to tell you much more about what we have in plan.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Ian Rogers, and I am the Chief Experience Officer at Ledger. And it's truly an honor to be here with you today and be able to share with you what the Ledger team has been working so hard on back home in Paris. As Pascal said, Ledger Stacks marks an essential step forward for self-custody at a time when we are using our wallets more often and for more complex transactions than ever before. And Ledger Stacks, with its bigger and clear e-ink screen, is a perfect tool for that job. It's the perfect way to know that what you see is what you sign. I mean, it's really a luxury product, like a sports car, truly the best in its class. We are right now finishing delivering the pre-orders for Ledger Stacks, and we have more than 100,000 people who have asked to be notified when Ledger Stacks is available for order again. So I'm happy to announce to you here today that Ledger Stacks is once again available for order on ledger.com. It's $399, and it comes with a free magnet shell case to protect the first of its kind curved e-ink screen. And the supplies are still limited, so if you would like one, please get over there and reserve your place in line. We learned a lot building Ledger Stacks, including that there's a lot of demand for a ledger with a bigger e-ink screen. So we wanted to design and build a new standard. We wanted to take this better UI of Ledger Stacks and make it available for everyone in bull market quantities at a very attractive price. So, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you today the newest device in Ledger's lineup, Ledger Flex. With this gorgeous 2.8-inch e-ink touchscreen and the same uncompromising security you've come to expect, Ledger Flex is the new standard in hardware for Bitcoin for everyone. It's $249, and it's available right now at ledger.com, bestbuy.com, and at the Ledger booth here at Bitcoin Nashville. There's a vending machine, and you can go there today and go home with a Ledger Flex. Thank you. Ledger Nano users, all of you raised your hand earlier, Ledger Flex is for you. It's everything that you love about your Ledger Nano with this fast, secure e-ink screen. And also NFC. Because Ledger Flex is not only an upgrade for your Ledger Nano, it's a replacement for Google Authenticator or your hardware security key. But more on that in a second. With Ledger Flex and Ledger Stacks, we are delivering the best, most secure, easiest to use hardware for Bitcoin, period. And with these upgrades to your Nano, with Ledger Flex and Stacks, you can keep your Nano. Hang on to it. It's still an incredible backup. Remember, to be secure, you need a secure chip to generate and protect your private key, a secure operating system running on that chip to perform the cryptographic operations, and a secure touchscreen to approve transactions. Only Ledger checks all three of these boxes. Any other way to protect your Bitcoin, from an exchange to a software wallet to another hardware wallet, is a compromise by comparison. Both Ledger Flex and Ledger Stacks connect seamlessly to Ledger Live. And with Ledger Live, you can do anything you want with your Bitcoin, to and from self-custody. Buy, DCA, swap, earn yield, all with added security from Ledger. At Ledger, we love Bitcoin. And we believe Bitcoin is the main event. And that's why Ledger is and always will be the best wallet for Bitcoin. And we're first to market to support new Bitcoin features like Taproot, Coin Control, Miniscript, and now Music 2. And to commemorate the launch of Ledger Flex here at Bitcoin Nashville 2024, we're introducing a Bitcoin edition Ledger Nano. And just like, Bitcoin edition Ledger Flex, and just like the Bitcoin edition Nanos, when you buy a Bitcoin edition Ledger Flex, a portion of your purchase price goes to support Bitcoin core development. And these are, thank you. And these are available right now on ledger.com and at the vending machine here at Bitcoin Nashville in the Ledger booth. So thank you for supporting Bitcoin core development by buying Bitcoin edition Ledger devices. What makes Ledger special is it's the only open development platform on smart card technology on the planet. And that allows developers to build a wide range of security applications. One such application I alluded to earlier, and I'm happy to tell you about here today, it's called Ledger Security Key. As you know, Bitcoin was designed to be in self-custody, but many users still keep their Bitcoin on an exchange. And to be fair, this will be the case for years to come. Sometimes you hold your own value, and sometimes you need to trust that value to someone else. Ledger gives you a very simple and secure way to self-custody, and you should. But we are committed to helping all users secure their entire digital life. We can't solve the counterparty risk with your exchange, but we can make it more secure to log into it. We all know the pain of password security, and we know that phishing and passwords are a main attack vector for hackers. But with Ledger Security Key, you just tap your Ledger Stacks or Ledger Flex on your phone, and voila, simple and secure login to your exchange or any app that supports passkeys or 2FA. Ledger is committed to be the secure companion to your entire digital life. So, in conclusion, Ledger's mission is the same today as when we were founded 10 years ago. Allow you to do anything you want with your Bitcoin and crypto. You are in control with zero compromise on security or self-custody. Ledger offers more today than ever. Better devices that are easier to use, more services like buying and swapping, and now secure login with Security Key. We can't wait for you to get your hands on Ledger Stacks and Ledger Flex. And we're really excited to see what you do with them. So thank you guys very much for your time and attention. Special thank you to the team back home in Paris, building these incredible products. It makes it possible for Pascal and me to come stand on stage and share them with you. And please join me in the Ledger booth and be the very first person to take home a Ledger Flex today. Peace.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Still to come today on the live stream, a host of special guests, including Bill Haggerty, Senator, Republican Senator from Tennessee, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Cynthia Lummis, Republican Senator from Wyoming, Russell Brand, RFK. So much more to go. You just heard a special announcement from Ledger. The stacks now available for order. I want to talk about this conference because what's going on here is absolutely wild. If you can't see it at home, there is lines around the block. People are pouring in. We're talking about the costumes. We're talking about the decor. We saw Russell Brand just moments ago mingling in the audience, a movie star and his entourage here at a Bitcoin conference. Nolan, a veteran of Bitcoin conferences like yourself, how much does this contrast with what we've seen in years past?
Well, it contrasts in the sense that the famousness, the prestige of the people coming is totally different, but it's still the same thing in the sense that you can't get this kind of information and education anywhere else. The Bitcoin meetup culture has really changed how we see financial literacy, how we are educated, really. Universities have not been able to keep up with the pace of this industry. What we're really doing here is shrinking the entire college experience into like 4 days. You get everything about the
college. You can graduate from Bitcoin University here in Nashville. But Nolan, I'm talking about 2014, 15. These conferences were the size of the desk, maybe small rooms. What was it like back then when it was small?
Well, you're dealing with the first, let's call it human capital, the professionals that had entered the business. And those guys were all computer scientists and cryptographers. They're the first group of professionals that left their industry to join our industry. So it was just them. Wall Street was next and brought in a whole different unsentimental point of view, right? They weren't there because of the tech. They wanted to make money. So this brought a whole new energy to the situation. And now we've got the creative people. Now we've got the artists. So we're seeing them leave their profession and join our industry. So we're just picking off industries here, and they're bringing their best and brightest into ours.
Q, your take on the crowd in the state from what you've seen?
It's absolutely bananas, and we're about to see a lot more stuff going back. to 2021 to here, it is truly remarkable to see how much this conference and the attendees have grown.
And of course, the Ledger Flex wallet now available to order. We're sending it to the Nakamoto stage for a special conversation moderated by Aaron Arnold of Altcoin Daily. We'll be right back after these messages.
How does the next 5 to 6 months look for 2024? And then through 2025, help us retail participants understand. And Dan, you've been trading macro for years. Please start.
Yeah, I think people still misunderstand the economy. Economists keep talking about a recession. If you come down from the ivory tower into a airport, it's packed. The U.S. is ripping, and I think rate cuts, aren't even on the table, meaningful ones. I think rates will be 5% for quite a long time. And if you think about it, the Fed got interest rates so far below inflation, it created this enormous backlog of inflation. They let rates get to minus 800 basis points real rates, which has never happened. Super crazy. And so now they're just normal at 2% real. That's not tight. Like, it isn't tight. There's a ton of inflation. Unemployment's as low as it's ever been. It's going to take a long time to work that out of the system. And the last point would be the Fed created such a massive bubble in everything, including real estate. All houses in America went up 40% in the 2 years they were manipulating the mortgage rate. We're still having record highs in home prices. Like, how can you cut when you're having record home price prints every month?
So I guess the only thing I want to add to this, and it's really almost like a Dan question, is up against all of that, we have spiraling interest rate costs at the federal level. And so when you're looking at that bullet, and I know Dan's done a lot of work on this, I guess I'm worried about that, and I think the Fed is going to cut rates because they're worried about that as well. And it may trigger more growth, stock market boom. It'll certainly help Bitcoin. But how does the Fed get out of the situation that the fiscal people in our government put them in, where you're staring down the barrel of a $36, $37 trillion deficit?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's a huge problem. I don't see how Congress gets out of it. But the Fed's job is supposed to be stable prices, which when I was a kid meant zero inflation. They bumped it up to 2% now. But it's still way above that. It's 50% higher than their goal. So I don't think they can do anything about the fiscal problem. They have to keep rates high to do their congressionally mandated objective of keeping stable prices. And so, yeah, it's a fiscal problem.
You think we end up in a debt crisis?
I think we are in a debt crisis, and it will never, ever be repaid. Ever. It doesn't have to be repaid. There's no way to get out of this. All asset values go up, I think, next couple of years.
Let's talk Bitcoin. That's why everybody's here, right? We all own a little bit of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an asymmetric opportunity, is the name of this talk right now. So let's talk about that now. Asymmetric is the potential upside is significantly greater than the potential downside. Now, Bitcoin was definitely asymmetric when you got in, Dan Moorhead. I think Bitcoin is probably asymmetric when Anthony Scaramucci, Gary Cardone got in. But is Bitcoin still an asymmetric bet today, and why? Help educate us. Gary, I'll throw it to you first.
It feels to me like it's asymmetrical. I think everyone's underestimated. These guys have been here a lot longer than I have. I have not met one person that got close to the estimates of the quality or the volume that is rolling into these ETFs. The quality is staggering, and the volume is spectacular. I think when every expert in Bitcoin can miss that volume by 3-4x, I don't think anyone really understands how asymmetrical this could possibly be.
Everybody missed it.
Everyone.
What do you think, Anthony?
So, I'll put it very simplistically. It's an asset class, so therefore it shouldn't trade to the market capitalization of NVIDIA or Apple. It's got to trade to the market capitalization of gold, and I would argue that it's better than gold, so it'll probably trade to a market capitalization above gold. And then I'll just say two quick things. The Jersey City, the mayor just said 2% exposure for the pension fund into Bitcoin. The state of Wisconsin is saying they've got $150 million that they announced last month or 2 months ago in Bitcoin. And we'll be on this stage next year. Someone will be on this stage explaining that the tactical asset allocation models for all institutional investors will have a 1, 2, possibly 3% exposure to Bitcoin. And so when you think about the magnitude of that, I don't see how you don't trade to the market capitalization of gold.
Yeah, I totally agree with Anthony. That's the right way to look at it. We were at Goldman when they did the GSCI, and now everybody thinks of commodities as an asset class. Doing emerging markets in the 90s, and now everybody thinks of emerging markets as an asset class. In probably 5 years tops, every institutional investor on earth will have a blockchain team. They're going to have an allocation. It's going to be like 800 basis points or something like that. And the reason I'm still so bullish, and I think it's still so asymmetric, nobody has that allocation right now. This is the first trade smart money missed, right? It's all individuals like you in the audience that did this. Almost all institutions have either 0 or less than 1% of their assets in blockchain. And so it's not only the most asymmetric trade I've ever seen, I think it's the most inevitable trade I've ever seen. Like, it might take longer than we all think.
Right.
It might have some ups and downs, which it does. But basically, everybody with a smartphone is going to be using blockchain in 10 years, right? Like, it's just that obvious. So that's why I still think it is still very asymmetric, because institutions have yet to really address it.
And by the way, Anthony, for the journalists writing about this right now, when you say Bitcoin's going to take the market cap of gold, is that 10 trillion, 11 trillion?
I think, I have my phone on me, I think it's between 15 and 16 trillion right now at current prices. And so Bitcoin is roughly 1.5 trillion, so that's a 10x. I don't think it's going to happen immediately, but could you see a 10x in Bitcoin over 10 years? I do believe that. You'll have at least 1, possibly 2 more halving cycles. It will be embedded. Let me just say this one thing, and I think Dan and Gary would agree with me, because we've been on Wall Street a long time, and we worked at Goldman together. Wall Street is this magnificent selling machine. They get a hold of a product. What do? They pick up the phone, they call their clients, and they explain to their clients why they need to own the product. You know, Dan's mentioning the Goldman Sachs Commodities Index. You were in fixed income. I was in equities. We were both working on that simultaneously to launch that product for Tim O'Neill back in 1990. So just imagine now thousands, tens of thousands of people all over Wall Street picking up the phone to call clients, institutions, on a consultative basis, on a hard selling basis, on a brokerage basis, the asset class known as Bitcoin. You haven't even seen that wave yet, and just watch what happens when the Morgan Stanley financial advisors get a hold of this thing, which is probably coming Labor Day weekend.
You guys worked at Goldman together?
Did separate divisions.
I was going to say, why don't you tell Anthony about crypto sooner?
I was 6'4" like Dan when I worked at Goldman, but I went into politics, so look at me now.
Guys, here's the question, because you said, you know, this to take gold's market cap, it could take 10 years maybe. We don't know. You know, it's hard to put a prediction on it, but why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long for this to happen?
Well, NVIDIA is 25 years old. Like, I think we're being unrealistic. This is very fast. And your marketing has been horrific. Like, everything's been horrific, right? It's been a circus. And you're still at 1.3 trillion. To me, that is a monster indicator that you could have a decentralized message, no consistency whatsoever, tons of tribal issues that look a little circusy, little, you know, housewives of Beverly Hills, and you still have real money coming into this space because they're seeing through all the, you know, the noise. And the noise, I think the noise has actually been a benefit to us. I think I'm buying discounted BTC because this has not been properly promoted and marketed. And to your point, Wall Street is going to sell this. They're going to sell it because they love the fees. And Dan, I agree. It is inevitable. The only thing we're going to miss, are we off 6 months, 18 months? Like, I think it's just a time thing.
The other thing that's happening, which is the elephant in the room, so let's just discuss it. Imagine this Bitcoin conference in 2020 if I said to you that at least 2 presidential candidates are going to be speaking at it, and possibly one was negotiating to speak at it. Just imagine that, right?
I'm glad you brought that.
We're winning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just letting you know we're winning. Okay, yeah.
I know.
Right?
I just want to say, I think Aaron's question is why I love this trade. We've been doing this for 11 years, and during those 11 years, on average, Bitcoin has doubled every year for 11 years, and he's complaining it's taken so long. That is a great trade.
Well said.
Applause break. Donald Trump proudly proclaims himself the Bitcoin president. Now, regardless of your personal views, I'm not asking you to endorse anybody. I happen to know for a fact there are some Trumpers on the stage, there are some anti-Trumpers on this stage, and there are some people in the middle. But regardless of your personal views, if Trump wins, is that orders of magnitude better for Bitcoin? Or as a Bitcoin holder, how do you think about it?
Oh, shit. You want me to answer?
Oh, shit. That's the
All
best
right,
thing
so
you said all day.
let me say this, and I said this morning on Squawk Box, and I mean this. Whatever my personal disagreements are with the president, policy, et cetera, I applaud him for embracing this technology and for embracing this commodity. I applaud him for it. And I'll tell you something that he's done for this industry, which all of us have to be grateful for. He's pushed the debate, okay? And so it was reported, so I'll share it with you. Mark Cuban, myself, Michael Novogratz, representatives from Kraken. We had a whole group of people, not just Kraken, but others. Mr. Garlinghouse was with us. We sat with Ro Khanna, other members of the Congress, Senator Gillibrand, Anita Dunn from the White House. And I don't think we're having that meeting with the Democrats without Donald Trump. And so I want to applaud the president for that. And I'm hopeful that we can push the Democrats into the swimming pool with us. And I'll just conclude by saying this. It's in the interest of the industry and all the Bitcoin holders out here and people that believe in the long-term prosperity that we can garner from digital assets, that we make this bipartisan. We want this regulation to be propitious and bipartisan. And I think President Trump deserves the credit for moving people into the middle on this.
Scaramucci, if Donald Trump wins and he offers you a position, Chief Bitcoin Officer, do you take it?
All right, so
you'll pass it to
let me
Gary.
just tell you something, okay? Let me just tell you something. There is no fucking chance that he's going to do that. Okay? It's not even in the realm. I mean, it may be in a different alternative universe, okay? But let me say this, okay? If he offers me any position, I want to be White House Communications Director for one more day, because I sort of feel like that would be an even dozen, and that would complete my political career.
I actually think it's the biggest news in crypto. I think this is massive because if you think about it, the United States literally built the internet, ARPANET, and Congress gave all these breaks to internet companies, all kinds of safe harbors from all kinds of prosecutions and stuff. And they even gave Amazon an 8.25% discount against Barnes & Noble bricks and mortar stores, right? All of the big internet companies on earth are in the United States or the Chinese copies of them. Crypto is the polar opposite. The US government's been so aggressive in doing scary things to crypto companies. 93% of the market cap of crypto is offshore of the United States. That's terrible as a citizen, American citizen, that it should be built here in the US. And so I think the former president changing his views in May is the biggest thing in crypto, because whether he's elected or the other candidates elected, everybody just changed. The SEC was getting an ETF for ETH out within a week. Everything changed. And I really think this is a sea change right now, because now politicians see that crypto is popular. Think about this. The majority of Americans are under 40 years old. They all love crypto, and they vote. And so, politicians can put two and two together.
So I just want to ask Dan a quick question, because Dan was on my podcast right at that time. We both thought there would not be an approval for an Ethereum ETF. So were you surprised by that?
I am, and I think it's a direct result of the May 5th pro-crypto statements by the former president. Because they have futures. I love crypto because you can trade anything. There were futures on whether the ETF was going to be approved or not. And they were trading at 6% chance of an ETH ETF. President made those remarks. Within a week, they were trading 100%, and it launched, and a crypto company's ringing the New York Stock Exchange bell today. That's awesome.
It's incredible.
Is there a specific Trump policy that you guys like? I mean, the fact he's a cheerleader for the Bitcoin industry is awesome. Is there a specific Trump policy you like, or what Bitcoin policies should the president be endorsing and promoting? He's talked about self-custody. I mean, he's done some good ones. He's working with Bitcoin Magazine and Bitcoin Conference. Are those the ones, or what do you guys think?
I think, you know, look, for him to go through the energy complex, he will get this. This will be good for America. There's a lot of stranded assets here that we're still only, there's 23% of the energy behind the pipe in Alaska and America. They're just, it's not efficient. It's not, there's not constant demand in some areas. I think he's going to love the jobs. There's 2 or 3 million jobs to be deployed in Bitcoin in the industry. It's, to me, if I'm running this country, the question is, do I want those jobs in Dubai or do I want them in the United States? And to Dan's part on the 9%, this is a really big deal for us. To be able to talk to a politician and say, look, you are not in control anymore. This is the only industry America has not rolled out and controlled across the global complex. And like, you should be thinking about, how do I get to 18 or 20%? Not to 2, and they're fighting it. So other nations are going to take this income. That's what I think. So.
And here's the thing, guys. Maybe presidential federal policies matter less for Bitcoin and more for crypto, but Bitcoin's token economy is developing. Does Bitcoin need to develop? This is the question. Does Bitcoin need to develop a robust token economy to be that asymmetrical bet? Like, if the token economy fails to develop, is Bitcoin's growth capped? Or how do you think about it? Dan, what do you think?
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, yeah, I think it is great that there are really cool projects being built on Bitcoin. Things like Stacks, you know, those are great. But, you know, people sometimes say, you know, what's the killer app of Bitcoin? Bitcoin's the killer app of Bitcoin, right? There's so much wealth being stored, so much savings, so much cross-border money flows. So even if, you know, nothing else gets built on top of Bitcoin, it is an amazing development for the world.
What do you guys think about the token economy? It's the asymmetrical bet, Bitcoin's fine how it is. It's still asymmetrical.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, Bitcoin is developing this robust token economy. Now, there are tokens on Bitcoin. Does Bitcoin need that to be that asymmetrical bet? Is it still an asymmetrical bet if that doesn't develop, or what do you think?
I don't think you need to add any bells and whistles to Bitcoin. It seems to be perfect to me. That doesn't mean that it's not going to evolve. It will evolve. And, I mean...
But I think Aaron's making a point that we're all sort of making. Bitcoin is fantastic, but if you can layer on a token economy, in addition, it will go way more exponential. It'll likely surpass gold because we've seen what token economies can do to other coins. And so the question is the technology there, and can you execute the technology on Bitcoin vis-a-vis a token economy? And the answer is yes. But I don't think, and I'll speak for myself, and maybe Dan and Gary will disagree with me, I'm not making the investment for that reason.
Correct.
I'm making the investment because this is sort of the purest store of value. If you study history and the history of money and the technology known as money, this is the purest store of value. And just 30 seconds on this, you know, I'm writing a book for John Wiley called The Little Book of Bitcoin. And Michael Saylor has agreed to do the forward for me, which I'm very grateful for. And I went to interview Peter Diamandis, and he said to me, you remember meeting Hal Finney, don't you? And I said, actually, no, I don't remember meeting Hal Finney, but Peter Diamandis introduced me to Hal Finney. Of course, he was the first person to receive a coin from the Nakamoto wallet. And I met Hal Finney in 2014. Don't tell my children that I met Hal Finney in 2014 because I didn't buy any Bitcoin. But I just want you to think about what they did to perfect this and to decentralize it. And so you don't need the token economy. What you need is for people just to adopt Bitcoin as they are doing and just let it scale. And we'll be sitting here, there'll be a much bigger crowd in 10 years.
1 year from today, we'll all be back on this stage. Guys, let's make some headlines.
God willing, God willing. Yep.
We'll all be back, Anthony. Give us a Bitcoin prediction for next year's Bitcoin conference. Hopefully the bull market continues. Gary, we'll start with you. And this is short term. I know you like long term, but please, 1 year from today.
We're looking at price?
Price, yeah. Let's listen, if you don't want to give price, you don't want to make the papers, that's okay. But yeah, 1 year, give us a prediction.
I think Bitcoin in the next year could go to $2.5 trillion of market cap. And that's the way I like to look at it rather than the price. I like to look at it relative to a NVIDIA.
So what, like, Bitcoin is what now? What
we're at 1.3, so that would be another billion.
Okay.
Another trillion of value. So 30 grand. I mean, and to these guys' point, I don't think you need the cream and the cherry on the top to make an investment decision in Bitcoin. Now, if all the tokenomics, and like if that happens, we're so underestimating this. Like, I just go back to the ETFs. All these guys are experts. Goldman, Citi, everybody's here studying this, and everybody got it wrong by 3 or 4.
Dan, 1 year from today, what do you think Bitcoin's price will be?
So my standard answer is always double, because that's what it's done on average for 11 years. But actually, I think this political unlock makes me more bullish. So I think it's going to be more than a double, 160,000, something like that.
160,000. Anthony, any?
Yeah, so I'm in Dan. If this is the price is right, I'm going to go 10,000 more than Dan. But I do believe that, though, because if you look at the halving cycle and you look at the supply-demand dynamics, you typically you get a 4x move from the halving, and that implies 160, 170. And I think that that's something that can very much so happen. I mean, are there geopolitical shocks that could hurt it? Possibly. But I also see Bitcoin decoupling over the next 12 months. So meaning, I don't think it's going to be as tied to the NASDAQ, or it's not going to be as tied to supply shocks like a Mt. Gox or a selling of the German government and things like that.
Let me ask you a fun one. The audience is going to like this. And the ultimate question is going to be, but let me set this up. The ultimate question is, what is the minimum amount of Bitcoin the average person can hold, where in the future they will achieve millionaire status? But let me set this up. If you hold about 15 Bitcoin today, you are a millionaire. But let's speak to the everyman. The average male salary in the US is like $70,000. Or even if you make 100,000 or 200,000, you can't buy tens or hundreds of Bitcoin necessarily. Yet, Bitcoin is gaining purchasing power and fiat is losing purchasing power. So what is the minimum amount of Bitcoin the average person can hold, where in the future they will achieve that millionaire status? Gary, what do you think?
What time period?
Well, in
20 years?
At least 10, I don't know, whatever. How do you think about it? You tell me.
It's hard. Look, I think people are, once they get into Bitcoin, if you buy 0.1 Bitcoin, I think you start looking at your other assets. Like I sold a house. I'm starting to compare everything in Bitcoin terms. I have a beautiful home, but it's not worth $76 million. Not in any matrix is it worth that. And if I would have deployed that same money 4 years ago, into Bitcoin, it would be $72 million. That is life-changing money for anyone. So that could have been an $800,000 house. It would still be $7.6 million. I think people need to work harder, do more hours, making fiat, which is the best mining on the planet, work 20 more hours a week, and then buy Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is an asymmetrical opportunity. Yeah, let's give that a round of applause. Develop cash flow by Bitcoin.
It's the old way, right?
You say Bitcoin is an asymmetrical opportunity, and get at least 0.1 if you can, and that will probably achieve millionaire status in the future. Dan, what do you think?
Well, a gallon of milk will probably cost $1 million, Ben, right? With inflation. So I think it's more just put as much into crypto as you can, but if it goes down 85%, your spouse still adores you, right? So it is going to happen again. It's a very volatile asset, but just be invested enough that you can hold it when it goes down the next time.
Anthony, could 0.01 get you millionaire status, or how do you think about it?
I would say that in 10, probably 7.
Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We just heard Bitcoin as an asymmetric opportunity. Got a stacked panel here with some new special guests, Mr. Russell Okung and Mr. Sean Harris, the pro athletes panel now, digging in a little bit to the investment perspective. We just heard from the suits, the billionaires, the people who are managing money, about what it's going to do for their portfolios, what Bitcoin is going to do. Maybe you guys can speak to the average person, the pro athlete. What brought you to Bitcoin, and why are you at a Bitcoin conference, Sean?
Yeah, I think, thank you. Thanks, Pete, for having me. Russell, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
The way I look at Bitcoin is everyone's trying to figure out how to make their wealth last, right? And I think an investor is trying to find that out. If you're an athlete, you have a short shelf life. You don't know how long you're going to live, even if you're not an athlete. And so you want to make sure that your money and your wealth is going to last for a long time. And if you have family, you want to be able to pass that on. And I think that's how any investor, anyone who's thinking about money, which we should be when we're living in a fiat world where our money constantly debases, we need something that will last. And I think that's what Bitcoin is. It's a symbol to an investor, to an athlete, to anyone, that this is money that's going to last and it's going to be around for a long time.
We're talking about Bitcoin as a savings technology. Russell, when you're talking to athletes, people you know, how are you introducing Bitcoin these days? Is it different than what you've said in the past?
Yeah, I think my perspective on Bitcoin shifted a little bit. I typically like to read the Bitcoin white paper prior to come to any conference. And
just a habit.
Yeah, just as a habit, right? Just as a refresher, right? I like to go back to where I was when I first.
As a meditation almost.
Yeah.
And was the white paper your introduction?
Well, the white paper was not my introduction, but I remember one of my good friends telling me way back in 2016, he said, Bitcoin is time, right? And he helped me analogize my football experience. And what he told me was, look, Russell, you are spending your life, your years, using brute force, right, to run into people for a full-time living. But like he said earlier, your shelf life is very short.
Right.
Your shelf life is very short. So when I decided to take my money into Bitcoin, to be paid in Bitcoin, right, at the time, Bitcoin was moving at 200 to 400% in value. And it was literally one of the best decisions I could ever made. Because while I was so caught up in doing and beating people up and banging my head against other people, right, I was able to capture value at 200 to 400% from year to year, right? And I think that ultimately is a game changer. How I explain it to football players is, hey, if your wages are capped at X amount per year, and if you get paid too much, you'll likely be able to get cut. Well, if you took that into Bitcoin, well, now the team and you have the flexibility to actually think, right? To actually think about the situation you're in, rather than being forced to constantly do.
Well, and of course, it was a movement you started really getting paid in Bitcoin, and other athletes followed. We've seen some athletes follow. What's the barrier to athletes thinking about it now? Are there barriers that remain? Or if you were talking to an athlete, do you have something that you recommend, an allocation you recommend?
The allocation is first study Bitcoin. I think that's the first allocation you have to make. Before you even buy it, just start studying it and asking yourself questions about why do you save in the dollar, or why would you choose any investment, or why would you choose any money at all in the first place? And then as you do that, then just get a little bit and feel how it feels to have a money that's real, it's not credit, it's not fake, it can't be printed by anybody. I think the biggest barrier is that it's just hard for people to speak the language of money. It's not a language that most people are taught, and so you have to learn it and you have to do the work. And if you don't do the work, no one can do it for you. It's just like if you're playing a sport, no one can run the sprints for you. No one can do the weights for you. No one can do the training or the film. You have to do it for yourself. And most people want to have a financial advisor. They want to sit back and they just want to send that to somebody else and just offload all the work. And you can't when it comes to money. If you want to be free, you have to do the work, and that's the price of freedom is the work that's involved.
It takes work to understand Bitcoin. Of course, a little bit more fun here in Nashville, Tennessee at the Bitcoin conference. We're going to throw it over to our roving reporter, Q, who is live in the audience now to give us a dose of what it's like to be on the floor. Stay with us.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm coming to you live from down at the Exposition Hall. Behind me, you can see the line just to get into the Nakamoto main stage. It is absolutely bananas over here. Everyone has to go through essentially a TSA screening to get into the main stage. Secret Service is all over the place. We know the line is insane. It's taken a long time to get it. It actually stretches all the way to the back of the exposition hall. And behind me to my right, I'm actually in front of Media Row. We have over 400 different media companies covering this event live. Behind me is the Daily Wire, CNBC, and Fox as well. So if you're not watching here, smash the subscribe button down below. Back to you at the desk, Rizzo.
Pro athlete panel. I want to go to something that was heard on stage. Anthony Scaramucci speaking on that panel of investors. He said, we want Bitcoin to be bipartisan. Obviously, this conference coming under a little bit of fire for seeming partisan. Is that really reality? Is Bitcoin partisan? If you were asked that, how would you respond? Sean, I'll stick to you.
Bitcoin doesn't care. Bitcoin does not care. It does not know who Donald Trump is. It doesn't know who Kamala Harris is. It doesn't care. So, you know, if you want wealth that lasts for a long time, it will never know who any of us are, but we will know who Bitcoin is, and I think that's the difference. So whoever makes that decision, you have the first mover's advantage, and that's how I look at it. It doesn't care about who is the president. It has no idea that the United States even exists.
Of course, Bitcoin, a software, but yourself, a voter. Has Bitcoin changed your perspective or on the choice in November?
You know, I look at it as when it comes to Bitcoin and voting, I just want someone who's not going to tax it. I think that's the thing that I look at. You know, someone that's not going to tax Bitcoin, who's going to look at it as money, and I don't know if anyone really understands it to that level yet, besides Bukele. And I think that's what we're seeing.
President Bukele, Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, of course. Russell, your perspective on this partisanship, obviously a lot of red hats around here, people who maybe want to see their party use Bitcoin as a tool for power. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I guess I would have a little bit of a different perspective. Bitcoin certainly is not bipartisan, but it's certainly pro-human. You know, so when I think about Satoshi in the white paper, what does it really reveal? It reveals that Bitcoin is not limited to the deployment of technology, right? That ultimately it's us, it's we, humans. We are the source code of progress. We are the algorithms of advancement. We are powerful, truly, beyond measure. And it's our creativity, it's our ingenuity, our adaptability. What does Satoshi do? He could understand, him and a group of people could understand that there needed to be an adequate response to central banking, an adequate response to the issues that we were dealing with intermediaries, right? And that ultimately is who we are as humans. We have the ability to respond. So what is Bitcoin? It's not bipartisan, it's pro-human, right? But Bitcoin is the reminder of human greatness. That's who we are.
Well, I feel like it takes the government away from the human interaction, right?
That's right.
And I think that's how I look at it is, if humans, we want to interact, and that's what Bitcoin can provide, is a true peer-to-peer, not a peer to a government to a peer, and it just gets us back into being who we should be. We should be free men. We should be working hard and doing things and living how we want to live. And if we have a government telling us or regulating us on how we can live and what we can do, then it prohibits us from truly being free, and that's what Bitcoin brings back to us, is that freedom.
Some quick thoughts before we're back to the main stage. Talking about Satoshi, how would he feel about this event? You think this is Satoshi's vision, what he had in mind for Bitcoin? Russ, quickly.
This is the human vision. This is our this is our vision. We will always learn, grow, collaborate, right, and be together in person. I'm much more interested in the social layer that exists in Bitcoin. Everybody's talking about L1s and L2s. All these things are great. We need to figure these things out.
The people's movement.
Exactly.
Sean, quickly, before we're back at the main stage.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for having us on, and we appreciate it. I love this event.
We'll be right back at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. Heading over to the main stage, Freedom Tech Bitcoin's Policy Outlook with Senator Bill Hagerty and Ron Rudy of Bitcoin Park. Stay with us.
So then, I know we got a short amount of time, so can I start off with a personal question then?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sure.
All right. Why do you love Bitcoin so much?
Wow. That gets to the DNA of a person, right?
Yeah.
Because it really gets to the DNA of this state and of so many Americans, because I love liberty and freedom. I don't care for centralization. And the notion of autonomy is something I think every American appreciates. Go back to our founding fathers. You know, the whole notion of federalism. And the authorities not explicitly given to the federal government should be reserved to the states. Yet we have a federal government right now that's trying to grasp as much authority and power and centralization as they can. So it's very basic and very fundamental to me. One other thing,
innovative capacity of America is being demonstrated right now in this industry. And if we don't nourish it and create the ecosystem for it to thrive here, it'll go someplace else. I want to see America win because at my core, America is the winningest nation ever, and I got to see it happen here.
Well, I have to commend you. Yeah, big round of applause to that. That's awesome. One thing in the community we talk about is called proof of work, which you're very familiar with as well. And I have to applaud you and your team. You guys spent now a number of years at Bitcoin Park, getting to know the community, getting to learn more about Bitcoin. But it seems like now, I mean, look at this conference. We got a number of other senators, and they're learning about Bitcoin, other policymakers. What do you think is the reason why there's such enthusiasm now to learn about Bitcoin?
Well, as you said, and we can go through it a little bit later, I've been working on this for some time, for years working with you, Rod, on this. But to see my colleagues coming together, and I've got a great set of colleagues here, more to come, I think. I think what we see is a crescendo that's been started by the words of one man, that's President Donald Trump. He's leaned into this. He said, look, this is fundamental to America's competitiveness. It's also fundamental to our liberty and freedom. And he is leaning all in. I can't wait till tomorrow afternoon to hear his address here. But I think that has been the thing that has spurred so many people to say, yes, the time is now for us to embrace this industry, for us to address it. And frankly, what we're going to see is in November, this industry is going to be on the ballot. Meaning, if you favor centralization, government control, lack of sovereignty, then you can vote for Vice President Harris. I wish she were here to have this conversation with us today. I think her answers to the questions might be quite different. If you want liberty, freedom, decentralization, the ability to self-custody your own assets, the ability to control your own destiny and not have your privacy invaded by control of your transactions, then Donald Trump is going to be a clear answer for you and down the ballot on the Republican side.
I'm just thinking that you would make a great Treasury Secretary, by the way, and I'll get to that maybe later on. You mentioned pushing innovation offshore, you mentioned pushing talent offshore. It does seem like that, and I'm not trying to get political, obviously but the current administration right now is very hostile to Bitcoin and crypto at large.
Yes.
What do you think is the motivation or the agenda behind that?
Well, the downside is what you just articulated, and that is by not creating an embrace, by not creating the ecosystem for success, we're going to see this industry move offshore along with the talent that goes with it. What also leaves this nation is our source of competitive advantage. America should be the hub of innovation. If you think about the steps here, from the internet to cryptocurrency to what will happen with artificial intelligence, we need to be on that spectrum and we need to be playing hard every day. The current administration has a very different worldview, and that is one that's based on centralized control. Central control finds the whole notion of a decentralized currency repugnant. The notion that you could self-custody your assets, they don't want that. This is about control, plain and simple. We've seen it in Operation Choke Point in the Obama administration. Now Choke Point 2.0 is coming after this industry right here. They're using the tools of the federal government to shut down an industry that they don't like. They've done it to private prisons. They'll do it if you want to buy a box of shotgun shells to go out and shoot skeet. Whatever they want to control, whether they want to geofence your driving pattern or whatever it might be, if they can control your means of transacting, they can control your life. That is the exact opposite of the position that I want to take. I want to see the Republican Party take. And if you, yeah, please. I just left the Republican National Convention last week. And as I said earlier this morning, this feels today to me like the Bitcoin National Convention. It's great to see the Orange Party well represented here today. Thanks. But to cover just some of the planks on the Republican convention regarding this industry, we're going to end the war on digital assets day one. That's going to happen.
That's great.
We're going to support the mining industry. We're going to support self-custody. All of the things that are necessary for this industry to thrive,
we're there.
Definitely want to get to mining. One thing I want to just double click on and maybe expand on, CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. Yeah, boo is right. Keep that booing going up. And I know you mentioned a number of points on centralization. Actually, one of the first times, or the second time you had visited Bitcoin Park, may have been the third time, we have these big signs that it's no CBDCs, central bank digital currencies enslaved. And I'm like, oh man, let's, and then you're like, yeah, F that. But there seems like a number of nations that are adopting CBDCs. Well, just trying to put on your, thinking about the other side, why do you think they are adopting CBDCs? And do you think in the US there could be a scenario where CBDCs are adopted?
Well, I think you look no further than Xi Jinping and the Communist Party in China to see where the largest footprint of adoption is taking place right there. And what does the CCP do? They want to control their population. You've got a social credit score. If they don't want you driving beyond the bounds of Beijing, they can stop you from buying fuel to do that. The tolls won't work for you. They can ease or constrain the flow of your funds based on your behavior. That is centralized control. That's the Chinese Communist Party. Why in the world would the United States want to adopt anything that the CCP thinks is a good idea? Yet, we have a cabal in Washington that thinks this is a great idea. You think no further than when Silicon Valley Bank failed that weekend. The next morning, Monday morning after the failure, they had the former candidate for comptroller of the currency from Moscow State, by the way. She's on the radio on Bloomberg saying the only answer is a centralized digital currency. That's where they want to head things, and that is not where we can allow things to go. I think it will change in November. Again, it's on the ballot. But we have a chance to make a radical change in the right direction here.
That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So from a policy standpoint, and from the Republican side of you mentioned self-custody, you mentioned mining. What are things that we can do, or you guys can do to further enshrine or cement our natural rights in this regard? Like self-custody.
We have several opportunities. The first will start in the executive branch with a series of executive orders that can facilitate the self-custody or any other aspect of the industry. But I think perhaps the most important thing on the executive branch side is changing personnel. That's what happens. And you can name a few that you'd like to see changed. I would start with Gary Gensler. Right now, and Gary Gensler is a person that was at the MIT Media Lab. He understands the industry well. I think that's why he's been so effective at trying to crush it. But if we don't see a change, everybody in Washington, this is the worst kept secret in Washington, Gary Gensler's aspiration is to move from the SEC to become Treasury Secretary. Think about that for a moment.
Bad news bears.
Let that settle in. If we don't maintain the gavel in the United States Senate, there's a very good chance Elizabeth Warren becomes the chair of the Senate Banking Committee. Think about that for the moment. So there is a real clear choice in the ballot. And we've got to take back the Senate. We've got to take back the White House. We've got to retain the House of Representatives. That gives us the maximum opportunity to take a step function leap in the right direction to support this industry, to create the proper ecosystem, the regulatory environment that's necessary to allow certainty, but not constraining. And what you'll see is appointees by President Trump at the SEC, at the CFTC, and other areas that are actually supportive of the industry. And rather than working in conflict with the industry, we'll be working collaboratively. That way, together, the federal government can support our nation's strengths, our competitive advantage. The United States will win yet again.
I love that. Absolutely. This did not happen overnight with you either. You've spent a number of times at the park, and you mentioned years versus weeks or days, and I know the proof of work you've already put in. Could you tell this audience a little bit more about how your view on Bitcoin, the technology, the monetary components has evolved over time?
That's an interesting question, and I think a lot of our audience wouldn't have a reason to know this. But before I came to the United States Senate, I served in the Trump administration. In fact, I'm the only former member of the Trump administration serving in the Senate. My job was the U.S. ambassador to Japan. I think most of you know this. Japan is the third largest economy after the U.S. and China. It's a huge economic partner, but it's also a critical military and national security partner. In fact, we have more U.S. military stationed in Japan than any place else in the world. We're dealing with issues from North Korea, from Russia, from China, Taiwan, right at the doorstep there. This is an area where in 2017, when I took my office, my first big experience. I walked into my office one morning, and above the fold in the newspaper there was the fact that CoinCheck had been heisted. That robbery took over $500 million in one night. Who had done it? I worked with my intelligence team. We found out very quickly a state actor was involved. Now, this is at a time when we are working aggressively to stop ship-to-ship transfers of coal to keep the North Koreans from getting $3, $5, $6 million, where we literally had our Secretary of State on the phone with other nations to not accept guest workers from North Korea because we didn't want them to obtain tens of millions of dollars. $500 million heisted in one night? We couldn't put the finger on North Korea, but I can tell you, I was deeply concerned, and the first place that I went was the use of cryptocurrency for illicit finance. I fly back to Washington, I meet with our Secretary of Treasury, Stephen Mnuchin. We had a conversation about it then, and this is again early, and we were both deeply concerned. Then what evolved? Wow, the ledger technology and the transparency that the chain provides actually allowed law enforcement with the proper authorities to begin to catch the people that were involved.
You mean just do the work?
Yeah, just do the work. Just do the work. And I realized this is actually far superior, certainly to cash, and it offers a unique opportunity, given the transparency and the way the ledger works, for something very interesting to happen. It's the converse of what you often hear in Washington, that this is illicit finance. One of my colleagues in the banking committee, Elizabeth Warren, points this out all the time. Cryptocurrency is evil because of its illicit finance, using numbers that have been, completely debunked. But as I began to dig into it further and realized how smart contracts could work, how the technology would evolve, the efficiencies that we could gain in back office processes and procedures. As a business person, as somebody that I started my career at the Boston Consulting Group, I became a private equity investor, continually looking for companies that will transform with technology. This is a chance to transform our nation with technology. If you think about the productivity gains that we can achieve with this, this is going to be another step function in our productivity that will make America, again, the most competitive economy in the world. So my perspective completely changed as I dug into it. It's been spending time with you over the past few years, Rod, and your team, and with many others in the industry that I have learned a tremendous amount. And I tell you, the creative talent in this industry, the energy behind it is just exceptional. It's at the core of what makes America great, and I love this industry and want to see it continue to thrive.
Let's go. Let's go. So then let me maybe ask a more pointed question then, to not impede innovation here in the States. Do you believe that current KYC regulations are impeding business growth opportunities, even our personal liberties?
So Senator Warren has a one-size-fits-all approach to KYC. KYC, know your customer. Look, there are good and valid reasons for this sort of information to be collected at the appropriate points. But to come in and apply it across an industry that's evolved way beyond where we are today, from a bricks and mortar environment to where we are with the blockchain technology, is not working. And what is intended to be is a poison pill. So we have to stop that. We have to constrain it. Let law enforcement do their job.
Yep.
But let's not kill an industry by imposing some sort of one-size-fits-all requirement that will not work. It needs to be far more thoughtful than that. And I think, at its core, this is just an effort to try to kill the industry using this type of regulation. It sounds good on the surface, but as you dig in, it's devastating because it's misapplied.
Yeah, that's fair. I did say earlier I wanted to get back on the miners. Mining is near and dear to me. I think here in the state of Tennessee, we have a unique opportunity to be one of the places that can lead the way with Bitcoin mining. It was public news, so I'm not speaking out of turn. You attended a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with a number of the top publicly traded mining company executives with President Trump. Should the Republicans win in 2025, what would this mean for, let's say, specifically miners and the mining industry?
The Bitcoin mining industry has been attacked aggressively by the environmentalists, by a number of people. Our view here in Tennessee is quite different. And President Trump, gets this completely. The Bitcoin miners are tremendous customers for those who want to build out the electric grid. We want to build our grid out aggressively here in Tennessee. In fact, the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is our utility here, is the largest in the nation. It's a source of competitive advantage for Tennessee that we have this grid. The Bitcoin miners are coming to Tennessee. They're setting up operations. Frankly, they do it in rural areas that have lost jobs to offshoring, things of that nature. It's been good for our local economies, but they allow us to cost justify the build out. Tennessee right now has 42% of our complete energy portfolio in nuclear. Nuclear investments are massive. To be able to know that you've got the type of demand load that's necessary to justify the next level of investment is important. The Bitcoin mining industry can help us do that. And as we build toward the type of grid that will be necessary to support AI, you think about Elon Musk's big investment in Memphis that's coming in. You think about semiconductor manufacturing and fabrication we want to see happen here. I'd love to see it happen in Tennessee. We've got to build the grid for the future, and Bitcoin miners can help us get there. One of the unique aspects of the way the energy consumption profile for a Bitcoin miner is such that they can curtail their usage immediately if necessary. So if we have an event like a storm, super hot weather, or a freeze, they can shut down, whereas other industries cannot. So it adds a surge capacity, a sort of accordion, if you will, to the capacity that we build here in Tennessee. And in that respect, they're some of the best customers we could possibly have.
That's great. Curious your thoughts on nuclear, out of curiosity. Nuclear
is and should be a massive source of competitive advantage for America. We have Oak Ridge National Lab and the Tennessee Valley Authority right here. They understand how to do nuclear. The costs have grown exponentially. This is all a product of years ago, back in the 70s, with 3 Mile Island and a movie called The China Syndrome that scared everybody away from the industry. We were on the right sort of scale curve. We were lowering our cost, and we completely blew up the scale curves by backing out of the industry and imposing massive regulations. So the cost to build a new nuclear plant has gone through the roof. We need to take a realistic perspective on the permitting, the timelines, look at small modular reactors and a lot of other technologies that we can really succeed with, and go very hard at it. Again, the industry here can help us cost justify those investments.
That's fantastic. All right, we have to win in November. All right, we won November, we win. What else do you see on the agenda now? We got the House, the Senate, the presidency. What else is on the agenda then?
Well, I think if you look at what will be most impactful for the entire economy here, and also from our geopolitical position, President Trump will get back into the energy business full bore. What we saw happen on day one when the Biden administration came into office is they waged war on domestic energy. Joe Biden immediately took federal lands off the map for exploration. That's a quarter of our capacity off the map right now. You try permitting a pipeline right now, a refinery, next to impossible. What they did is they flatlined us. We were on a growth trajectory like this in terms of our energy production. They flatlined us. Their solution has been to appease Iran, let Russia produce, let Venezuela produce. That's not the right answer. America needs to go back into full production, and we will when President Trump comes into office. It will immediately lower cost. You think everything in America has to be transported. That will have an immediate positive impact on inflation, clearly. But it also makes us a much more powerful geostrategic partner, meaning we can become the supplier of choice to Europe again. We just lost that status in May of this year to Russia. We can become the supplier of choice throughout Southeast Asia. You think about a counterweight to China's Belt and Road Initiative, that is it. We can have a dramatic impact on our posture in the world if we play to our strengths and build on the fact that America's innovation has driven us to a point where we can be the #1 provider of energy in the world. We can, we should, and we will after November.
That's so well said. I know we have a few seconds left, Senator, and hopefully, I mean, this was amazing. One more round of applause for Senator Haggerty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, just some final thoughts as it relates to your Bitcoin journey and what you could see from the community to support you.
Well, I just say this. I know if you turn on the television, there's so many things that can depress one and make you feel like the nation has gone to hell in a handbasket. But when I look across this audience here today, when I go out and walk the conference halls, what I see is the energy and the enthusiasm and the inspiration that makes America great. And if we think about the innovation and the capacity to lead. It's right here. It's resident at this conference. I couldn't be more proud of America than I am today sitting here with all of you. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Senator Hagerty, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That was great.
The Bitcoin Conference.
Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. You just heard a fireside chat with Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee. We're here back at the live desk with a pro-athlete panel. We've got Mr. Sean Harris and Russell Okung hanging out with us here, talking to everybody out on X, YouTube, and Rumble. I want to read a couple quotes from the senator just there. Chance to transform our nation with Bitcoin. He wants to tap the creative talent and energy of our industry. Sean, Russell, your reaction to hearing a sitting senator talking about Bitcoin with such positivity?
Cool. We're talking about energy. I'm always been a big fan of, we're going to have energy, we should be talking about nuclear. And I think that's what I think is the first country that really is going to take over nuclear, is going to have a chance to make the leap ahead of every other single country, especially because you're going to be able to mine Bitcoin with nuclear-powered energy. But that takes a decade to get started. So I don't know if we can do that here in the United States because we have such a fast change in who's the president.
Well, of course, Donald J. Trump wanting Bitcoin made in America. You can get these hats at bitcoinmagazine.com. Russell, your reaction to hearing a sitting senator speaking so positively about Bitcoin?
Look, as I've been walking around the conference, there are tons of political activists outside, right? And they're all trying to get us to root, right, for whatever candidate. And I guess I would say I don't really care about politics in that way.
Drop out.
Right? Like, it's
surprise.
Right, because at the end of the day, right, the reality is that this Bitcoin conference is going to be bigger than RNC, bigger than the DNC, bigger than the NRA, right? Like, all those people are going to come here, Senator Hagerty and all the like, they're going to want to pander to this audience. Why? Because we are becoming the most powerful force in the world, not just the nation, right? We are the last line of defense, the last free-thinking people, right? If I'm a politician, I want those people on my side. Well, we need better terms. We need people who are serious about sovereignty, freedom, proper custody, and freedom of speech. We need to protect code. We need to protect our developers. We need to protect our influencers and the people who are speaking and hanging out with these guys. By the way, shout out to David Bailey. Shout out to David Bailey. Love what he's doing. Love his focus. And let's keep this thing rolling.
Well, of course, the bigger story, the declining dollar. Sean, your sense of, do the average people, understand that they're impacted by inflation, and that this is a failure of the U.S. dollar system that these congressmen are in charge of?
Well, I mean, if you look at just your natural person, right? Our grandparents used to be able to support, one man could support a whole family on a normal job. He could have 8 kids, and that was normal. And then our parents could have a few kids. Nowadays,
with a high school education, even.
Yeah, and nowadays, if you have a good education, you have to have dual income to have 2 kids. What about the generation after us? The generation after us, just to support themselves is becoming unmanageable just for the cost of living alone. And I think that's when the rubber meets the road, and you're seeing that people finally understand it when they can't support themselves. They go, okay, something is wrong. And you're starting to see that. You see a lot of these videos that come up on Twitter or on YouTube that people are finally understanding, I graduated from college, I did what everyone told me to do, and I cannot support myself. And, I think that's when it finally clicks, and they go, there has to be something else. And when people start searching, they will eventually come down to where the truth lies. And that's when Bitcoin clicks for most people, is when it solves a problem that you have. And that's what's done for us 3 up here. It's solved a problem for us in a different way, and it's going to keep solving different problems for different people, and as it does, then more people will understand it and will want Bitcoin.
But I think the meta question here from the politician is, can it solve the dollar, right? Or is the dollar just on its decline, Bitcoin on the rise? Russell, how do you see it?
Yeah, I am the type to believe solely in the Bitcoin economy. I love ordinals, I love inscriptions, I love rooms, I love everybody who is attempting to build different token standards, because I think that ultimately how we should all be thinking. Right? I cannot control the dollar situation. I cannot control financial policy and monetary policy. I cannot speak to that. A politician can get up there and say all these type of things, and Larry Fink can show up, and
so your adoption by any means necessary?
Yeah, adoption by any means necessary, particularly in Bitcoin. We want the Bitcoin humanity. We want the Bitcoin economy. Why? Because it's going to usher forward a whole new humanity, a different way of collaborating and a different way of thinking.
Sean, adoption by any means necessary. Your quick take.
No, I'm not for adoption by any means necessary. I'm not. I would disagree with Russell on this one. I'm not for the ordinals, but look, I'm about the monetary policy. That's where the difference is for me. Is the monetary policy that everyone knows what is Bitcoin, and it's predictable, right? We have 10 guys that can make a decision in the back room in DC about the cost of money, about the price of money, and how it flows, and if it stops, quantitative easing, quantitative tightening. With Bitcoin, it's a predictable monetary policy. We all know the rules to the game, and no one can change those rules. I played basketball for years. If someone changed the rules of basketball in the middle of a game, I would be so upset because they call it travel and I'm not traveling. And that's what happens, right? The guys in GME that were doing these, the short squeeze back in the day, and then all of a sudden Robinhood just turns it off and they say you can't buy this anymore. The same thing happens, right? In Canada, they can turn off your bank account. And so for me, I want money that's predictable. I want to know the rules, and I want money that doesn't debase my wealth. And that's what Bitcoin provides
Sean,
for me.
why support the ETFs? Why not ordinals? Why not any means necessary? Any way to get people off the U.S. dollar standard that's failing?
Because I think some people can sometimes, they go down a certain way and can get burned, and that can get them disillusioned to what Bitcoin, what it really is offering. If someone thinks that, if they think that an ETF is Bitcoin, and then they realize that there's a 6102 that happens, then that's actually was never their Bitcoin. It was an IOU to their Bitcoin. And so I want people to understand what it is the right way. But look, sometimes people do understand. Maybe they do learn as they get a touch point with something like an ETF. Maybe they get a touch point, and that brings them down to the rabbit hole, and then they really understand what Bitcoin is.
Of course, we're going to be going to the main stage in just minutes now. Michael Saylor, CEO of MicroStrategy, will be taking the stage for a keynote. Guys, I want to talk about Michael and what he's doing, amassing 200,000 plus Bitcoin. Quick thoughts on what he might say to the Bitcoin community. Is there anything left he can do for us, having amassed that stash and promoting it as he is?
Well, look, ultimately, I think Michael has been incredible for the Bitcoin environment. Right, he has been serious about things from an institutional level, but again, it's us. Right, he is simply just a node on the network. He is one person. Right, and what I want us to see, people in Bitcoin, say is we can make this same type of change. We can affect how people think. We can affect our families independently. Right, so there's no savior that's coming. There's no politician that's going to come and save us. Right, but we have code. We have each other. Right, so I'm looking forward to what he says, but my perspective won't change.
Heading now to the Nakamoto stage, Michael Saylor, chairman of MicroStrategy. Stay with us.
A city known for freedom, and I'm honored to follow Senator Haggerty and address you today. Today, I've decided to use slides. And for those of you who've seen my presentation, some are with slides, some are without slides. I got a lot of good comments on the ones with slides, and so I figured the best way to make this presentation better was more slides. So number go up, and with no more delay, I want to talk about the Bitcoin revolution. And I also want to talk about rebuilding our global economy with digital capital. The world, as we know it, is based on 20th century ideas and 20th century technology. Stocks trade 9:30 to 4 unless there's a bank holiday. You can't do things on the weekend. Everything is slow. Everything is expensive. If we want to prosper in the 21st century, we need new ideas, and they need to be based on new technology. This chart you've seen before, I popped it up. It's $900 trillion of global wealth. It's that $900 trillion, it's spread across physical assets and financial assets that are 20th century ideas, 20th century technology. And in the upper left corner is a little orange blip, the little orange asset that could, what we call Bitcoin. It's $1 trillion. It seems like a lot if you started with zero, but when you look at it against the greater scheme of things in the world, it's 0.1%. Here's another way to see that same chart. It's not 900 trillion of assets. It's a bunch of assets held for their utility value and a bunch of assets held as a store of value, long-term capital. When I buy a house, I want to live in it. But when I buy a bunch of bonds, I just put my money there because I didn't know what else to do with the money. And when you start to see the world as a big chunk of long-term capital, $450 trillion or more of capital, and you start to think about the way we store that capital, you see the engine for the revolution. The global economy struggles because we're relying upon imperfect assets and imperfect systems to store that capital. It's crippling our capital preservation. So how do we engineer a better system? Well, this is Tesla, and Tesla had a quote. He said, "You want to understand the universe? Think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." I'm going to translate that. I'm going to talk about the physics of money now. What are the physics of money? Energy is money, or capital, or wealth. You could use them interchangeably for this speech. Frequency is about the duration or the lifespan. How long will it take? A minute, an hour, a year, a century? And we vibrate money every time we trade with each other, or we transfer from one locale to another, or we transform a property into another type of asset. And so here is an important equation. This is useful life is equal to the value of an asset divided by the cost to maintain that asset. If you're looking for the useful life of your money in an asset, then the way to figure it out is ask, how much does it cost every year to maintain that asset in pristine condition? What do I have to spend in order to avoid depreciation or decay? It turns out that that useful life, is very close to something we know in the Bitcoin community as stock to flow. They're very related if you're measuring them in years. Many individuals and most corporations, they use financial assets to preserve capital. And this is the source of a challenge for us. Let's talk about financial assets. I want to keep my money for a long period of time. Start with $1 billion, put it in the peso, and the money is decaying in 2 years, right? A 98% inflation rate strips you of your economic energy or your capital. This is not a good long-duration asset. The Turkish lira, your capital lasts 3 years. The US dollar, under traditional monetary inflation for the past century, might last 14 years, but it's not like you have it for 14 years. The life is being sucked out of you linearly over the 14 years. Put your money in a hedge fund. What's the annual cost? It's 2% management fee and then 20% of the upside. About 4% a year if you're investing in normal assets. That means it's a 25-year asset. Treasuries, you're going to get a yield, but the 3.5% after-tax yield goes against the 7% monetary inflation. Maybe your money lasts 30 years. Capital in a mutual fund where you pay a 1% fee, 100 years. That's about the best you're going to get. If you manage to buy a diversified portfolio at 10 basis points, the counterparty risk is going to drive you to a 1% cost. So those are your financial assets. We're running the world on a 20th century set of ideas, and on average, a financial asset is going to last you 30 years. We all know inflation dilutes the value of financial assets. But inflation is just the tip of the iceberg. You're also going to get diluted by tariffs and tolls and torts and transfers, taxes. We got all sorts of taxes, income tax, capital gains tax. Every time you vibrate and move the money, you get taxed on the money. And then if the taxes don't take you and the torts don't undo you, you've got weather and competition and obsolescence and politics and catastrophe. Those are the things that dilute the value of your capital over time. And if you want to maintain economic energy, you have to fight against that friction. Well, most people realize that's a frustrating endeavor and it's a no-win endeavor, so they give up on financial assets and they start turning to physical assets to preserve capital. Well, here's the physical asset, a Ferrari. Not a good way to keep your money forever, though, because after 5 years, you've spent as much on the insurance and the upkeep and the depreciation as it's worth. Yachts aren't much better. If you spend 10% of your money operating it, you also get hit with depreciation. Don't store your money in yachts. A home in Miami Beach, if you buy a $10 million house, you better come up with $10 million to maintain the house over 17 years. Now you've got no money left. Silver, 22 years. A warehouse, 40 years, maybe 50 years. Bar of gold, 62 years. A painting, 72 years. Land, the average property tax in the United States is 1.1%. That means your money is going to last 91 years unless the government reassesses the value of your property. Then it's going to last less than 91 years. The oldest family ranch in the United States is King Ranch. They made it 173 years. Every other family in the country failed. And here's the longest held property, the Crown Estate in the United Kingdom. You could say the royal family held it since 1066, but on the other hand, it passed from the Plantagenets to the Stuarts, through the Lancasters and the Yorks, and eventually found its way to the Hanover family. And so maybe 7 different families split that. None of them got to take it with them. So physical assets you might think might last 1,000 years. Probably about 50 to 75 years is the best you're going to do. Entropy is diluting the value of your physical assets. It's sucking the capital, the energy out of them. There's a reason it's called Earth and not heaven. Because politicians are very creative. They got a city tax, a county tax, a state tax, a federal tax, a transfer tax, a usage tax on the property. And if that doesn't get you, there's rent control, price control, or a culture shock. Then you got competition. You might get discriminated against. There's recession. The currency can collapse. Your tenants won't pay you. Someone will slip and fall on the front sidewalk and sue you. There's weather, war, crime, and catastrophe. And if energy prices go through the roof, it's going to be hard for you to make a go of it. Physical capital is not a simple solution. Something I learned at MIT, the 3 laws of thermodynamics. You can't win. You can't break even. But you can't get out of the game. So you could stop right here and be a little bit depressed. But then again, we don't want to lose. So you start thinking, what if we could find a way out of the game? Then we could break even. Then you could win. Satoshi found a way. He gave it away. And he went away. And that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is digital capital. That's what he created. Bitcoin's immortal, immutable, and immaterial capital. And I use that in this sense. It's got an infinite lifespan. It's not being attacked by the forces of weather and entropy and inflation. It's immaterial in the sense that it's not in the physical world. It's not suffering from all of those parade of horribles that are the scourge of financial and physical assets. And it is the solution to our economic dilemma. The transformation of our capital from financial and physical assets to digital assets, it solves the problem that we're all facing. Now, how long-lived is Bitcoin? Well, take your Bitcoin and put it at scale with a that means there's not a lot of room for triple maxis, not at the nation state level, right? There's going to be one, there might be two. At some point, right, this is an opportunity for an aggressive mover. You can have a lot of triple maxi families and a lot of triple maxi corporations, not a lot of room for triple maxi nations. And let's look at the US. US is a special case. Well, the rules are still the same, right? Buy Bitcoin, sell the paper, get rid of your gold, go long range. And the don'ts are still the same. Don't harass the Bitcoiners. Don't send the industry overseas. Don't send the capital overseas. But what's our base case here? Well, we think that AI and new technology is going to drive growth. I mean, I'm going to assume that the United States is going to be run by competent executives, and they're going to harness technology, and we're going to actually take advantage of AI, and we're going to create robot cars and robots and billion-person websites that give you free accounting and legal and medical advice, and all that's going to grow our revenues faster than grows our expenses, and we'll eventually get to the point where interest rates come down. But the question is, what's the United States Bitcoin strategy? And we could be normies. You could be a 10%er. That's kind of like buying 500,000 Bitcoin. You could buy 1 million Bitcoin. A double maxi is 2 million Bitcoin. A triple maxi is buy 4 million Bitcoin. And then start sweeping the surplus of the nation when it comes into Bitcoin. And the consequences? Well, if you're a normie, if you're a normie and you have great productivity growth and brilliant technology and the robots do all the work for us, you're still going to be in debt. It just won't get much worse. I mean, that'll save us. We need that. If you're a maxi, you'll pay off half the debt. If you're a double maxi, you got a surplus. And if you're a triple maxi, instead of owing 30 trillion, the nation has 30 trillion. Right? Bitcoin is not the solution to all our problems. It is the solution to half our problems. And the important point is the other half are very complicated. They'll take a lot of people and energy. This half is simple. This is a very simple thing to solve half our problems. So Bitcoin is cyber Manhattan. Hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital are going to go there. We're going to demonetize Russian tundra and Chinese real estate and everything in Africa. and all of the crappy buildings, everything anybody bought that they didn't need, it's getting demonetized. You buy a Bitcoin, you owe a building, otherwise a boulevard, otherwise the entire neighborhood. It's only 276 to the third. That's what you're looking at right now. And I'm going to leave you with one quote. Satoshi Nakamoto kicked off the Bitcoin network January 3rd, 2009. On January 17th of 2009, 14 days later, 16 months before Pizza Day, when Bitcoin was worth nothing, and it was not going to be worth anything for a year, Satoshi Nakamoto said it might make sense just to get some in case it catches on. If enough people think the same way, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And never have wiser words been spoken. You're staring at $1 trillion of proof, but there's still 1,000x to come, and you have a lot more information at your fingertips. The writing is on the wall. Bitcoin is the future of capital. It's the future of money. It might make sense to get some, because it has caught on. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. You just saw MicroStrategy Chairman Michael Saylor, quote, not a long-duration asset. Don't surrender your capital. His plea, the life is being sucked out of you. He showed a bunch of charts talking about corporates going a double, triple, maxi. His plea, the U.S. should buy 4 million Bitcoin. Bitcoin is cyber Manhattan. We're taking over all the asset classes. Going to throw it to the panel. Where do we start with this? And what do we think of the plea? U.S. should buy 4 million Bitcoin. Sounds good, right?
Cyber Manhattan. Super cool. Right?
You live in regular Manhattan. So
I'm in regular
like,
Manhattan. I'm in like Pleb Manhattan, down Tribeca. Old buildings, Chinese building is.
Well, let's stick with 4 million Bitcoin, right? This is a big, he's putting a specific number on this vision. There's only 21 million Bitcoin, right? So he's really saying the U.S. should own almost 20% of the Bitcoin supply. Thomas, your reaction?
Yeah, that's 3 like Mersu Papa shoes, right? 3 or 4, depending on.
Of course, you're referring to the old-time Bitcoiner there, but is that, Aubrey, your take on this number?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Look, this was Michael Saylor's magnum opus. I think he came out here, and we're going to hear from RFK later today. We're going to hear from other candidates, and so Trump speaks tomorrow. I think he's sending a message to the politicians. He's talking about how Bitcoin can solve a problem. He said Bitcoin doesn't solve all our problems, but it solves half of our problems. You heard him say that. And now the question goes to individuals. It goes to governments about where do you qualify as a maxi? So the question to everyone is, how much of a maxi do you want to be?
Everett, independent journalist, your take. Who's Saylor speaking to when he gives the speech?
So Saylor is speaking to everyone. And as you can see, I'm a fan. I think that was a perfect foreplay for the politicians that we're going to be seeing later today and tomorrow. Yeah. So he really set the stage for them
but
to
we worried,
make that announcement.
Do we even, as Americans, would we even want the United States to own 4 million Bitcoin? As long-term Bitcoiners, Thomas Bakia, owner of PubKey, going to throw it back to you. Do you want the U.S. to own 4 million Bitcoin?
They have 200,000 now, right? They've had much more in the past. They sell it out, right? They're the cleanest coins you can buy.
Those aren't opinions. Or do you want the United States to own 4 million Bitcoin?
No, not really.
Aubrey, your take.
I don't really want that.
Okay.
But if I had a preference of a government owning that much Bitcoin,
we're going to be right back after this. We're going to go to our roving camera live on the floor. Stay with us on the Mara News Desk.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm coming to you guys live from the Genesis stage in the Expo Hall. The Expo Hall actually has 3 different stages, open source all the way in the back right, as well as the mining stage in the back left. This line continues to wrap around fully around the Expo Hall. Senator Tim Scott just told us, look, I was blown away, was not expecting this. This conference has gone off the charts. Back to you at the desk, Rizzo.
We're back at the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee, speaking with an all-star panel here. Efrat Fennington, independent journalist, Aubrey Strobel, advisor at Trust Massachusetts, and Thomas Pakia, owner of PubKey. We're reacting to Michael Saylor's speech, double, triple, maxi. Really, he's giving people a guide, an adoption grade into Bitcoin. Efrat, your take on how accessible is this?
I think that it's right. Everyone can own Bitcoin. I think the way he phrased it, the normie, the double, the triple, everyone can own it. The question is how much can you afford it and whether it's feasible for everyone. I think that what he's hinting to the government is a bit of a push, and it's a bit of a tough play for us to.
Well, we got in the chat here on YouTube calls for Saylor to take a U.S. Treasury position potentially in the Trump administration. Multiple comments calling for that. Aubrey, Thomas, is this reasonable?
I mean, they're talking about who? Diamond, Fink.
Yeah.
Maybe Vivek is in the conversation. I think it would be interesting to throw Saylor into the mix, but it would be an unlikely choice. I think it's a long odds.
Aubrey?
I think Saylor has a company to run. I don't think I don't think he wants to get political. I know Saylor, and I know that he's open to meeting with people, but I don't think he's going to take a side in any administration.
Well, the die is cast, and he's put out the call. The United States government buy 4 million Bitcoin. The plan remains to be seen. We're going to throw it back to the main stage now to hear about Bitcoin and macro investment trends with Cathie Wood of ARK Invest, moderated by Elise Colleen from Stillmark. We'll be right back at the Mara News Desk.
Just said really won't matter much, although we think it really will matter. That, and I'm just going to start off by talking about the convergence between and among technologies that are evolving today and creating massive growth opportunities. I'm just going to illustrate with one stock. We're known for one stock that is a massive convergence opportunity. Many people analyze Tesla as an auto company, and yet we believe at ARK that it is actually the convergence among robotics, so autonomous taxi networks, robots, are going to be a very big part of the equation. Energy storage, they will be electric, and artificial intelligence, creating explosive growth opportunities. So the reason for that is each one of these technologies is following an S-curve, and when you have them converging, they're going to start feeding one another, and creating incredible growth opportunities. And I think what we're here to do today is to talk about convergence involving Bitcoin. And I would say one reason that we've seen the price appreciation recently is the recognition more and more. There's a lot of education taking place, especially 11 ETFs issued at the same time. You've got 11 asset managers out there educating as many people as possible. And what are we saying to them to make this understandable? We're saying that Bitcoin is 3 very big ideas in one. It's a technology, right? But if you think about it, it's leveraging off the internet. It's the layer of the internet that developers didn't put in place in the early 90s because they never dreamed that financial services or commerce would take place on the internet. So it's simply the next generation of the internet. It is a monetary system, the first global, decentralized, private, no government oversight, no throat to choke, digital, rules-based, that's extremely important, monetary system in history. So there's tech, there's economics, and then the third thing, and this we brought to light with the ETF issuance, is it is a new asset class, and every asset manager, retail or institutional, has to consider putting a new asset class in their clients' portfolios. Why? Because of the low correlation of returns. What that means, you slot some Bitcoin in, and your return per unit of risk goes up. And every institution knows that, and so they have a responsibility to understand what Bitcoin is and what kind of investment opportunity it will represent for their clients. So I think that ETF issuance has really helped cement this story and is beginning to generate deeper understanding more broadly in the investment world.
It certainly has, and I think that positions Bitcoin well to also be represented in other macro trends that asset allocators are attending to. You mentioned AI when you spoke about Tesla. And one of the things that we're hearing from asset allocators is that they're interested in investing in AI and LLM infrastructure. And you mentioned in what you just summarized that that Bitcoin, one of the things that Bitcoin technologies can do is fill a gap for payments on the web. Bitcoin can uniquely do that. But beyond that, what we expect to see in AI and the LLM space is an even higher demand for payments and a demand for micropayments at scale. And what's interesting about that is that that's an area where traditional financial systems aren't optimized for. And beyond that, in the crypto space, it's only Lightning, because of its architecture as a payment channel network, that can reach that sort of transaction volume, the TPS, transactions per second, that will be required in a web-based world or in a world where AI and LLMs are serving the needs of users and of enterprise. And so Bitcoin technologies have a role to play here. And for investors looking to invest in AI and LLM infrastructure, they have to think about what payments match the opportunity of the capabilities that those technologies introduce. And Lightning can do that. And so we're seeing Lightning mature as a payments technology at a moment where it's also applicable to a large macro trend.
Sure, and I'll follow up on AI. What's going on in AI, talked about open source models and how this might accelerate many of the trends that AI has already triggered. And so I think what we're going to see is a couple of things. One, and we've learned this from the Lightning Network and some of the developers working on it, in Africa, I don't know if you know roast beef, but he's one of them. We did a brainstorm. We do a Bitcoin brainstorm every month in conjunction with Bitcoin Park. And he was on one of the first of them, so look that up. It's every time I am with the developers or the miners or some part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, my confidence in what is about to happen here increases. Well, roast beef at one of the first two of those brainstorms, sitting in Africa, was saying, this is transforming lives in Africa. It is going to redefine the division of labor. We think we understand the gig economy. Think micro-gig economy, and think global labor force and piecemealing out these tasks. So he says this is transforming people's lives in Africa. And so I think the payments part of this is critical.
Yes.
And I also think the second part, so division of labor and paying for those micro giga jobs,
yes,
is one example. And then there's the machine to machine. You know, basically, it's called agentic AI. I will basically direct an LLM to create a marketing program for me and my new company, including a website, a marketing program, articles, promotional materials, and so forth. And the agentic AI will do that from beginning to end when we finally get there. And we're getting there faster than I thought we were going to get there. So how does this happen? How do we pay all of the various entities involved? Lightning Network, Bitcoin, payments ecosystem.
Great. So let's drill down there for a second on the technologies that will underlie this payments opportunity. You mentioned two of Stillmark's portfolio companies in what you just said. So Roast Beef Lalu is CTO of Lightning Labs. Lightning Labs, of course, just announced this week the introduction of a new protocol, Taproot Assets, which brings stablecoins, digital dollars to Lightning Network to have them transact free in a dependable way and instantly in a peer-to-peer manner. You also talked about LLM-driven agents or LLM-supported agents and their future need to be able to transact both with one another, to purchase resources for themselves, like access to another model or to a data pool, but also to engage with an audience or a person on the other end. And Lightning Network can facilitate those agents having a wallet. One of our portfolio companies, Vita, is doing exactly that. It's entrepreneurs from the telecom space that recognize the convergence of what's happening in AI, what's happening in Bitcoin, and the opportunity in the telecom sphere. But drilling down for a second on the technology and why it's suitable for an opportunity of this scale, let's talk about the unique architecture of Bitcoin's Lightning Network. So Bitcoin's Lightning Network is a payment channel network. And what that means is that it's a hub and spoke model. So it doesn't, and there's two special things about this hub and spoke model that differentiate it in terms of scalability from other crypto L2 payment solutions. First is that transactions that are happening on the Lightning Network don't need to be committed back to the main chain, the underlying Bitcoin protocol. And what that means is that they are not constrained by block space. Second, they don't require a global state of transactions across the Lightning Network. And that also means that they're able to achieve incredible transaction scale. Now, that's different from other L2 solutions in an important way, in that other L2 payment solutions like ZK rollups do require block space and a global state. And so they can't reach the same sort of transaction volume that Lightning Network can. Now, what was the trade-off? The trade-off, of course, is in the bootstrapping phase that a payment channel network has to go through. So in order for a payment channel network to reach sort of a critical mass, you need to have individuals, hobbyists, dedicated Bitcoiners, to invest their time in running and managing a node, to invest their capital in providing liquidity to the network. And so that's why across the crypto sphere, you see one Lightning Network, although there's dozens or more other L2 payment solutions, including ZK rollups. Now, of course, in addition to Lightning earning this sort of unconstrained scale by taking this hub and spoke approach, it also has created a competitive moat, one Lightning Network across the cryptosphere. And we've seen other payment channel networks like Raiden in the Ethereum space fail because they weren't able to reach that critical point of scale. Now, with this throughput, we have a partner that can be a reliable partner for AI and LLM needs, whether that be for individuals or businesses to pay for access to the models themselves, or whether it be for those models to be in service to businesses and to individual users. You can actually get to a, for example, pay per API call level of discrete monetization.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'll add, Elise, is that the L402 protocol is critical to this ecosystem because it involves authentication, verification in this payments mechanism. Critically important given how much can go wrong.
Absolutely, and that's another protocol introduced by Lightning Labs. Yes. And so with L402, we're able to have a specific payment technology that addresses the per API call payments opportunity. And we have a partner for AI and LLM infrastructure and use cases that can help, I think, create depth and breadth in what is possible with AI.
Yeah, so I guess just listening to Elise, who's her business, her venture fund is 100% focused on the Bitcoin ecosystem. You can see the depth of knowledge, and I know a lot of people are just thinking, okay, what's the price of Bitcoin going to be? One of the reasons Bitcoin's price will continue to go up is because of the opportunities that Layer 2 Lightning networks and the convergence with AI is going to create. It's going to be phenomenal.
I think so. And Bitcoin's convergence with macro trends and broader technology exploration doesn't just stop with AI and LLMs, of course.
Right.
Macro investors are also talking about and attending to, for example, the energy transition, a movement into renewables. Yes. And Bitcoin fits very well there, both to accelerate what's being built and to stabilize the grid. I know that ARK has spent time in the energy space as well.
Yes, the story there is when Elon Musk, Tesla, put Bitcoin on Tesla's balance sheet, he faced a wall of resistance and criticism having to do with the environment. And so we, along with Block, held a half-day seminar featuring Elon and Jack Dorsey, Steve Lee, for those of you who know him. And we were trying to disabuse them of this notion, the critics, that this is environmentally damaging. I'm going to back up just a little bit and say, I think that we're beginning to hear more common sense generally when it comes to that topic. To grow, we need energy. Technology progress takes energy. Now, maybe we can do it more efficiently, and we are, and over time, of course. But energy necessarily grows as the economy progresses. And if we're right, and the economy and the growth rate of the economy is going to accelerate because of the massive innovation that's taking place out there, we're going to need even more energy. So that's the first thing. But during the seminar, we were able to illustrate that Bitcoin mining in a utility ecosystem and other energy ecosystems is actually going to help us overbuild renewable energy, solar and wind. Why? Well, as you're putting in this renewable energy ecosystem, you're going to have utilities, going to have storage unit. And in sunny Florida, where I live now, the storage will fill up very quickly, and then it'll just be wasted unless it's put to some good use. Bitcoin mining is that use. And what does it do for the utility ecosystem? Okay, mining Bitcoin means you get Bitcoin. And if you're really trying to build out your renewable infrastructure and accelerate it, Bitcoin actually will be an enabler of that. And then, of course, the second one, we saw this with Exxon. I was so surprised to see them putting Bitcoin mining machines into natural gas fields to take instead of flaring gas and even worse, venting it, just using it to mine Bitcoin. That's Exxon. So pretty big buy-in here and pretty big proof points.
Absolutely. So Bitcoin can be a reliable energy off-taker and an anchor tenant for new generation. And that can be used, we believe, to facilitate more efficient investment in new energy production. And we've seen that done on a smaller scale in Africa,
yes.
To go back to a region you mentioned where Bitcoin is flourishing.
Yes.
Stillmark invested in a company called Gridless that acts as an anchor tenant for new energy generation sites. And what we've seen there is that investors will have a more reliable way to predict their return on investment, and they can stabilize expected cash flows from their investment in new generation. that has the function of driving further development of energy supply. Now, Bitcoin can do the same in the US, and you referenced a need for smart regulation and for a public-private partnership, in a sense, between what's happening on the innovation side, on the technology side, and the way that it is governed or encouraged. How is ARC thinking about that, I wonder?
In terms of government involvement in encouraging the ecosystem?
Sure. What can drive a healthy energy transition? What's necessary, or what has been done?
Oh, I see. And we're still on energy. We're going to switch to government next as we progress. But what can be done in the energy? So it's interesting in being in Tennessee here and around Bitcoin Park, and the energy topic has come up quite a bit. I think accelerating nuclear is going to be a very important part, and I'm very happy to hear and learn of the advancements. Certainly TVA here in Tennessee is very important, but in order to satisfy our energy needs, nuclear has got to be a bigger part of the equation. So I certainly think getting the government behind that, or should I say, getting the government out of it in terms of all of the regulations. What has strangled nuclear since the 70s is incredible regulation, and it has destroyed the learning curve that nuclear was on. If it had not been derailed by regulation, we would be at a much lower cost. It is the cleanest form of energy as well. So I think that is going to be one of the biggest, most important ways for the government to help us generate the energy supply that we need for the economic growth that we expect.
Yes. And to allow for Bitcoin mining's participation in a healthy energy ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Of course. So Bitcoin is good at not just being a reliable off-taker in the presence of new energy generation, but also responding to the peaks and troughs of renewable energy. And we've heard a bit about that today from this stage already. But one of the things that's notable about Bitcoin mining as an energy off-taker is that it can be much more price responsive than other off-takers. And what that means is that Bitcoin mining doesn't contribute to new peaks. And when you have a peak, a peak demand on the grid, that creates reliability issues. And reliability is a primary concern of stakeholders in the energy space.
Sure.
So Bitcoin as a partner provides sort of some resiliency.
Absolutely. Data centers today generally need 100% uptime. And so if there is a part of that ecosystem that doesn't need that, actually, that energy at peak times, can step aside, and we heard a lot about that at this conference. Then, I'm sorry, I lost my thought.
Well, so what we're
flexibility.
What we're saying is that Bitcoin mining is unique as a partner to new energy generation and to the energy transition because of its flexibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it can be present in times of low prices when demand is low relative to energy supply, and it can back off and still be productive, but back off in times of peak prices where demand outstrips supply, and that's quite unique.
Yes, absolutely.
There's one other thing that Bitcoin can do here in the energy space, and that is that supply and demand have to match in real time.
Yes.
But what doesn't work in real time yet are payments.
That's
and
right.
so we're seeing payments for energy happen over days or weeks or longer. And that necessitates the existence of credit in the system.
Absolutely.
And And Bitcoin payments, Lightning Network, because it can work in real time and settle in real time, can remove the need for credit in the system and free up working capital, in fact, to continue investing in new energy development. So there's a significant role for Bitcoin to play in a number of ways on this trend.
Absolutely. Taking out the counterparty risk associated with credit is going to streamline our economy incredibly. And it is the entire economy. It's not just the energy sector, of course. We are going to be taking out the middlemen, and most of you probably know this already, but as we start in this campaign election season, helping the average consumer understand what is in this for me, or what is this? This idea that there's a tax in the system just because of the risks associated with credit, the counterparty risks and other risks. And the tax, we know this from our credit cards, for example, is anywhere from 2 to 5%. And that's consistent across. That's a huge tax on the economy. Think about that as a nice tax cut awaiting us. So I think we're trying, as an educator in the community, we're trying to help people understand, sure, this is important in energy, but it's important for the entire global economy.
Yes, Lightning solves the credit problem, for sure.
Yes.
Perhaps we should switch quickly to regulation.
Yes.
And what we would like to see or hope to see from regulators going forward to drive innovation in the space and keep the U.S. competitive from an innovation and technology perspective for Bitcoin?
Sure. I have been so impressed by really the evolution here and how quickly and up to speed our legislators are. And I think we've seen a few things that are extremely positive, and I'll just mention former President Trump accepting campaign donations in Bitcoin. That caught a lot of attention. We're again trying to educate everyone out here, but his statement that he would fight to preserve the right for self-custody, that's critical. And so I'm hearing Yes. And while he does want all the mining to take the rest of the miners to come here to the United States, I think the ecosystem, the Bitcoin ecosystem would want that to remain very decentralized. That's an issue in there right now. But the understanding of this topic, and having met some of our lawmakers here, I am very hopeful that something is going to happen. I know there's rumors of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Rumors out there. Yeah, there are rumors out there. Think about that. And if they do it in the right way, meaning, this is not an instrument of monetary policy at all, but it simply goes on our balance sheet. Michael Saylor gave us some really good talking points there. This could be transformational.
Fantastic. From our perspective, of course, we're interested in making sure that innovation is safeguarded. Self-custody, of course, is foundational to Bitcoin, and so to protect that is key as well. And then finally, I'll say that thoughtfulness and a research-based approach to regulation in this field is going to be important, and a focus on how traditional definitions apply to the Bitcoin space. For example, money transmitters. What does that mean in a Bitcoin or Lightning world? And making sure that as if you're running a node, for example, that doesn't have control over user funds, that you don't get mislabeled as a money transmitter. And that thoughtful regulation applied to the space can maintain a leadership for Bitcoin in the US, both from an innovation perspective and from an infrastructure perspective as well.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited for tomorrow. We're going to have a very interesting speaker on that topic, President Trump. I think, and I'm not going to make the introduction, but I think you're going to hear from Senator Lummis from Wyoming, and just listen carefully to what she is saying. Again, you'll see the depth of knowledge and understanding, and the passion, and why I have met her a few times. Why is there this passion? It's so American. It's freedom, right? It's freedom. So, and what's interesting about that, one of our analysts, David Puel, he's a very well-known on-chain Bitcoin analytics expert, has developed some of the metrics out there. He said recently that he thinks that this is the biggest revolution since the Bill of Rights. So and he's from Mexico. He said this is so American, and I think that is what is going to carry us all the way in terms of the political landscape out there.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
it's
you,
a pleasure
Lise.
to have this discussion with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Mara Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We just heard from famed investor Cathie Wood, and in a conversation with Elise Killeen from Stillmark, and we're here to discuss the conversation with Efra Fennickson, host of the You're the Voice podcast. Next to her, we have Aubrey Strobel, advisor to Trust Machines, and then Thomas Paccia, co-founder of the acclaimed New York Bitcoin bar, PubKey. That was, I think, intended to be a macro conversation, and
I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, it turned into something different. So they did get into the weeds about Lightning, which I think is kind of cool for people who are a bit into that. But your thoughts on this? So we were talking a little bit before we zoomed back here. We need Bitcoin to be a medium of exchange as much as we need it to be a store of value. And we heard Saylor talking earlier about Bitcoin as a store of value. So it's good to hear about Lightning as well. But your thoughts on her talk and how it pertains to the macro picture?
Right. So I think they touched on many important points here: the ETFs, the Lightning, and the scale of it. Layer 2, energy, Bitcoin mining. I did feel like this was very American-centric, which is cool. I understand that, but we got to remember that Bitcoin's everyone's, and it belongs to everyone, decentralized. A lot of countries are going to probably start looking into it and building their treasuries. So I really like the fact that that was a diverse conversation about many topics, but I think we have to also remember that it belongs to everyone.
That's understandable. Okay, we're actually going to come back to continue this conversation in just a second. We're going to throw over to Q for a minute. He's right here behind us in the dome.
Thanks, Frank. I'm coming to you guys live from the Sound Money Dome. We have changed it up for this year. Instead, we have the Sound Money Dome as a nod to all the wonderful musicians who participate in the Bitcoin space. As GA Day 1 starts to wind down, we have some incredible talks coming up. I was just speaking to a member of RFK Jr.'s team who is telling me he is locking in for his upcoming keynote in a little bit. Stay tuned for more, and if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button down below. Back to you on the desk, Frank.
Thank you so much, Q. Much appreciated. Again, we're here with Efra Fennickson, host of the You're the Voice podcast, Aubrey Strobel, advisor to Trust Machines, and Thomas Paccia, co-founder of PubKey. Thomas, your thoughts on the talk between with Cathie Wood, famed investor, but really, talking about some technicalities in that previous talk.
Yeah, it was far-ranging. It got a little bit off track at times. Look, hodling is a use case. It is usage, but we do have to have payments and other things to help facilitate, I think, a natural growth of the network. Obviously, miners are going to rely on transaction fee growth sooner rather than later. I think we could use some of that revenue like today or yesterday.
Fair.
So, the facilitation of, the payment side of things is really important, deeply complicated, but the use cases, the benefits we can see are very clear, right? If you go to anything by HRF, like it's clear in Africa that there's a need for this electronic cash.
Okay, perfect. I want to hear more from Aubrey when we come back, but we do have to cut back over to the Nakamoto stage. We're about to hear from Senators Cynthia Lummis and Senator Tim Scott, and from what we've heard, Cynthia Lummis has some big information to share, so let's send it back over there.
Wow.
Bitcoin, came in 21 and have the chance to be here every year.
Awesome.
And, you know, like a lot of people my age, I learned about Bitcoin from my daughter and my now son-in-law, and it made absolutely no sense to me, the idea of funny internet money. But I got to go speak at the Satoshi Roundtable, and I was not there to speak about Bitcoin, thank goodness, because I really didn't know that much about it in 2017. But it was a year when there was a fascinating discussion at the Satoshi Roundtable. So I sort of went down the rabbit hole, learned a lot about Bitcoin, and then when I came back to the US Senate, had an area of exposure to a subject that nobody else in the Senate really knew anything about. So it sort of gave me a leg up. And educating people about Bitcoin from the U.S. Senate to, you know, your hometown is a big challenge for all of us, especially now that we're crying for clear regulatory policies, which I want to get to. But how did you get here?
Well, thank God for your leadership in the Senate on Bitcoin. I will say without any question, I got here, let's give her a round of applause. I mean, literally. When you're the only senator out of 100 with a clue, you have an immense responsibility, and you took it on your shoulders, and you brought a team together, including me. I actually became a huge fan because I grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty. And I always wondered, how do we get opportunity back to the poorest Americans, to marginalized communities? And I got to say, without any question, having people who believe in your future is significant. And the concept of democratization brought me to the conversation. The ability, I wanted to be a preacher at one time. I'm going to move around a little bit, so forgive me for moving some. But the ability to bring resources and opportunities and access to the marketplace to the people who need it most, that's what Bitcoin is about. Yeah. That's what this is about, giving the average American a chance to make their own decisions at home. No matter where you live, if you're on the mountaintop or with me in the valleys low, having a chance to democratize our financial footprint is an absolutely essential part of achieving the American dream. And whatever we can do, wherever we can do it, let's get it done. Let's get it done right now.
Great. So now you've got me standing. Yeah, thank you.
It's just common sense, and you've been leading us on this really important conversation, but the real challenge that we've seen in Congress, there are serious people in the way of making sure that American innovation is leading the globe in innovation, and we have to get rid of the folks who are in the way.
Yeah, and the folks that are in the way, in large part, are on the Senate Banking Committee.
Yes.
And here's the good news. Republicans are going to be in the majority next year, and Senator Tim Scott is going to be the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee.
Well, let us pray. As the chairman of the Banking Committee, the one thing I will absolutely guarantee will be done is watching your legislation get a vote, pass the Banking Committee, and we're going to fight to make it a law in the United States of America, setting Bitcoin free here at home. Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty! It's free at last!
Well, the nexus between Senator Tim Scott's core values and his appreciation for Bitcoin is that it's freedom money. It gives individuals their sovereignty.
Yes.
From the poorest person to Michael Saylor.
100%. Well, Cynthia, Michael Saylor ain't the poorest person. You can say amen to that. But here's what I can tell you, though. We need to make sure on our committee, the banking committee, that we create the kind of rules of the road that are very wide. We need a wide pathway for Bitcoin to be successful here at home, and we need to make sure that things like taxation and regulation does not stifle innovation, is what you taught me.
Absolutely.
So we got to bring the hurdles down so that anywhere in America, the poorest persons do not have to climb a mountain to step over something.
Yeah.
Let's make it easy. And one of the challenges that we see at the SEC with Chairman Gensler, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we have the same affection for the same people. This is good. This is good. We have to hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more. Yes.
So the problem we're having.
Yeah, explain what I just said.
You have not been in the majority to govern what comes out of the banking committee. And the banking committee has jurisdiction over the Securities Exchange Commission.
Yes.
So we've been unable to move the needle. They're trying to hoard the definition of what is a commodity versus what is a security, and they're regulating by enforcement action, not by clear rules. We're going to make the rules.
Yes.
We're going to make the rules.
Yes. And the good news, Cynthia, one of the things we're going to have to do as we make the rules of the road, a light touch is so important. The one thing you don't want to do in the youth of this industry is to be oppressive. We don't need a large paternalistic hand saying to people who grew up like I did, poor little people, you're too dumb to make your own financial decisions.
Yeah.
That to me is condescending.
Absolutely.
It is paternalistic, and
Yeah.
it is dead wrong.
Yep.
We need to make sure that the rules that we create gives a great pathway for individuals to make their decisions. I believe that you can make your best decisions about your financial future. And we need to make sure that the regulatory environment under the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, is a regulatory environment that understands liberty and freedom are inseparable. And money is a necessary component to experience that freedom. So we want people, whether it's they love their dollars or they love their digital assets, we want them in charge of making their decisions.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that we do that, we set people free to be autonomous, making your decisions. That's what makes this thing so exciting, because we're so close to the finish line.
So what's so great, as you can see, about Senator Tim Scott becoming the chairman of the Banking Committee is he believes in we the people, that we created the federal government, not vice versa.
Yes.
And that the people should be telling us what to do. So we've been meeting while we've been in town here in Nashville with various individuals who are helping us understand how to right-size statutes and how to right-size regulations. One of the problems right now is that we don't have a clear regulatory framework in statute that can govern what is a commodity, what is a security, and what kind of rules need to be complied with in order to protect consumers but not stifle growth. That's the sweet spot we're looking for. We don't want to stifle growth, but we want to make sure that where appropriate, consumer disclosure is made available. And frequently that is the cut between securities and commodities.
100%. Well, that kind of disclosure is just called transparency. And frankly, what was done so well here is creating an environment where people have great confidence because you have a public ledger on the blockchain. So here's what we know without any questions, that the process itself has been designed around safety and security.
Yes.
Let's just not get in the way of what's working.
Exactly right. So the innovations of Bitcoin are now becoming more clear in the US Senate, and it's also becoming more clear who wants to protect the innovation and who wants to regulate it. And what we're seeing in this administration is that people who really believe in government, the government knows best, the government should control the money, because if government controls the money, they control us.
Yes.
And so the resistance in this administration is to letting go of power. And so we need to take over the Department of Treasury, the Federal Reserve, the SEC, the CFTC, the OCC, and
the FDIC.
And
yes,
the FDIC,
yes, yes.
and which empowers people to continue to innovate. And the innovation absolutely must occur in this country. So that was why the Republican Party, at the direction of Donald Trump, put into the Republican platform that we're not having a CBDC, which is a really smart thing, that individual wallets will be protected as an individual sovereign asset.
I love it.
That Bitcoin mining and the Bitcoin universe needs to be centered in the United States of America.
Yes. And to make sure that is a reality, we're on the Finance Committee. The one thing we need to make sure that does not happen is that the mining process takes a lot of energy. Under the Biden administration, they want to put on an excise tax of 30%.
Yeah.
That devastates. We know that a light touch is a whole lot less than 30%. Let's let the energy flow.
Yep.
And we are working towards that process, especially here in Tennessee, where the Tennessee Valley Authority, nuclear energy is a part of the solution going forward.
Yep. The energy mix is really important. It's also important, Senator Scott, that we have that regulatory framework.
Yes.
So when you, and as Senator Scott said, he's also on the Finance Committee. So next year, we'll be crafting a new tax policy because the current tax policy expires. So we not only have the future chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, but a member of the all-important tax writing committee in the U.S. Senate with us today. And this is your first Bitcoin conference, right?
This is my first Bitcoin conference, and I gotta say, I am not just stunned, I am incredibly excited that you got 20,000 mostly red-blooded Americans showing up, shouting out, and taking control of their financial futures. That is amazing. People have flown all across the world, though. I've met folks from all across the world here.
Exactly.
It's kind of fun.
And the people that are here from elsewhere in the world also value that individual sovereignty, that personal freedom, and having your own form of money that you choose, that you control, without somebody taking a slice out of the transaction every time it's moved from one holder to the next holder to the next full holder is important. So you look at, for example, El Salvador. There are a lot of people here in the United States working that send remittance monies to El Salvador. They can get out a smartphone, send it to their parents. In El Salvador, the parent doesn't even have to go to Western Union. And so they don't even have to put their health at risk by perhaps getting robbed en route. So this is freedom money all over the world.
100%. But what you said is so important, I don't want to miss that at all, that in fact, this is the safest, securest way to transfer resources to your loved ones in other parts of the world, and the cheapest way
Absolutely.
to transfer those resources.
Absolutely. The banks call it friction. That's their way of saying, I get my piece of the pie.
Yeah.
You know, Senator Scott, you invented opportunity zones.
Yes.
So let's do applaud that. It was a fabulous idea. Can you equate your ideas for creating opportunity zones to Bitcoin?
You know, one of the things I've said very often, Cynthia, Senator Lummis.
Cynthia's good, and Lummis rhymes with hummus.
Yes, I was getting ready to say that, darn it. One of the things that I think about is that the good Lord and the people of South Carolina have given me an opportunity to serve the American people. As a kid looking for opportunity, I think it's my responsibility to never forget where you're from.
Yeah.
And never forgetting where you're from means creating the kind of legislation and vehicles that bring opportunities everywhere. Opportunity Zones was designed with my why in mind. The stronger your why, the easier your what, the more clear your how to get things done. And Opportunity Zones is bringing back over $70 billion to fight poverty in the poorest areas without using a single federal dollar.
Yeah.
All private dollars, all private incentives, letting people make their own decisions. Bitcoin allows for people in the private sector, unhindered by government, to make their own decisions, to make investment decisions. You know, a few years ago, my nephew started educating me about Bitcoin. And about 2 weeks from now, he passes his test to be a doctor.
Wow.
But what he's been telling me is, Uncle Timmy, diversify, diversify, diversify.
Yeah.
It's called financial literacy. Even at 58 years old, I'm still becoming more financially literate. Opportunity Zone simply says we can devastate, destroy, or decimate poverty by bringing more resources, more tools to the poorest Americans. This Bitcoin movement says the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And so I see parallel tracks, and that's why I get really excited about what I get to do every single day. It's the fight for people who can't show up in Washington to fight for themselves. We work for people. We don't lead them first. We work for them first. We're your servant, and I have to listen, and then I lead.
Well, I've got to say, I can't think of anyone better to lead the Senate Banking Committee and the Senate Finance Committee. Can we give a warm welcome to Senator Tim Scott?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll close.
Okay.
I'll close. Thank you all very much. I should have turned around. I had a 17-person standing ovation. I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you, three right there. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Yes. So let me close with this. Since 2017, there's been one champion in the United States Senate who made the decision after attending a conference that she wanted to champion the cause of individual freedom, individual liberty, individual decision-making. And you can live or die by your own choices, but it is not her responsibility to make them for you. It's her responsibility to set you free. Her name is Cynthia Lummis.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Mara live desk here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We're here to my left with Preston Pish, general partner at Ego Death Capital, Efrat Fenixon, host of the You're the Voice podcast, and Aaron von Weirdum, author of the Genesis book published by Bitcoin Magazine Books. So we just heard from Senators Cynthia Lummis and Senator Tim Scott. The two senators discussed the regulatory environment in the United States and potentially how that might improve under Trump. So Preston, I wanted your thoughts. Should we be listening to these politicians when they say, you know, we know that they're sort of pandering in a way or speaking to their constituents in a way that they want to hear? Should we be taking them at their word, taking them seriously, or as Bitcoiners, should we be sort of a bit more critical of what they're saying?
So first off, we should always be critical. We should always be concerned, and we should always be questioning everybody. And you know what? I voted. I have my voted sticker here, and it says I hodled. And this is how we change things around here: is you hodl your Bitcoin, you suck the monetary energy out of this legacy parasitic system, and guess what? You're going to find a whole lot more politicians that start showing up here. Yep. And we just witnessed the future chairman of the Senate Banking and Finance Committee saying those things that you just heard. Okay, so you know how you get more people to start saying that stuff? You get your voting sticker here that you go out and you hodl your Bitcoin. You don't sell your Bitcoin because you force them to start playing your game. Okay, I find this quote to be quite interesting. Bitcoin is the safest and securest way to transmit large amounts of value. The future chairman of the Senate Banking Committee literally just said that on stage. You want to keep them saying that? You know, start voting with your hodling.
This is true. We are sort of pulling people into a vortex here at Bitcoin 2024. Plenty of politicians, congressmen, or congresspeople, senators, and presidential candidates with us. We have two non-Americans with us, so we'd love some perspective from outside of the U.S. So let me kick it over to Efrat for a second. Your thoughts on the talk that you just heard?
Yeah, well, first of all, the fact that you do have politicians that are talking about Bitcoin and raising awareness about a different type of monetary system, this is already a good blessing. I think we don't have that in most of the other countries around the world, definitely not the country I come from Israel. And I think that the politicians in most countries that are highly corrupt are still being fiat-led with agendas, and so we have to remember that that's already a great first step. The other great thing that I've heard here is no CBDCs. Which is great news, but we got to still be critical, like Preston said, about stablecoins and what kind of role they're going to be using in the new monetary system as CBDCs.
Quite important, and we will come back to that in just a second. Aaron, I'm going to come back to your opinion in just a moment, if you don't mind. We're going to cut to Q. Just a minute. He's back here, I think, behind me in the dome. Let's cut. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Frank. I'm coming to you live from the Mezzo booth, getting an IV drip from Intravenous Solutions. Look, we're in Nashville. The conference is off the charts. We're having the best time here. But of course, we're also having some fun outside of the conference as well. Hitting up Broadway, bouncing around to all the parties. We got the Whale Night event tonight. Heck, if you know what the beefsteak event is tonight as well. This is going to be one of the best conferences. If you were hurting like I was today, come down to the booth, get an IV drip. Look, we got 2 more days of this. It's not stopping just because it's Friday night. We're going to go hard. 1 more day of the conference, 2 more nights. Frank, back to you guys at the booth.
Quite the comedian we have there with Q. So we were just here watching, giggling a bit as we watched. So we have Preston Pish to my left, Efrat Fenixon, and Aaron von Weirdum. Aaron, I wanted to kick it over to you. Again, from someone who lives outside of the United States, when you hear these U.S. politicians talking, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I hear one of these senators say they want America to be the center for Bitcoin innovation.
Yeah.
I want to sit here and say, hey, Europe or the Netherlands has something to say about that. But the reality actually is that we don't. We don't have these politicians saying these kinds of things. I haven't heard it.
Okay.
Like maybe in some small niches I've heard, like I think there was a representative from Latvia at one point that said something in the European Commission.
There's one in Germany.
Yeah, in the Netherlands we have like a backbencher, as you'd call it, that said something, but it's very scarce. Now, the counterpoint here to your other question is that, you know, Bitcoin, of course, as I also write in the Genesis book, it comes from this cypherpunk culture. And the cypherpunks, their philosophy was basically, in the long term, you can't trust politicians with your freedom.
Yes.
The way to protect your freedom is ultimately through software, through developing and spreading software, and that is what Bitcoin fundamentally, that is what Bitcoin represents.
Yeah.
But having said that, I would much rather have politicians say these kinds of things than calling for bans and restrictions. Like this is still better.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. I think that's a fair point. So we have the cypherpunk ethos plus politicians coming around. Preston, your thoughts on that?
They're being forced to play our game, right? So do I like to see somebody being forced to play our game? Hell yeah, I do. Right? Like, how can't you like that?
Yeah. And Efrat, you mentioned that there was a politician in Germany. We know that Germany just sold, I believe it was 50,000 Bitcoin, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, just recently. And she was the only one that stood up and said, Germany, you're crazy.
Yeah.
What are you doing? This could be our leverage and our one advantage in Europe, and we're selling off something that could build our next future treasury. So yeah, it's ridiculous. There are not enough politicians that are aware of that. I think as Bitcoiners, if we do want to see some major changes in how countries are behaving with their reserve assets, we definitely need to start educating our politicians.
We just need a really large clown nose that we could have just donned on the country of Germany this month.
Yeah, that's so
but,
very much appreciate. Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of silly, and but the good news is that the selling pressure seems to have subsided, and we seem to have circumvented the curse of the Bitcoin conference. The Bitcoin's trading at what, about $67,000
This
today?
is true.
Yeah.
Nice.
So.
And there was another thing that she said there, Cynthia Loomis. She said individual wallets protected.
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yes, I agree. And I think that sort of rhetoric, very specific rhetoric that we can then hold the politicians' feet to the fire to is super, super important. So anyway, again, we are here at the Mara desk at Bitcoin 2024. As you can see behind us, as you might be getting the sort of impression, this place, the energy is wild. I think we have about 20,000 people with us today. But we want to cut to the main attraction right now, which is going to be political dissident and whistleblower Edward Snowden coming to us virtually. So let us cut back over to the Nakamoto stage. Thanks so much.
Give a very warm welcome to all the three-letter agency assets who are here in the room with us right now. Yeah, round of applause for them. You know who you are.
Our next speaker used to work for one of these three-letter agencies, but when he realized they were spying on the American people, he decided to take a stand.
And yeah, unfortunately, he cannot literally stand with us here right now, because it turns out that when you expose the crimes of the state, that doesn't go over too well with, well, the state.
It is our honor to introduce Edward Snowden.
Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be with you. This is an amazing crowd. All right, everybody. I can't hear you, so I'm just going to plow right in. I want to say, first off, it's a pleasure to be with you. I spoke recently at the Bitcoin conference in Amsterdam, and the things we talked about were very different. It's remarkable what a difference we see in just 9 months. The last time, the topic was really about how the game is rigged, but we can't leave. And in fact, it feels like it's too good to leave. We put up with the abuse. We know they're breaking the rules, not because we love it, but because we haven't ever had an alternative. And what's amazing is that we're starting to make our own. One of the core things that came up 9 months ago was Gary Gensler, Gary Gensler, Gary Gensler. Everybody was hanging on his words. And I had to remind everybody that Gary Gensler is not Daddy Bitcoin. And now it's much easier to make that argument because we see that, in fact, Bitcoin is Daddy Gensler. We are winning, ladies and gentlemen. But we haven't won. And so we have to make sure that we don't get cocky. And I think, unfortunately, that's about the end of the fun part of this talk. But I think this year, plenty of people will be talking about the happy stuff, so you won't need me for that. I noticed that we have a lot more political representation this year, which is a wonderful, remarkable thing. We've reached the fight, the stage of the fight where, they go, oh, then they fight us. But it's actually, then they try to get us to love them. And what I want to say on that briefly, because I don't want to make this talk about all the politics there, is cast a vote, but don't join a cult. They are not our tribe. They are not your personality. They have their own interests, their own values, their own things they're chasing. Try to get what you need from them, but don't give yourself to them, even if you have to vote for them. Instead, what I want to do is set this frame a little different for this conversation. I want you to reflect on where we are, how we got here, and where we're headed. There's a passage from a book that I think for this crowd really resonates. It says, for in every country of the world, I believe, the avarice and injustice of princes and sovereign states, abusing the confidence of their subjects, have by degrees diminished the real quantity of metal value which had been originally contained in their coins. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, written in the year 1776. We're not playing games with metals anymore. But if you look around, you can see that the problems from that kind of thinking are springing up everywhere. They're reaching us, they're choking us. And you see this in the internet as well. What is it that's wrong with the internet? The thing that's wrong with the internet is what's wrong with the world, because more and more they're one and the same. A system has been constructed around us, not just through administrations, but through generations, that is fundamentally unfair. What do I mean by that? Look at the economy, right? There's an increasing concentration of resources into fewer and fewer hands. So it is now even with the human voice. Winner take all is the model that's apparent on platforms as far as the eye can see. Whether you're talking about broadcast media, whether you're talking about legacy media, whether you're talking about newspapers, whether you're talking about social media, minority opinions are increasingly made to survive at the indulgence of the censor. They're clinging to the edge of the platform by their fingernails. You see truckers in Canada that are getting debanked, and you see students at Columbia are getting de-hired for the things that they express. Now, we don't have to agree with them. We shouldn't necessarily agree with them, but they should have the ability to argue. They should have the ability to persuade. They should have the ability to dissent. They should have the ability, frankly, to disrupt. That's the thing that makes us progress, right, is the disagreement. If we accept that the system that we inherited is the best that it can possibly be, it shouldn't change, it shouldn't be contested, what we're saying is that we've gone far enough. This point in history is the best, and it's not. We know it's not. Life is still difficult despite the many privileges, despite the many technologies that have blessed us. But somebody made those things happen. Every good thing that you enjoy is the product of someone's labor, the product of someone's effort, the product of someone's ingenuity, the hours of their lives being gifted to us, to the common species. And the system that has been built around us is designed to extract as much of that as possible and return that to the hands of those princes. You'll notice none of the things that I mentioned are, deeply technical in nature. It's all very broad and general audience. But the thing that I want to warn you about tonight is that I fear that that is about to change. Our lives have been increasingly intermediated by screens, by panes of glass, right? You are watching this either live on stage because you registered through a smartphone, through a laptop, right? Nobody went and sort of bought a ticket at the counter anymore. That's not how the world works these days. But in order to even set that computer up, to turn it on, to log in, to set up your account, to pull the smartphone out of the box, charge it, open it up, connect it to your Wi-Fi access point, you have to click OK to continue. You have to agree to somebody else's terms of service. You are made to pass through gates of permission that are owned and controlled by others, that do not answer, frankly, to anybody. You see Facebook, you see Google, you see how they've been abusing the trust of everyone in every country, right? You see the EU tries to get a handle on them. They're completely ignored. There was the GDPR, right? General Data Protection Regime or regulation that was supposed to fix all of these problems, and it didn't work. They say, oh, we'll fine you, 4% of global revenue or whatever if you break the rules. That hasn't happened, and it's been years and years and years. Whether we're talking about governments, whether we're talking about corporations, we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the systemization of technologies that are designed to order our lives to the benefit of the institutions. They are trying to organize us to benefit them. In some cases, we want this. We want to be able to cooperate. We want to be able to collaborate. We need to be able to work together, right? But we have to agree to this in some way. We should need to. And it's not like click OK to continue or say no and use the phone my way, right? It's click OK to continue, or you can't use your iPhone. You can't use your Android phone. It doesn't matter whether Samsung makes it, whether Google makes it, whether Apple makes it. You play by their rules or you don't play at all. And that should be changing. We'll get to it a little bit later, where we are making great strides in the context of money, which is why suddenly we see a lot of political interest in these audiences. They understand that there is a new center of power that is rising. But there is a new field of vulnerability that applies to all of us, including all of these luminaries that will be speaking on stage here. And that is artificial intelligence, right? I am not one of the guys that goes on the internet and is like, oh, AI safety, the robots are going to kill us. You need to worry about this. I say, in fact, I want all of them to dump all of these models out on the internet where we can all use these. OpenAI, which is not open at all and is a very closed model company that wants to benefit themselves at your expense. They want to train on your data, but benefit themselves. And they don't want you to have access under the covers. They don't want you to be able to pull down the models, distill it, get one you can run at home, put it on your phone, do whatever you want with it. They want you to have to go back to their watering hole, pay them rents, and to access all of this only through their ways, even if you did have the ability, technologically, hardware-wise, to run this at home. The good news is it is becoming easier and easier to get this stuff in public hands, to run this on home machines. And I'm not just speaking rhetoric here. I've spent the last year using these models myself at home. You can do this too. Open source models, whether we're talking about diffusion models for generative imaging, right? Sort of what you think of like the Mid-Journey, the nice web interfaces. You can do that at home. It's 100% free as long as you've got the hardware to run it. And it's getting easier and easier to do this. Whether we're talking about large language models, Facebook, which again, I've been throwing invective at for the beginning half of the talk, has actually been a force for good in this space. Not because they love you or they love us or they love me or anything like that, but because they're afraid their competitors, like OpenAI that I mentioned, are going to build a structure around them, ring fence them in a little plot that they can then tax forever. And Facebook doesn't want to end up there, right? So they go, well, what we'll do is we'll develop the tools and give them to everyone else so a monopoly can't form and be used against us. Self-interest more so than altruism, but I still applaud it, right? And I'm no fan of Mark Zuckerberg, but he's done wonderful things here. I hope he continues. I know it won't last forever, but for the moment, while it does, I'll welcome the help that we can get there. But why am I bringing this up, at a Bitcoin conference? Well, the reason why is that Bitcoin transactions are not private. All of you know this here on the general sense because it's 2024 and this is not, back in 2013 where we're saying, Bitcoin is perfectly anonymous and it's money for criminals and whatever. The only person who still believes that is Elizabeth Warren. The reality is that Bitcoin transactions are permanent, they are public, and they can be tracked and they can be linked. An enormous proportion of them are fully doxed, just not publicly doxed. And this is because how do people move in and off of sort of the Bitcoin network, any crypto chain really? And it's through the on and off ramps, right? Through these legacy exchanges that get licensed by all, whatever New York State or whatever country, whether it's in Dubai, whether it's in New York. And they are sharing the information en masse with what we politely refer to as regulators, but what are plainly described as great powers, right? People are not really focused on sending this stuff to the government of Barbados. But if they're worried about catching an indictment from that government, they will send anything that government asks for to them, and then they'll say, is there anything else you need while we're at it? Well, there was still one saving grace, which was there were parts of that chain which were not fully identified and verified. You could have private transactions. You could send $5 for your buddy for pizza, as long as the on-chain transaction fees were low. Otherwise, you wait and save it up. But the idea here is that you could still engage in the network and presume that it would just age off eventually. It's out there, it's on the blockchain, somebody has it, maybe they'll prune it. But it's not you. It's not that everybody will know everything you did anywhere all the time forever. Because when they have your transaction history, they have your life history. They know what you read, what you buy, who you sent, who you support politically, like where your donations went. All of that is available to them. They can infer your thinking. They can infer your affiliations. At the NSA, we called the kind of information that was not the details of a conversation, right? Not literally reading like your texts, but simply saying that you texted someone. And this was under their interpretation. In my interpretation, it's a violation of the Constitution, but in their interpretation, this didn't impact the Fourth Amendment at all because it's not a search, because it's not reading your messages themselves. It's simply tracking the flow of messages. We called this kind of information metadata, right? And that metadata padded out what was your pattern of life. Metadata can be plainly described as activity records. It's the same kind of thing that a private investigator would get if they just followed you around all day. They don't sit behind you at the cafe and hear everything you say because you would wonder, who is this dude following me? But they sit outside in a car on the street. They see that you go in the cafe at this time. They see that you sit at a table with this other person. They send a guy to go, who is that person? What's his license plate? Who is he? They know that you met. They get the affiliation. They see you go to work. They see you go to the store afterwards. They don't see every item that you bought, but they see where you shop. And as you pad these things out more and more, you get a more and more complete picture of an entire human life without ever having to go, oh, we need a warrant for this. What held that back? Well, cost. You needed a human analyst to go and sift through this. The metadata could be collected automatically by ingesting the world's internet communications through these machines, right? But somebody still had to put their cup in the big bucket, pull it out, and lay it out on their desk and make sense of it. Machine learning models are going to change this. In my opinion, this is already being done. We simply don't have evidence of it yet. It's going to be testing, it's going to be development. We don't know how it's being applied, when it's going to be truly operational, but it is fantasy to imagine that they're not doing this. And there is zero regulation that I am aware of in the United States to prevent this. Nobody is thinking about what these agencies are doing. And we're not just talking about the NSA here. We're not just talking about the FBI. We're talking about the IRS, right? And it's not just the United States. It's every country. You may go, oh, I love the United States government doing this. I hope they spy on me as much as possible. Well, what about China? What about Russia? What about North Korea? What about Iran? What about every little government that you don't like, that you don't agree with, right? And suddenly they can have every life of every person, every day, at every moment, on a live feed, being interpreted at machine speed. And then you start feeding that those inferences into a decision-making process. This is the reason that I bring up the protesters at Columbia University, the protesters in Canada, right? It doesn't matter whether you're liberal, it doesn't matter whether you're conservative. If you stick out, if you stand out you are going to become non-normative, or rather anomalous. What I am afraid is likely to happen quite quickly, right? Probably not this year. Within 3 years, it'll begin being done. I think at some scale, and within 5 to 10 years, it'll be done absolutely regularly, routinely. Is that they're going to take all of the transaction information that they can get. And this is going to start with big banks going on their own personal data sets. It's going to flow from there to people going, oh, where can we get this information publicly? Well, the Bitcoin blockchain is available for anyone for free at any time, right? And how do you train these models? You need learning sets. You need training data. You need data sets. So they're going to pull everything they can. They're going to feed it through these things, and they're going to try to teach them originally. I think this is going to be the easiest thing. What does a normal transaction look like? You know, what do 95% of them look like? And then they're just going to go, what is anomalous? What is strange? What is unusual? What doesn't quite fit? And then they're going to go from that's a 5% probability down to 3% probability, then try to get it smaller and smaller and smaller until they can just basically have people that are getting reports spit out on their desk, little, chat messages to their terminal, basically. They're saying, this just happened, this just happened, this just happened. Do you want to continue? And that banking officer is going to get a click OK to continue on your life, on your ability to transact, on your ability to trade. It's not just going to be Bitcoin. It's going to be Visa. It's going to be MasterCard. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be PayPal, right? Whether you're subscribing to an OnlyFans account or something like that, which, is a very common thing, but something that a lot of people aren't going to admit to. They're not going to be proud of, right? That's going to start making these institutions go, oh, do we want to continue our business association with these people? Is there a brand risk, on stage here? And I think we really need to think about how do we secure the transactions on the Bitcoin network moving forward. I have said this for 10 years. I have been ignored for 10 years. Well, we're running out of runway. And again, right now, every time you're on this network, and I love this network, I've used it many times, you are going to be adding to the data set. Even if they don't identify you because you're the, whatever mystic cyber ninja that knows how to protect yourself, who is the counterparty that you're trading with? Are you sending it to your buddy? Are they doxxed, right? Are you sending it to a business that you're paying? Are they doxxed? And larger parts of this transaction mesh of this network, as they get identified, the space for everyone else to have any kind of private interaction diminishes. Now, you might go, well, these big businesses, Visa, MasterCard, yeah, they have the transaction history for everybody, everywhere, all the time. And you don't know what they're using it for, but they're not screwing you, right? Well, AT&T, it was revealed this year, lost all of their subscribers' information, or an enormous subscribers' information, for a block of time. I think it was something like 6 months, where all of your text messages, all of your phone calls, all of the things that went through their routing network, including some cell site location information, which means which cell phone tower you were connected to, were stolen by hackers. They haven't said who they are. As far as I know, they may not have been identified yet. Maybe they'll never be identified. We don't know whether it's state-sponsored or whatever. Maybe there's been ongoing reporting since then that's revealed it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure somebody will be out there to tweet about it. But the bottom line is this, right? These enormous data sets are a liability. We know they cannot protect them. You cannot control them. And they can have enormous influence over our lives. All of these people who are coming up on stage and saying these wonderful things about how much they love Bitcoin, how much they love you, how they're going to do all these wonderful things to make something better. The United States is the only advanced democracy on the planet that I am aware of that does not have a basic privacy law. We have the Fourth Amendment, right? That only binds the federal government. That doesn't do diddly squat to protect you against corporations. And the government, for 90% of their work, probably 95% of their work in intelligence nowadays, they simply go to corporations and ask them for information. It's an end run around the Constitution. And we have been able to suffer this, right? Again, the game is too good to leave. Not because we love it, but because we haven't had a choice. Well, we're running out of time to fix this, and the consequences of ignoring it are about to get a whole lot worse. Nobody sees them. This is not Terminator, right? This is not Skynet. This is not robots descending from the sky to drag you out of your home. That might come someday, but that's a long way off. We're talking about things that are much more banal, but much easier to do. We talk about that concentration of power. These politicians, right? A lot of them probably don't love that they have to come up on this stage and give a dog and pony show to dance for the crowd that is suddenly much more powerful. Well, the people that they have always been answerable to are about to get a much tighter hold on the leash, not just of them, but of everyone. So I want to zoom back out because we've only got a limited time this evening and say, look, the reason that the internet feels broken is because it is reflecting a broken world. It's reflecting the consequences of all of these winner-take-all dynamics. It is reflecting the boundless ambition of these generations of princes. And it has left us with an unfair system, which means an unstable system. Why do I think all of this AI stuff is likely? Well, the reason is that unfair systems produce dissatisfaction and therefore are hard to maintain. Well, the people who want to maintain them are those who benefit the most from them. In the current disequilibrium, they're the ones who have the most resources. They have the ability to influence the status quo the most. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep the top spinning for as long as possible without letting it fall over and someone having to write it in a new stage, right? Instead of staying in the same game, even if it's good, we don't want to leave it. We start a new round, right? We start a new game with new rules. The reality is we're not at the worst of it yet, but we are headed in that direction. It's clear to me. And I think if you look at, like, does this feel normal to you? When you look at the candidates, when you look at the dynamics, even the people on stage giving all the speeches, right? I'm not saying they're terrible, right, or not taking a position at all. But this is a little unusual. The fact that they're here is a little bit unusual. Things are changing, and they're changing more quickly all the time. We have past the inflection point, and we are accelerating down the slope. And we're reaching the point where all of us are about to have to make very serious decisions about how we spend the rest of our lives to try to make the world better for our children and for those who come after us. Our economy, politics, even culture have reduced the access to an equal role. And that has produced resentment, grievance that have blossomed to the point that now every discussion feels like it is becoming an instrument for war by other means. And we are competing constantly, and we are cooperating rarely. And we need to change that. Because if you ask yourself, who is it that's competing, for all of the highly energized talk about like radicalism, the increase of extremism, which is not wrong, it's unevenly distributed. I see very little in the way of like cutthroat competition and blood sport amongst the banks. As far as the average worker is concerned, but whether we're talking about this election or any other in the last 20 years, a given election tends to result in what feels like a different uniform on the same cop. And that's a problem. Elections do have consequences. They do matter, right? There are differences. But sometimes it feels like they're less meaningful than they should be. And that is, I think, what we're all feeling. That is the seed of all of us. We are supposed to have our hands on the lever as a collective public, as the commons, right? And we still get to cast our votes, but it seems like our votes are not as meaningful as they want. Do you really believe that the two frontrunners are what the collective will of this country would choose as the two best Americans, right? When you were a child and you were in school, they're like, oh, the president's the best person. Does it feel like that? I don't think so. And so that leaves us with the questions to walk us out of this. The question that we're being confronted with every day, what are you going to do about it? The reality is not much, right? Right now, if you're the average person, you're going to post a mean tweet, about somebody you don't like, and then post a picture of yourself looking cool on Instagram and then forget about it. You want to watch your shows. You want to go home. You want to be comfortable. You want to, get dinner. You want to go to bed. You've got a job to do, right? You've got rent to pay. We're all running on a treadmill. And then what? And for what? Right now, we're doing it for the likes. We're trying to get approval. We're trying to get acceptance. We are being driven to compete for attention and for acceptance. We need to start, instead of competing, we need to start cooperating, working together to find our way out of this hole that is not this election, it's not this politician, it's not this policy, it's this system. And that's what Adam Smith was telling us about the year 1776, powerful year for every American. The internet is broken because institutions are competing against the individual, while the individual is competing against other individuals. We need to shatter that design because competition is everywhere, but it's only against the powerless. We need to look back at the avarice of those princes. And I don't just mean in the context of government. I mean everywhere. I mean, Jamie Dimon, J.P. Morgan. We need to think about the systemic influences on our lives and how we can correct for them. The people who throughout all history had the means to diminish the amount of metals in our coins, which is inflation, simply by a different name. We're not using metal anymore. We're using paper now, but the game is the same. We in this room are using a technology that has taken the metal and the paper away from them. And it is through this single lever that they have set flourishing societies on the path to inevitable poverties. And I just want you to remember, every time you look at the grocery store's prices, that you are not alone, you are not isolated. Everyone in that store is dealing with the same battle that you are. We have to cooperate, we have to work together, and we have to make sure they do not reduce this country to the land of the fee and the home of the slave. The only way we will do that if we work together. So please, by all means, cast your vote, but don't join a cult. There's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Mara Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, I have Preston Pish, General Partner at Ego Death Capital, Aaron Von Weirdum, author of The Genesis Book, and Vlad Costa, host of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. Aaron, I want to kick it right over to you to get your takeaways from what we just heard from whistleblower Edward Snowden. You wrote a book about people who created technologies that combat some of the abuses that corporations and other entities purport upon other people using the technologies that they have. So please tell us a little bit about the importance of the cypherpunks and the technology they created, things like Bitcoin.
Right, yeah. So Snowden is really sort of voicing the cypherpunk fear, if you will. So the cypherpunks was this group of activists, developers, privacy advocates back in the 90s, and they foresaw with the emergence of the internet that without strong encryption tools, without strong cryptography, the internet could become this dystopian Orwellian 1984 nightmare where everything you do online, every message you send, every website you visit, every transaction you make can all be monitored, analyzed, censored, and that is what Snowden is speaking about. So in a way, Snowden is kind of saying like it has gone in that direction, it has gone in the wrong direction. Well, the cypherpunks set out to prevent that future, and to an extent they did help prevent at least part of it. We do have strong encryption tools now.
Absolutely.
And of course Bitcoin itself comes from that culture. Now Snowden does point out that privacy on Bitcoin is not perfect either, and that's true. It has its flaws.
Yeah.
But it can also be improved, and it is being improved. And for me personally, I would say that is the #1 priority for Bitcoin, for developers. Like, that is the thing that people should be focusing on, like improving the privacy of
Agreed.
Bitcoin.
And actually, yeah, I was going to say Vlad is actually holding up the Samurai, an issue where we wrote about the Samurai case. So Vlad, your thoughts on that? Yeah, improving privacy, allowing developers to create tools that allow for people to use Bitcoin more privately.
Yeah, so I displayed the article that Aaron wrote. I was trying to do a shameless plug for him. But basically, it's very important because we have the main stage that's filled with people who have very optimistic expectations about growth in terms of price. But I haven't heard anyone say, you know, Bitcoin needs to become fungible. We need transactions to have a certain degree of privacy, because if they don't, it's going to be just a panopticon for institutions.
It's perfect.
And we don't want to get there. For the longest time, I mean, in the issue of Samurai Wallet, I'm a bit biased because I've been on Team Wasabi. But when they got arrested, I said, you know, these guys, if the same thing happened to me, they would have danced on my grave. But I do want them to be free, and I do want them to write software, and I do want competition for privacy to exist in Bitcoin. And I do want something with confidentiality to come to Bitcoin.
Appreciate that. I apologize for cutting you, Vlad. We do have to cut over to our man on the floor, Q. Thank you so much for the perspective, though. We're going to cut over to you, Q, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, Frank. I'm coming to you guys live. Mere feet. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. This sounds a little weird to me. But we are live shortly from the desk. I wanted to let everyone know the Nakamoto stage is now full at capacity. They aren't letting anyone in. We actually had a small crowd gather right in front of the desk to watch the stream on these TVs that you see behind me. Guys, this conference is coming to a close on GA Day 1. Back to you guys at the desk before we wind down the rest of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to kick it over to RFK on the main stage, on the Nakamoto stage. But before we get there, I want to hear from Preston here. What are you hoping to hear from RFK?
I'm hoping to hear a Bitcoiner's wet dream as he tells us all the things that we really want to hear him say. But I say that, and I say it at the same time coming off of Ed's amazing job on stage, where he had a quote. He said, "Then they fight you," but he said, "Be cautious, because they're gonna the way that they're gonna fight you is to convince you to love them." Okay? So, of course, we want to hear these things. I think we are going to hear those things out of RFK moving forward, but you always got to keep your guard up, and you always have to hodl, because that's how we really vote around here. So that's my going into the RFK speech. Keep your guards up.
I think that's an important take. We had RFK on the cover of Bitcoin Magazine a few issues back. Aaron, your thoughts? What are you looking to hear?
American politics, I don't know.
I don't think Aaron and I vote in this country. So.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Go
all
Bitcoin.
Right. Well, maybe the wrong person to ask. So we do want to shout out to RFK, though. He was here last year, 2023, and we had Caitlin Long on the desk the other day, and she said, in speaking with him, you know, he is one of the real ones. He really gets it. He seems to be one of the ones who isn't pandering as much. So. Without further ado, we are going to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from RFK himself. Thank you so much for sticking with us, and we'll be back after RFK.
We must recognize the full human equality of all of our people, not just to those of a particular religion, not just to those of a particular race, not just to the wealthy, but to all of the people. We must do it for the single and fundamental reason that it is the right thing to do.
A new twist this morning for the country's most famous political dynasty.
RFK Jr. plans
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
independence on October 9th in the state
that it's time to heal a divided nation and return the power to the people.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
We are told today that our nation is hopelessly divided, but I found something different as I travel this country. I have witnessed an upwelling of optimism that I've never seen before. Something is stirring in us that says it doesn't have to be this way. And so I've come here today to declare our independence from the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of affordable lives, our belief in the future, and our respect for each other. But to do that, I must first declare my own independence. Independence from the Democratic Party, and from all other political parties. I haven't made this decision lightly. It's very painful for me to let go of the party of my uncles, my father, my grandfather, and both of my great-grandfathers. But my sacrifice is nothing compared to the risk our founding fathers took when they signed the Declaration of Independence 247 years ago. They knew that if their revolution failed, every last one of them would be hanged. They chose to place everything on the line. When John Adams put his pen down after adding his signature to the Declaration, he turned to those present and he said to them, sink or swim, live or die, survive or perish. From this day on, I am with my country. I'm going to make that same pledge to you today so that I can stand before you, as every leader should stand before you, free of partisan allegiance, free from the backroom deals, a servant only to my conscience, to my Creator, and to you. Every president enters office promising to unite the nation and to work with people from the other party across the aisle. None of them ever does it. They can't. They're already chosen a side. Well, I'm not going to have that problem. I'm going to build coalitions from both sides of the aisle. And except for the small minority of public officials who are actually corrupt, I'm going to tell you this secret. They too want liberation from the system that has captured them. And isn't that ultimately what we all want? Liberation from a system that robs us of our wealth, our health, our hope, our patriotism, our ideals, our freedoms, and ultimately our sense of ourselves as a good and capable people. Is healing our divided nation possible? Let's go take back our country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Hello, Bitcoiners. I am so glad to be back for my second Bitcoin conference. Since last year in Miami, I've been meeting with leaders and thinkers from this community. I've conferred with Bitcoin miners, with policymakers, with economists, with financial experts, with investors and developers and entrepreneurs to deepen my understanding of the extraordinary promise of Bitcoin for our country and for our planet. After all I've learned, I intend, as President of the United States, to sign an executive order on day one, directing the Department of Justice and the U.S. Marshals to transfer the approximately 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the United States Treasury, where it will be held as a strategic asset. On day one as president, I will sign another executive order directing the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily until the U.S. has built a reserve of at least 4 million Bitcoins. And a position of dominance that no other country will be able to usurp. Our nation holds approximately 19% of global gold reserves. This policy will give us about the same proportion of total Bitcoin. The cascading impact from these actions will eventually move Bitcoin to a valuation of hundreds of trillions of dollars. On day one as president, I will sign also an executive order directing the IRS to issue public guidelines that all transactions between Bitcoin and the US dollar are unreportable transactions. And by extension, non-taxable. On day one as president, I will also sign an executive order directing the IRS to treat Bitcoin as an eligible asset for 1031 exchange into real property. Now, I want to say a couple of words about my observations about the Bitcoin community, which I consider myself part of. Despite their different viewpoints, I found the most striking feature of Bitcoin community is this kind of paradoxical juxtaposition marked by fierce divisions on several minor issues and an overwhelming sense of unity within the larger Bitcoin ecosystem. The Bitcoin community reminds me of how American politics ought to be, fiercely diverse, but ultimately united in our aspirations and our belief in our country and in our convictions that America is worth the fight. And in the end, we all come back together, united in our belief that Bitcoin is a technology for freedom, for optimism, for independence, for democracy and transparency. It is the currency of hope. It is the perfect currency. It is an elegant, poetic, beautiful, pure species that aligns perfectly with the highest ideals and aspirations represented by the American experiment with self-governance. It is incorruptible, it has integrity, it has self-sovereignty, it promotes personal responsibility and accountability, it is decentralized and democratic, it is small on government and large on personal freedom. Bitcoin is anti-war. It is a fierce, merciless, and insurmountable foe of government corruption. Now, many of you know my own introduction to Bitcoin, my own conversion. I knew from my children about Bitcoin, but it was it seemed almost to me something like a fad or a novelty. And then I saw what happened in Ottawa. I was running at that time the Children's Health Defense, which was the premier advocate for medical freedom in our country. And we had embedded with the striking truckers in Canada, a reporter for our newsletter, and she was traveling with the truckers from Alberta all the way to Ottawa. And the truckers are very diverse in Canada. They're Asian, they're black, they're white. The trucking strike, the truckers were doing something that all of us in our country take for granted. They were assembling to petition their government about something that they thought was important, which was that the impacts, the financial impacts of the mandates on their businesses. If you look at the videos of that event, it was like Woodstock. People were giving out water bottles, they were picking up trash, they were playing music, they were being kind to each other. But it was portrayed by the Canadian government as a right-wing, extremist, violent terror organization. And the government began using facial recognition systems and other forms of surveillance to learn the identity of the truckers, looking at their license plates, et cetera. And then it froze their bank accounts. And it froze their $12 million PayPal account. And when Canada did that, it occurred that the premier template of democracy in the world besides the United States, it occurred to me immediately that transactional freedom was as important as freedom of expression in the First Amendment. Because if the government has the capacity, none of these truckers were charged with a crime, much less convicted. And yet the government was able to shut down their bank accounts. They couldn't pay their mortgages. They couldn't buy diesel for their trucks. They couldn't buy food for their children. One trucker told me that he was going to jail because he couldn't make mandatory alimony payments. And if a government is able to starve you, to evict you from your home, if you speak out against it, if you criticize government policies, then we are on the road to totalitarianism and slavery. And I began at that time looking seriously for alternatives, and it was that incident that led me immediately to grasp the potential of this technology to provide transactional freedom and self-sovereignty. Last year at this conference, I proposed that as your president, I would fight to ensure the right to self-custody Bitcoin, to run nodes in our own homes, to stop the federal government from usurping the First Amendment rights to open source, privacy-enhancing technologies. I pledged to prevent government officials from adopting CBDCs, which would inevitably morph into what we saw in Canada, a malevolent tool for surveillance and control. Most importantly, I promise to secure the United States position as the global hub of cryptocurrency, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and investment, and technology. As a lifelong environmentalist, I embrace Bitcoin as a mechanism for incentivizing greater investments in green and renewable energy production. After the time I spent with Bitcoiners last year, I left the Miami conference so enthralled with optimism and excitement about Bitcoin and its potential to eliminate the national debt as a hedge against inflation, its promise to guarantee personal freedom, to restore the American middle class, to end government corruption, to defund the war machine, and to protect our environment. And I happened just before that, at Miami convention, I got a big check from the fees from winning the Monsanto case. And I took most of that check, which represented the largest portion of my personal wealth, and I invested it all in Bitcoin. Now, I didn't do that with the hopes for a quick return on investment. I was told you might have to wait a long time, and you might have to have a lot of anxiety and angina. So I was prepared for that. But if that had been my sole motive, by the way, I would not have been disappointed. Because I got in it with good timing. But over the past year, I've gone even further down the rabbit hole. Let me put it, the orange rabbit hole. I'm convinced now more than ever that we have to work together to put all these proposals into action immediately. America's at a crossroads. We can either continue down the path we are on, racking up debt, constricting freedom, addicted to war, or we can look forward to use new technologies like Bitcoin to help us evolve, to achieve again our promise as a moral authority and the world's exemplar for incorruptible democratic governance. Now, I'm very happy to learn that I'm not the only one talking about Bitcoin in this year's election. Nothing could make me more joyful than to see other political leaders now jumping on the Bitcoin bandwagon. I've had over a year's head start to study, to understand, to articulate the potential of Bitcoin. And my goal as the first Bitcoin president will be to enact policies that will make America the world's greatest representative for Bitcoin and a proponent of its democratic values. I grew up assuming that America would always maintain its status as the world leader, the leader of the free world. But ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1993, we've paradoxically been moving in a declining spiral away from that role. Hubris, military adventurism, and corruption have put America's political and economic power in precipitous decline. Our dollar is rapidly losing its reserve currency status because we've weaponized it against other countries. When we disagree with the policies of another country, we kick them off the SWIFT system and we debank them. As a predictable result of that strategy, the BRICS nations are now in the process of de-dollarizing by getting off the petrodollar. They realize that trading their commodities and other hard resources for money that is printed out of thin air is a losing proposition. This trend will likely accelerate until we make the tough transition toward backing our debt obligations with hard assets again. I have a plan to strengthen the U.S. dollar and lower the interest rates and neutralize our $34 trillion debt by backing U.S. Treasury bills, notes, and bonds with hard assets, including a combination of precious metals and Bitcoin. Backing U.S. debt obligations by collateralizing them with hard assets not only restores strength to the dollar, it reins in inflation, and it will usher in a new era of American financial stability, prosperity, and peace. The world needs to believe that we have safely handcuffed our government and its ability to create money out of thin air with no proof of work. The innovative strategy that I'm proposing leverages the scarcity and liquidity of Bitcoin, along with gold and other hard assets, to restore the dollar's dominance in global finance. The world will rush to adopt an American-backed, decentralized currency that cannot be confiscated by governments, that can be traded and transacted on cell phones at the speed of light across every global border with no banking fees or other transactional friction. This incorruptible currency will immediately start pulling wealth and assets from every other nation around the globe back into the United States, restoring the strength of our dollar and repairing our balance of payments. 6 months before his assassination, my uncle President John F. Kennedy, signed an executive order that put silver coins in competition with the notes issued by the Fed. His intention was to rein in Fed discretion. He had been a critic of Fed policy, and he hoped to end the discretionary monetary policy and the inevitable debasement of the US dollar. He understood that a highly leveraged economy leads directly to the destructive kind of wealth inequality that is today eroding American democracy and generating violence and division and discontent and hopelessness. Notably, after my uncle's assassination, the government immediately stopped issuing those silver coins and power returned to the Fed. My uncle apparently understood the potential for the Fed to evolve itself into a tyranny. Bitcoin has the potential to return monetary discipline to the Fed and to restore the dollar as the unchallenged global reserve currency. And just as Bitcoin can fortify the dollar, it can also secure America's position in cyberspace. I understand that tomorrow President Trump may announce his plan to build a Bitcoin Fort Knox and authorize the US government to buy 1 million Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset. And I applaud that announcement, and we should all applaud it. I hope that President Trump's commitment to Bitcoin is more than political expediency. The most cynical political reason for endorsing Bitcoin is to excite the 60 million Bitcoin American holders by policies that make the number go up. But it's my hope that President Trump and the DNC nominee, who he or she may be, will develop a deeper understanding of the earth-shaking reasons to ensure that Bitcoin has a strategic reserve in the US Treasury. The most compelling of those reasons is laid out in US Space Force major Jason Lowery's MIT thesis entitled Software. Major Lowery points out that Bitcoin has been mischaracterized as money, when in fact it is a cyber defense system that will protect our online identities and data in cyberspace. Just as we have an Air Force to protect our skies and a Navy to protect our seas, Bitcoin can protect us against potential cyber attacks. It is a cyber defense weapon and a classic example of unrecognized use. Here's an analogous example. The Chinese invented gunpowder, and then they used it as medicine for 200 years before other countries recognized that it was the most potent tool for power projection. Today, the popularly assumed use of Bitcoin is money. But Bitcoin is also a power projection weapon that can protect our currency and everything that we do online from cyber attacks. The first country that recognizes this function will be the new global superpower. We need to grab the reins and harness Bitcoin's full potential if we want to regain and consolidate our title as leader of the free world. Based on public information, the USA currently owns 204,000 Bitcoins, the 5th largest Bitcoin wallet in the world. Adding Bitcoin to that reserve will help secure the future of the United States for the next 250 years. One of my first hires in the Kennedy administration would be Major Lowery as my top advisor. As my top advisor for my national security team. Another important use of Bitcoin for America and the world is the one that is dearest to my heart, capturing carbon and incentivizing green energy production through Bitcoin mining. I served for 40 years as an environmental champion and for a decade as a partner in the green tech venture capital firm Vantage Point, which is the #1 green tech energy and technology firm in the world. I played key roles in developing some of the world's largest solar and wind power generation projects. Critics of Bitcoin have wrongly cast it as an environmental threat because of its high energy demand. The opposite, of course, is true. Bitcoin miners are more sensitive to energy pricing than any other industry. This means that they can only survive in the marketplace by utilizing the cheapest energy, and that invariably means waste energy and surplus power. For example, methane from landfills would otherwise go into the atmosphere, but Bitcoin miners are uniquely able to harness it as an energy source. Bitcoin mining is also the ideal partner for renewable energy and variable power projects like wind and solar. My personal experience in energy project finance left me with a deep appreciation for the critical potential for Bitcoin mining as a reliable profit center for renewable energy projects that need flexible, on-site, off-peak customers for intermittent energy generation in order to get financing. Bitcoin miners are the ideal partners for these kind of projects. All right, let's lean into some of the other ways that Bitcoin is good for Americans and for America. President Nixon took us off the gold standard in 1971 to finance the Vietnam War. Since then, the dollar's purchasing power has been in precipitous decline, eroding savings and earnings of everyday Americans. Alan Greenspan, who was the chair of the Fed for 20 years, even warned that, quote, in the absence of a gold standard, there is no way to prevent savings from confiscation through inflation, end quote. Inflation, as we all know, is theft, and it's almost always theft from the poor. The Fed has engineered an uber-efficient money printing machine to perpetrate the systematic robbery that has gutted the American middle class and decimated America's working poor. The obscene money printing has drained our citizens of their purchasing power through the hidden tax of inflation. And it was the Trump and Biden administration's reckless embrace of money printing that have pushed the middle class over the tipping point now. American households are now buckling under this strain. Let's look at it simply. If you had $1,000 6 years ago, that $1,000 has a value of $520 today in terms of its capacity to purchase goods and services. Mortgages have doubled in 4 years. No wonder half of the 18 to 30-year-olds are still living at home, unable to afford the homes that provide the first step toward the American dream. No wonder our younger Americans are marrying later, delaying or even abandoning the choice to start a family. Their dwindling purchasing power forces them into these sacrifices. The hopelessness of the task of steadily growing savings, which we all assumed that was just part of our lives, it has pushed. And now today, this generation is facing these moving goalposts. They make money, they think they're doing well, and then the money disappears. And not for anything they did, but because inflation. And it has pushed this whole generation into a kind of financial nihilism. And it's contributed to the epidemics of depression, of suicide, of hopelessness, of alienation, of dispossession, of the loss of pride in our country, the loss of hope for their own generation and their own futures among young Americans. Healthcare costs are also increasing exponentially. I talked a couple of months ago with a young New Hampshire couple, and they told me with tears in their eyes how they had gotten in an argument, the husband and wife, holding a crying baby in their arms at night and having to wonder about whether that baby was $50 sick or $100 sick or $500 sick before they brought him to the emergency room. Over half of Americans cannot put their hands on $1,000 if they have emergency. If you are part of that cohort and the engine light goes on in your car, it is the apocalypse, because you know you're not going to be able to afford the mechanic. You won't be able to get to work. You won't be able to pay your rent, and then you're going to be out on the sidewalk. And that decile has ended up with this army, tent encampments in the cities that I live in Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and all over the country, where armies of Americans, of hardworking Americans, are now living because the engine light came on in their car, or they got 2 flat tires at once, or they had some other expense that was unanticipated. Walk outside and you're going to see it. Time and again, I'm hearing from elderly Americans about how they cut their prescription pills in 2 to make them last at the end of the week. They're choosing between gasoline and home heating oil and food. So many mothers have told me that they're downgrading ingredients to get out the grocery store checkout line. Americans today are being forced to make these gut-wrenching decisions because our money is broken. With a beleaguered American middle class, Bitcoin is the off-ramp from the inflation highway of doom. If the world were on a Bitcoin standard and our money held its value, we would all have the ability to live more abundant lives. Bitcoiners have it right. Fix the money, fix the world. The discipline of tying our dollars to hard assets like Bitcoin will also finally break our addiction to forever wars. Fiat currency was invented to fund war. As I pointed out just now, President Nixon got us off the gold standard in 1971 because printing fiat currency was the only way to continually finance the Vietnam War. Prior to fiat currency, when a country ran out of money, the war would end. Or if a government wanted to fund a war, it would issue war bonds and borrow the money from its citizens, or it would tell them in advance, we're going to tax you. Today, governments don't need to even ask that permission. They just print the money. And then they fund the war with fake money. If the world was on a Bitcoin standard, then there would be no war because the governments can't print Bitcoin. I'm a proponent of Bitcoin because it can defund the military-industrial complex that is bent not on national defense, but on international global domination. And I'll say this, during the height of the Cold War, the military budget was about $500 billion in 2024 dollars. Today, it's double that. Why do we need twice the money that we needed during the height of the Cold War? Well, we need it because it has nothing to do with national defense. It has to do with global hegemony and international domination that is actually counterproductive. It's bankrupting us at home. And it has destroyed our relationships and our moral authority across the globe. Oh, let me say it again. If governments couldn't print money with a couple of keystrokes on a computer, they wouldn't be able to fund wars that never end. Again, fix the money, fix the world. And make no mistake, one of the main reasons my administration will fix our broken money, is to defund the war machine. To reach that goal, I'm going to support making direct ownership of Bitcoin tax-free. The conversion of Bitcoin back into dollars will be non-reportable transaction to the IRS and not subject to capital gains. We have to remember that the Fourth Amendment guarantees the right to privacy. As a constitutionalist, I'm adamant defender of our right to financial and transactional privacy. When U.S. citizens are required to report every Bitcoin transaction to the IRS, the government knows everything that we are doing with our money. Governments have no business knowing your business. More importantly, making the direct ownership of Bitcoin tax-free creates financial incentive to own Bitcoin and not a Bitcoin ETF, which is a security and therefore subject to capital gains. This is crucial because direct ownership of Bitcoin keeps it decentralized. And well, and that is the only way to prevent BlackRock and other global asset managers from having undue influence over the Bitcoin network, over its forks, and over its upgrades. In 2014, the IRS declared Bitcoin to be property and regulated the purchase and sale as a capital transaction. It's important to understand that this tax law was never passed by Congress, and it was never signed into law by the President of the United States. The IRS and the SEC simply usurped government power in order to suppress decentralized financial democracy. The U.S. Supreme Court recently, of the Chevron doctrine, reopens that decision. And that decision has allowed freedom-fighting Bitcoiners to challenge the constitutionality of taxing Bitcoin for the 2024 year. I'm telling you today that I will never, ever sign a law that taxes direct ownership of Bitcoin. I will use my power to reverse any law that does so. I will end the Biden administration's war on Bitcoin. Tax-free Bitcoin is not only critical for citizens' financial autonomy, freedom, and privacy, it is essential to keep it decentralized and democratic as Satoshi created it to be. Finally, Bitcoin guarantees property rights. With freely transactable Bitcoin, no government will be able to confiscate or tax your wealth at the border. This is another example of Bitcoin's potency as a weapon against totalitarianism. So as this election cycle starts to heat up, you have choices to make. You've heard what I propose to do. Let's compare that to what my Republican opponent proposes. And I welcome President Trump's new enthusiasm for Bitcoin, but he's only weeks into the Bitcoin dialogue. And I have the advantage of being here longer. And hopefully his learning curve will mirror the kind that I went through. My guess is that initially, at least, there's going to be a lot of talk about pricing and how a change in government policies can make Bitcoiners wealthy. But we all know that that is just one of the minor points of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is about something much bigger. Bitcoin is about our souls. It's about our values. The price go up feature is the least of all of its attributes. President Trump has a long way to go to explain how his personal values align with those of Bitcoiners. If he doesn't do that, then we don't really have any assurance, do we, that his endorsement is not another ephemeral monetary policy fad du jour. That assurance will require him to repudiate some of the central policies of his last administration. During his years in the White House, President Trump had consistently spoke out against Bitcoin. In December of 2020, he was openly hostile to Bitcoin and tried to outlaw self-custody wallets. This was a time when Americans, particularly, more than any time in our history, needed any store of value that they could get to compensate for the hits to their income from the lockdowns, from the declining purchasing power due to the money printing orgy and the COVID closures of all of our businesses. In 2021, President Trump doubled down and declared that Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar. I'm happy that President Trump has had this evolution. I'm proud that I helped blaze a trail that made it easier for other political leaders to follow. And I'm grateful to the 50 or 60 million Bitcoiners like Michael Saylor, who were there before me and helped me understand the nation-saving potential of Bitcoin. Every Bitcoiner I know shares my own yearning for freedom, or my skepticism toward official orthodoxies and pronouncements, and an inclination for critical thinking that I most admire. During COVID, neither President Trump nor President Biden protected our constitutional rights. They both restricted our right to assemble, to worship. They closed our churches, no funeral for grandma, no weddings. They closed our businesses without due process or just compensation in violation of the Fifth Amendment. They ended the Seventh Amendment right to jury trials. They assaulted the Fourth Amendment prohibition against warrantless searches and seizures, and also both these administrations allowed the FBI and the spy agencies to suppress our rights to free speech by working with social media companies to deplatform people who criticize government policies. I hope that President Trump's change of heart in Bitcoin is evidence of a newfound and deep-seated commitment to personal freedoms, to our Constitution, to our Bill of Rights. Will President Trump fight for Bitcoin if he's elected? I wish he had mentioned Bitcoin in the RNC speech last week. I'm disappointed. He spent a lot of the last week attacking President Bukele of El Salvador, the only country on a Bitcoin standard. President Bukele is the most popular president in El Salvador's history, and with Bitcoin's help, he has turned the country around. Bitcoin helped him grow the economy and reduce crime. The U.S. should want to take a page from President Bukele's playbook and learn some of the lessons that he has to teach us about Bitcoin. And even more alarming, President Trump, in an interview last month with Bloomberg, floated the idea of bringing on Jamie Dimon as his Secretary of Treasury. I'm grateful that President Trump yesterday walked back that comment, but I'm not sure how he could have ever considered bringing on one of the biggest long-time critics of Bitcoin and the world's ultimate advocate for centralized control, if he truly is committed in his soul to the freedom and decentralization that we all are committed to. Those choices don't match the spiritual alignment of Bitcoin. Bitcoin represents personally, I would rather see somebody like Michael Saylor or Caitlin Long as Treasury Secretary. They are brilliant. They are encyclopedic. They're forward-thinking. They deeply love our country. And they represent the ideals of decentralization and economic democracy. Finally, President Trump has had 4 years to pardon Ross Ulbricht and Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. And he didn't do it. And we need to ask ourselves why. I've already looked into those cases, and I plan on pardoning them all on day one. In this election year, I encourage you to study your choices, look at the candidates' policy, but more importantly, look at their actions to decide if they are genuinely part of the problem or if they're part of the solution. Decide if they align with what you believe in your heart. Remember, Americans need, and remember what Americans need and what we want, and then vote accordingly. I want to leave you today with a core belief in Bitcoin, in the Bitcoin community. Bitcoin is the currency of freedom, the currency of liberty, the currency of hope. It restores self-sovereignty back to the individual, which is the whole purpose of American democracy. It gives us digital property rights, which is the core of our democracy. And it provides a store of value that will allow middle-class Americans to live in abundance again. I want to be the president who can bring back hope. And I'm grateful to be part of your Bitcoin community. In fact, I don't think of myself as red. I don't think of myself as blue, and I don't even think of myself as purple. Those are the colors of the political parties. Instead, I think of myself as orange. That is the color of freedom. And it's true, President Trump has orange hair. And I can only admire him for that from afar. I'll never be able to match him on that. It's a really great start, but I have an orange heart, and that's what you should support. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city, so we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Mara Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Mark Moss, partner at the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund, and Preston Pish, general partner at Ego Death Capital. We just heard a stirring talk from U.S. presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, RFK for short, one of two presidential candidates that will be speaking at Bitcoin 2024 this weekend. Preston, let's dive into some of the numbers here. He kicked off his talk by saying that he wants to accumulate 19% of the Bitcoin in existence. What do you think about this?
So 4 million Bitcoin. You know, the first thing that I thought is you have Donald Trump coming on stage tomorrow, and the rumors are that he's going to say 1 million Bitcoin. And, you know, people know Donald Trump's personality. You really think that he's going to show up tomorrow and still say 1 million Bitcoin after RFK just came on stage and said 4 million Bitcoin? And prior to them going on stage, we said that what do we want as Bitcoiners? We want a Bitcoiner's wet dream as they go up there and say these things, and they're trying to win our favor, right? And on that theme, he said all the things that, of course, a Bitcoiner wants to hear.
Yep.
These numbers are crazy. And the reason that these numbers are crazy, and whether they're even achievable, I don't know. I know I'm not selling my Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure Mark's not selling his Bitcoin.
I'm going to hold on to mine for a little
You're
bit
not
as
selling
well.
your Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So where are these 4 million Bitcoin going to come? And, you know, he said something very early on in the speech. He said, I think that the price of Bitcoin is going to hundreds of trillions of dollars in value.
Maybe the market cap, you mean?
The total market cap of Bitcoin. So, like, how do you get there? Well, you get there by chasing after something that has just, you know, the inflexibility of the 21 million Bitcoin that exist versus this ballooning, expanding, monstrous fiat behemoth, right, that just can't expand fast enough, is how you get to these crazy numbers.
Yeah.
But the real question is, right, if you go to 100 trillion, what's stopping you at 100 trillion? I don't know.
This
Good
is a
luck.
tough question. I want to kick it to Mark before we cut back to the Nakamoto stage. Mark, your biggest takeaway from that talk, what resonated most with you?
Yeah, I mean, like Preston said, he really did hit every single point. It's going to be hard for someone else to come and match that. But a couple of things that I think that I really picked up on that he talked about was really some of the roots of what really Bitcoin stands for, and talking about returning privacy back. So that's like a key piece. He said that the government doesn't need to know all of the transactions, right? So we are supposed to be private citizens.
Yep.
The government should be public.
Yeah.
Not the other way around. They don't need to know our $600 Venmo transaction. So I love that. We have the privacy issue right here. Returning
Beautiful.
privacy back to Bitcoin, I think that's a really big piece. And really, ultimately, it's not just Bitcoin on the ballot, it's freedom on the ballot.
Yes.
And so he really continued to hit those points over and over and over. The freedom to choose what we store our wealth in and how we want to transact.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Again, we're here with Mark Moss and Preston Pish. We very much appreciate the commentary. My apologies, gentlemen.
There's a little bit of comedy there,
the
too.
furthest
Yeah.
thing from commentary.
Yeah.
We have two astute gentlemen with us here. We're going to cut back to Nakamoto stage. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back right after.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us at the Crypto Olympics. What an extraordinary honor it is to be at this celebration of autonomy and independence and freedom. Joining me is Chris Pavlovski, who I'd like to invite you to give a warm round of applause, firstly on his basis for his commitment to free speech, for his support of Bitcoin starting in Miami 2022, and for our ongoing campaign to bring about freedom of all varieties. Chris Pavlovski, everyone. Chris, it's pretty, so we're going to have just a very relaxed conversation in the comfortable environment of these attendees, certain in the knowledge that something pivotal appears to be happening. The fact that we're appearing on the same stage as two presidential candidates, Edward Snowden, at the time that Julian Assange has been freed, it seems like something extraordinary is happening when it comes to decentralized modalities and a general appetite, whether it's in the world of finance or media, to create the opportunity for legitimate connection that isn't mediated by potentially corrupt institutions. How do you feel, Chris, that we're going to continue to navigate this space at Rumble, and what sort of opposition have you faced so far? And, just so that it's a quite nice long question and gives me some time to relax and take in the atmosphere, did you ever imagine that you would find yourself in such an extraordinary situation where being a tech billionaire used to be fun and about yachts and probably womanizing, and now it seems to be about campaigning and confronting corruption?
It's, first off, so glad to be here at Bitcoin 2024 and to be here with you, Russell. So thank you for having me here. It's surreal, to put it very simple. I grew up in a little town outside Toronto. I'm a Canadian.
Don't cheer that. It's actually a protected characteristic.
We got a little bit of problem when it comes to free speech up in Canada, but hopefully we can change that in the coming years. But it's surreal. I grew up in a town, and it's called Brampton. It's about 20, 30 minutes outside of Toronto. And I didn't really know anybody in the political world. I didn't know anybody, big in the business world. And then all of a sudden, I get a phone call in the summer of 2020 by the U.S. House, ranking member of the U.S. House Intel Committee, Congressman Devin Nunes. And, as a Canadian, I'm like, am I under investigation? Like, what is going on over here? And he had a simple question. He just asked me, Chris, if I bring my content onto Rumble and I search for my name, am I going to find it? And I was like, absolutely. Meanwhile, calling my developers, making sure that works. But yeah, that's what happened. And by mid-2021, we had the 45th president, Donald J. Trump, end up joining our platform. And then shortly thereafter, we had, it was, I think, in January of 2022, that this conference itself was pulled from YouTube, from streaming. And they ended up coming to us immediately to get the stream up and running, and we were there to get the stream up and running. And that, by September of 2022, we ended up going public on the NASDAQ under ticker RUM with a multi-billion-dollar valuation. And now we're sitting here at Bitcoin 2024 talking to you guys. So it's been an absolutely surreal experience for me and everybody at Rumble. And the fights that we've been fighting, I like to look at us as that we're the tip of the spear when it comes to freedom of expression. We were there in 2020, 2021, when no one else was there. We were all alone on an island fighting against every corporate media company in the world trying to, guilt by association, put us in buckets of like what we are. And we fought back. Then governments came after us. We had the Chinese government turn us off. We even had the Russian government turn us off. We had to turn the lights out in France, in Brazil, all because they were keen on censoring creators that didn't violate our policies. So the fight has been immense. It's been insane, to put it simply, but also surreal, not coming from the world of politics or the world of business in any major way. So being here now and kind of being thrusted into it and fighting for the First Amendment and what I consider a human right. People don't realize that freedom of expression is actually a human right. It's in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it's Article 19. And every country around the world seems to violate that, not care about that, except the United States of America, which is, after building this business, you really get to appreciate how awesome America is with the First Amendment and how the judicial system stands up for it. So yeah, it's been surreal.
One of the undergirding principles of Bitcoin that I'm learning a lot about today, because I am something of an ingenue, you know, this is quite new to me, is the significance of decentralization. And that if you decentralize power, something beautiful happens almost automatically. That there is something almost inherent in monopolies that leads to corruption. It seems that what's happening with Rumble, and in particular Rumble's evident David and Goliath struggle against YouTube Alphabet, their evident and obvious attempts to censor, control, possibly participate in surveillance, certainly facilitate some extraordinary operations, their odd relationship with a group called the Trusted News Initiative that seemed to be interested in further centralizing and controlling the flow of information has some obvious correlative with the monopolization that happens in the financial industry. It seems to me that what I've been learning is that when you decentralize and make transparent the very business of transaction, authenticity and integrity almost automatically appear. In fact, they are a requirement. What I suppose I find pretty encouraging about that, Chris, is the suggestion that because like an event like this, there's people that are right heroes. Edward Snowden, what an incredible hero, what an amazing sacrifice he made for America on behalf of his ethics. Bobby Kennedy, another heroic individual. Tomorrow, the extraordinary spectacle of Donald Trump, just fresh from his resurrection, just one earlobe down. Not the first man to nearly be annihilated by the dreadful phenomenon of slopey roofs. A threat to all of us anywhere. There could be a slopey roof around us now. And like, it's very easy to fall into the adulation of individuals that seem heroic, or perhaps alternatively condemn them, loathe them, despair of them. But what it seems to me is available in blockchain technology is the regulatory principles that occur when individuals are empowered. And indeed, Rumble has comparable principles because a commitment to free speech does not favor or bias towards a particular type of free speech. It encourages all of our free speech and has a kind of, I would say, acceptance that universally, through discourse, we will arrive at conclusions that are positive if we're not prohibited, inhibited, censored, controlled by institutions that claim that they care while actually practicing control. It seems to me that there is something quite beautiful in learning that individuals, when trusted, will reach the right conclusions. And that is antithetical to an era of elitism that we appear to be living through. Like, because what is the central principle of censorship? We are a moral authority. We know more than you. We are smarter than you. And similarly, too, when Rumble first came out, what did they first say? It's disgusting. It's filthy. What did they say about Bitcoin? It'll all be used to trade drugs and pornography. And I bet some people have done that, Chris. But ultimately, when people are allowed to live deregulated and free, what emerges are something closer to our higher nature and our higher principles rather than our lower.
You sum that up perfectly. What's happening right now is that you have all these entities that are controlling, and now they're fighting for control. They're losing their control. They're losing control to companies like Rumble, Truth, X. They're starting to actually fear that their narratives are going to change because, for once, there's not someone with an agenda telling Russell, hey, Russell, you have to say this. Has that ever happened with us? Never.
No, only the voices in my mind.
So now what you're having is that you're having like true authenticity start to come out and true opinions start to come out. Things that we would have at our dinner tables that apparently we couldn't say online, and we still can't say online on the incumbent platforms. So like YouTube, for example, for the last, I would say, 8 years, has just been moving the goalpost and moving the goalpost, creating new terms, sometimes on a monthly basis, sometimes on a weekly basis. Something is changing constantly on YouTube to try to say that you need to say something specifically or not say something at all. They're trying to control speech in many different ways. And when Rumble came along in 2020, late 2020, where we actually had prominent figures start joining our platform, like Dan Bongino, Congressman Devin Nunes, we started to break that fold, and that's what created a shift happen. Everybody picked a side. This is exactly what happened. Everyone actually picked a side, and Rumble just stayed in the middle. Our policies didn't change in any meaningful way in the last 10 years. They've been relatively similar, but everyone else's did, and they left us all in the middle. And what happened, they all picked a side, and then the middle started coming towards us. Why? Authenticity. People get to hear what you're really thinking, and they know that you're not saying, doing, or saying something that has some kind of agenda or corporate agenda behind it. When you watch people like Russell on Rumble, you're getting to hear what he actually thinks, and not someone else that's telling him what to think. And that's what's created the opportunity for Rumble in such a large way.
Yes, I thought of so many things while you were talking then, and not because I wasn't listening, because I was. That's just common good manners. Here are some of the reflections that I would like to offer you, Chris, and everybody present. When dealing with an organization like Google, YouTube, and I recognize that my voice was significantly amplified by that platform initially before the blessed day where I got the opportunity to begin to work with Rumble, you recognize how tyranny and power may guide us towards dystopia. Let me illustrate that further. We're being encouraged to imagine that the dystopias of the future might resemble the despotism of the 20th century, that we might fall foul to militaristic 20th century style demagoguery. We're being taught to fear fascism. And of course, fascism is something that ought to be feared, because indeed, Bitcoin and Rumble, the technologies that we're talking about, are about primarily individual freedom. When it comes to the tyranny that I fear mostly, the phrase I heard that resonates is technological feudalism. When you consider the mounting bureaucracies and the incredible power that's being accrued by groups like Alphabet, Google, because we are talking about monopoly, centralized power, I would like to reflect on how it feels to deal with these organizations directly. If you find yourself in a spat or a contretemps with YouTube, you will find that the discourse is very unusual and anodyne. We have had to censor your content. You will have to appeal to the community guidelines. A team member will get back to you. It's very friendly, it's very banal, it's very sterile. You get the sense that you're communicating with some peculiar, odd and inaccessible, insidious mist. When we think about tyranny in the future, we should not think about 20th century modalities of dictatorship. We should think of great writers like George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, and Franz Kafka, who indicated that dictatorships in the future might be rather anodyne and friendly and here to protect you and keep you safe. Some of you may have noticed that in the last 5 years, in order to protect your freedom, in order to protect your safety, in order to protect your health, certain measures were strongly recommended. Certain conversations were forbidden. Indeed, just think of the people that have been on the stage over the short period of time that we've been at this conference. Bobby Kennedy, strongly censored. Edward Snowden, exiled. Julian Assange, while absent, was imprisoned and incarcerated without trial. All for what? To protect you. To protect you from information that might harm you, or to protect you from microbes or viruses that might harm you. God help us. God protect us from these people that want to save us and protect us. In their rationalism and materialism, they have sought right down to the microscopic level to replace God and to replace the authority of God with rationalism and materialism, to make rationalism the highest authority. Having made themselves the highest authority, their edicts go uncontested. There was a moment, September last year, where I myself was at the very middle of a tundra, a dark maelstrom of incredible power, only the kind of power that can only occur when big tech platforms, big media, and government align. The government in my country directly asked platforms to demonetize me, a sit-in government minister. This is an extraordinary overreach of government. Among the people and platforms that were bold enough to say, hold on, we have principles around justice, around hearings, around innocent until proven guilty, was Chris Pavlovski at Rumble. And of course, Elon Musk at X, who I know evokes complex feelings like many tech billionaires. They're all fucking crazy, these guys. They're all a bit weird. They're not like normal people. I've got to know tech billionaires now. They sort of look at their phone too much. They leave meals in the middle of a meal. They'll just get up and go. Essentially, they're monetizing autism. Never mind mining Bitcoin, start mining the neurons of these lunatics that are coming up with this stuff, is what I would say. But nevertheless, what we're finding in these unusual minds is the kind of bravery that comes from not centralizing power, but from decentralizing it. Because the simple truth is no one should be mediating your connection to God, or your connection to money, or your connection to free speech. Because no one knows better than you, although there are high principles to which we could have recourse.
It's even more insidious. The monopolizations are happening both on every aspect of tech. For example, you guys probably all remember the moment that Parler got deplatformed entirely by Amazon AWS. And that happened for a complaint that exact complaint was actually happening more so on the other platforms than it was happening on Parler itself. So it was completely unjustified to do that. And I think that was like crossing a red line in society when you have like an oligopoly in the cloud business. You got Microsoft, you got Amazon, you got GCP, Google, and at that moment, Amazon decides to take out Parler, which was horrible. And that was a big wake-up moment for us because we realized Rumble won't survive unless we have our own infrastructure. So on the infrastructure level now, Rumble can't just be a company that says, hey, we're going to uphold free speech and protect everyone's rights to having their voice. We now have to build our own infrastructure. So what did we do? We built our own infrastructure. We launched the Rumble Cloud earlier this year, which is now available not only to Rumble, but the entire public. And that's based on the same principles that Rumble has, free speech. But it gets even worse. It not only is the infrastructure a problem, we solved the infrastructure. Now the next thing we need to go solve is the advertising world. The advertising world, the way they're working and the way they're colluding together to make sure that they only bring the advertising dollars to specific creators that have certain viewpoints is a major problem. And we just saw in the release, I'm sure you've seen this, Russell, is the Global Alliance of Responsible Media, as they call it. They put it in nice names to make it sound really good, as you just mentioned. That's the way they do it. And you can see the emails that the Judiciary Committee released with respect to that. And Ben Shapiro was talking about this as well when he was at Congress. And it's appalling what you see. You see that they're actually constructing a boycott of putting advertisements on X and other platforms like Rumble to make sure that voices that they don't agree with are not getting monetized, trying to strangle them at the monetization point. And this is just one example, well, multiple examples, both on the infrastructure and on the advertising side of what we're up against. We have ad cartels, we have infrastructure, we got governments, we got states. We're fighting multiple things at multiple different points. But you know, one of the good things is we're not alone anymore. There are other companies starting to step up. you have Truth, you have X, and things are starting to move. So, question for you, do you think things are getting better?
Yes, actually. I'm feeling almost overwhelmed with optimism in this actual moment now, because I know that we are streaming this on Rumble. There'll be people watching this on Rumble now, and a considerable audience are also watching elsewhere. And I'm minded of the significant and oft-repeated maxim attributed usually to Andrew Breitbart, that politics is downstream of culture. Well, culture is evidently and obviously downstream of technology. We have the technology for immediate proliferation and dissemination of not only information, but clearly a transactional technology also. And what I find deeply heartening about this is the opportunity and obvious establishment already, because you lot are early adapters and adopters. I knew about Bitcoin for ages. I know all the subtle ones you've not even heard of. I know all sorts of cryptocurrencies. I've just made one up right now. Like, you lot know about this stuff already. And one thing that institutions fear more than anything, I believe, is not the direct and martial attacks which John Lennon greatly and famously said they know how to deal with, but people moving away from their institutions, setting up parallel economies, parallel media. Of course, my deep concern is that we remain in the thrall of commodity, commerce, and material, when this could be so much more. When this is a genuine opportunity for us to access something deeply ethereal and mystical, our own personal connection to the ultimate reality, a personal and private connection to God, a resource that we might utilize so that we are no longer in the thrall of prohibition and inhibition and systems of absolute control that might use the kind of patriarchal auspices of your health and safety. They might use any measures. My interest is this, most of all, that this is not just a digital form of the gold rush, but this is a set of systems through which we may bypass our atrophying, corrupt, hypocritical systems of government, big tech, media. The loss of moral authority that they are experiencing is deserved, because we know that lawfare can be used, that the judiciary can be used as a weapon, that media can't be relied on, that the regulatory bodies that control big pharma are funded by the corporations that they're supposed to be regulating. You have known for some time that these institutions are not worthy of your trust, and now you are beginning to have the means to bypass them. And if they cannot be bypassed electorally, for the corruption is so immersive or the options so limited, now there is the genuine chance for your individual freedom of expression to exist, both in terms of media and communication through platforms like Rumble and others, but also through the advance that you are at the very forefront of when it comes to transaction digitally. So indeed, I feel optimistic, not because of any great individual leader, although we have seen great individual leaders at this conference, but because what Bitcoin epitomizes above all else: decentralization, transparency, open communication, and the possibility for new human relationships. That is the deepest optimism of all, that human beings aren't corrupt and ugly, aren't disgusting and deserving of shame, are beautiful and capable of again connecting with the sacred. So if Bitcoin can do that, surely I believe in it, and surely I am optimistic, Chris. But the truth is, we've still got 5 minutes. So have you?
No, I think the tide is so big right now. Like I said, we were all alone on an island for a couple of years during COVID and all these, from like 2020 to 2022, really. And I think that tide is like unstoppable. You have Bitcoin, which is a freedom movement. You have companies like Rumble and X and Truth that are freedom movements. It's kind of emerging everywhere. You have infrastructure like Rumble Cloud. The parallel economy is really getting developed. And you have talent, like real important talent that are speaking their minds and really kind of waking up to everything and telling the world what they think, like yourself and many others. So I think this tide is so big right now, there's nothing that's going to stop it. And ultimately, the number one value that underlines everything here is freedom. It's freedom of speech, it's freedom, it's transparency. It is, when you take a look at it though, right, for the last 10 years, we've had a monopoly control the video space. We've had an oligopoly controlling the infrastructure space. The idea of having competition is a type of decentralization in its own right. And that's what we need to have. And like, if there's ways to take things like Rumble and get them even more transparent and more decentralized, I'm all for it as the technology continues to evolve. But like you have in the finance world, you now have Bitcoin, which is really taking hold and has an incredible future. So this tide, nothing's going to stop it. We are going to win in this war for sure.
That is pretty positive. And in a way, a further indication that these technologies are neutral. You know, Bitcoin went through a phase where it was perjured and condemned and attacked. Rumble went through a phase where it's perjured and condemned and attacked, which clearly, in the case of Bitcoin, was an attempt to stymie and slow its progress while they set up central digital banking that they could control themselves. So what I feel like is that this is an opportunity for new forms of new connections to form. And I want to, before we go, because I can see a clock counting down, I don't know if you check it every so often, Chris. I check it. We're here with a limited obligation because in a minute there's going to have to be Secret Service coming in here, making sure this is absolutely safe. Because if Donald Trump's coming here and saying, look, part of the Federal Reserve's going to be in Bitcoin, you motherfuckers are all going to be rich. But beyond material wealth, we are seeking the kingdom of heaven, surely, aren't we? And earlier today, in the holy name of our Father, Jesus Christ, praise his name, I wanted to mention, I met Lynn Albrecht earlier today, who is the mother of Ross Albrecht, who you may be aware received double life sentences for some of his entrepreneurial activity on Silk Road. We know that the centralized system likes to condemn and damn and control. We know that it likes to destroy outliers. I don't absolutely know the entirety of Ross Albrecht's story, but 40 years worth of sentencing does seem particularly draconian. If you're watching this now on Rumble, or indeed YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, click the link in the description and get on over to Rumble. If you're watching it on Rumble, we'll post there is a petition for Ross's freedom that is being passed around. What we must demand is that the corrupted institutions of government, the corrupted institutions of finance, the corrupted institutions of media are all held accountable to the power of the people, which we are beginning to see realized in this auditorium. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. Chris, before we... standing ovation, yeah. I mean, thanks for the enthusiasm. Beautiful people of Nashville, Smashville, bachelorette party capital of the world. Let's get on that stinking honky-tonk street. Get messed up, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble, thank you very much for the incredible welcome. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your conference, and I hope you get rich, most of all spiritually. Amen.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk. We are here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, we have Donald Trump Jr., a man who needs no introduction, I should say. Yes. And Michael Seifert to his left, CEO of Public Square. And to his left, Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine. I just want to throw this question out to the field here. We had quite an event today, and a large part of that is driven by we know who the special guest is tomorrow. Yeah. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts and feelings on what you saw here today?
Honestly, I'm super psyched about it. It's interesting. The last time I was in here I think it was like either SHOT Show or like Safari Club, one of the hunting shooting, and like it's pretty popular in that world.
It was
the welcoming here was next level. It was awesome, and I think so many of the synergies. And I'm totally new. I've been watching for a while, but as someone who's had to deal with some of the issues that I think Bitcoin solves, as someone who's been debanked, having had businesses literally shut down from conventional banking, someone who's been sort of, let's just say, prosecuted unjustly. I mean, there's so many things, and someone who's been watching just insane spending and stupidity in our government and all of these things. Wow, it feels like there's some great alignment. So I'm just a sponge right now learning.
Well, we appreciate that. We feel like you and your family are Bitcoiners. You just didn't know it yet. So we're really happy that you've discovered this. You walked across. We were just trying to bring you here, and it was nonstop. Everyone was saying hi and saying pictures. So we're thankful you were able to finally make it to the live desk.
Glad to do it.
Amazing. And Michael, just wanted to have you chime in a little bit as well. If you want to tell us a little about yourself, what you have going on with Public Square, and your impression of what you saw here today.
Happy to. My name is Michael Seifert. I'm the CEO and founder of a great company called Public Square. We're the nation's largest marketplace here in the United States of businesses that love this country, the Constitution, and the classic American principles that wonderful document protects. So if you love American-made goods, you love small businesses that represent Main Street, you want to break out of the big box stores and decentralize into the small businesses that power your community for all of your shopping needs, that's why we exist. I've been a big fan of Bitcoin since about 2017, and I just dove down the rabbit hole. And so, believe it or not, after all that 8 years, this is my first conference I've ever actually been to.
Amazing.
So I am loving it.
My first as well. You just know what you're talking about.
Wow.
I'm figuring it out, but it's so intuitive, actually. And it took all the crap that we've probably had to go through over the last few years to be like, what's the hedge against all of that? I'm not just talking about inflation. I'm talking about sort of the corruption, the nonsense, all of it. It's really amazing. And it feels like the like-mindedness here is really strong.
Yeah. Well, we're so happy that, once again, we know the Trump campaign came out and saying, hey, we support Bitcoin. What they said at the Libertarian Conference with, freeing Ross, and I think you've just seen an outpouring of motion of Bitcoiners who are saying, we're so happy that you see what we see.
Yeah. It's, honestly, looking at it, these days, unfortunately, I look at everything through like a political lens, but you see that. I mean, when you think about tech and where all these things started, these were Democrat donors that are just totally abandoning the Democrat Party because you see that the structures that they're putting into place, the control they want, the need to have that power over you, the Democratic Party is actually abandoning their biggest donors because they're unwilling to not have that level of control over them. And that's a fascinating thing to watch. All these people that have historically been big, they're like, no, we're on you. And I'm looking at the guys that the outpouring from Silicon Valley and some of the people that are innovators, beyond just Bitcoin, but from the crypto world in general, it's actually spectacular to see.
Amazing. Do you mind if I dive into a little bit of, it sounds like you learned a lot about the principles of Bitcoin thus far. So what are some of those principles that you think align with the values of the Republican Party and your father's platform?
Well, listen, I think not having that sort of overrule, right? The not having the unlimited supply that can be printed by someone who's willing to just spend other people's future to pay off someone for their vote in the near term. I mean, I think you see that with the Fed, right? Everyone, we'll just give it to them. It doesn't matter. We'll print more money. No one understands where it's going. The devaluation of a currency. As someone who sort of, I always, everything these days for me is political, but I have, a mother that escaped communist Czechoslovakia. I understand what these rules and what those systems and what those controls lead to, and I think this is an ultimate hedge against that, both financially. It's a hedge not just against the inflationary style of stupid spending, but frankly, the overreach of a tyrannical government, which we're actually seeing. I've actually witnessed that. I'm someone that they've actually tried to put in jail because they didn't like those views. I'm someone and a family from a business that they've fined $500 million for paying back loans on time with interest. This feels like sort of a great security blanket to that, right? It's
absolutely
modern day gold.
Well, and I was going to say
easier to carry.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. And on top of that, the big banks and the financial institutions that have become weaponized against communities that we both value a ton. I mean, we've been in business together for a few years, and the amount of times that banks have put pressure on our efforts in the movement of trying to create this parallel economy, they're not quick to give up control. They've canceled your news platform.
Yeah, I built a news app. I mean, everyone says, hey, if you don't like what you got here, go build your own. Well, guys like me actually do that. I mean, I think everyone here, in some way, shape, or form, whether they're participating or they helped create it or did something else within the crypto space or DeFi platforms or whatever it may be, there's an entrepreneurial nature of that. So we go and do that. And then the second you are a threat to that system, they say go do that, but then they put up every possible obstacle. You know, they make it as difficult as possible. They throw every regulation they can at you. So, you know, I built a news app because I got sick of just being, you know, looking at Google and seeing, you know, the first 4,376 pages was like the CNN version of the truth, which, you know, frankly had nothing to do with the truth, but that didn't matter because no one was going to go to that next level. So me and a couple partners, we created this news app called MXM News, like minute by minute. And we just aggregate. We gave you the New York Times, but we also gave you Breitbart. We gave you Daily Caller and Newsweek. And once people started looking at the story, like they came to their own conclusion. And so we had PNC Bank, major bank out of, you know, Pennsylvania, you know, sort of a big East Coast bank, frankly. One day we had, what was it, $750,000 as an operating budget for this, you know, relatively small business, but still a lot of money. And my partner calls me, he's like, hey man, we've been hacked. I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, yesterday there was $750,000 in our bank account. Today it's gone. He calls the bank. No one calls him back. We call the bank. For a couple hours later, we get, oh, yeah, we just don't want to do business with you anymore. There's a cashier's check in the mail. You'll get it in a couple days. I'm like, oh, in a couple days? Like, we got to make payroll. We got to, like, what do you mean? Like, they literally broke up with us without even a phone call.
And it's ridiculous. They take your right to bank away from you. Your freedom to bank away from you.
I've dealt with it in our businesses with, you know, insurance. Well, we won't do that because you're not this. You know, you're XYZ. You're under this, so you can't get a loan anymore. And so
you're the most canceled family in America that doesn't deserve it. And that's what ended up happening was that they can even say, I mean, we're watching the banks want to shut people out because they don't believe in what they say. And that's not the, you know, the bank's roles. And guess what? That's how everyone comes to Bitcoin in a different way. And absolutely, we're very fortunate here in America that we have access to bank accounts, that we have some financial freedom. But once again, man, if the banks are now telling us what we can and can't say and they'll shut you down, that's a very scary path to go down.
And I see the love here, and I mean, it's sort of interesting now. So many guys have come to us, be like, hey, now that you've seen, because you're like, how could this happen to it? You know, you couldn't even imagine in America in 2024 in a family that's, you know, changed the skyline of New York and other cities. It's like, wait, all of a sudden you're persona non grata, and it's all nonsense. But the problem is it doesn't matter. The problem with nonsense is you still have to deal with nonsense. And so it's sort of interesting now that so many people have come out to us in various things. Hey, will you help us like grow this from the? So we actually have some really interesting things coming because it's like we're so new to it, but it makes so much sense. And like, if they can do it to us, who can't they do it to? But more importantly, if they will do it to us, where we have a platform to fight back, we have the financial means to fight back, we have all of these things. If they'll still target you and go after you, and they'll still like, who won't they do it to? Who's not at risk? And so, you know, we're super excited about all the things going on right now, you know, in Bitcoin and the entire crypto space. I mean, it's really interesting.
Well, we're happy that on your journey you started with Bitcoin first. So as you know, we're
this is literally like my first, you know, interview even talking about the subject, other than sort of peripherally as I like start seeing it. And you know, obviously, so many things go on in sort of the meme coin space and this. And as someone who's you know, a meme general since the early 2000s.
We have good memes in Bitcoin too.
Yeah, yeah, some good ones. So it's fun, but I get it, and it makes a lot of sense. It's really intuitive, and just creating that mass adoption is going to be everything because it really, I think, is bringing power back to the people.
Awesome. So now, once again, we have a big day tomorrow. Your dad is headlining it, which we're very excited about. What are some things that you maybe hope he talks about in that speech for Bitcoiners?
Well, you know, listen, this
you know him better than anyone else in the world.
Well, honestly, I think he's said a lot of. I think, frankly, that you know, a guy like that was old school, New York finance, real estate, just the willingness to look at it and to adapt to it, and then to, again, having gone through what he's gone through, to be like, no, wait a second, this has a utilitarian purpose beyond sort of, you know, a digital fiat, right? There's real world life consequences to these things. I mean, it's modern day gold. It's something you can carry with you without having to carry, you know, you know, with his net worth, that's a lot of gold, right? You can't just walk away with it. You know, I kind of like it, but
or Bob Menendez, you could just have the gold in your jacket. That would be better.
As long as you're a Democrat.
As long as you're a Democrat, you can get away with it. For us, it's a little bit different. But I think, you know, the notion of sort of also, you know, decriminalizing and, you know, sort of freeing some of these people who've sort of been, well, frankly, put in jail for no reason, but for our own government officials don't understand it. And that's the thing we got to do. I mean, I think in my father's next administration, you know, I think there needs to be a framework, but not a framework that becomes so governmentalized, so bureaucratized that the dumbest people in government need to have every hand in everything, because then you defeat the entire purpose of everything that we're trying to achieve here. All of the great things of this, the government will screw up. So you actually need people who have an intelligent capacity to create a framework, but to allow the entrepreneurial spirit of all of this stuff to still thrive, where it's not just crushed and stymied and over-regulated like they do with everything else that has frankly crushed so much of the rest of American business and offshored it, right? It drove it to all these places. Other countries are living our American dream because we've made it so complicated, so expensive, so difficult to do business, and you see that even in the crypto space.
And that's why we're so thankful for Public Square, for outlets where companies can also sell and not be persecuted for the products that they're selling because Amazon or some DEI person at Chase doesn't like what they do. So
we need free marketplaces and we need freedom money. We need freedom money and we need places to spend that freedom money. I did want to ask one last question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
We have a lot of people here waiting, a lot of great energy here. Feel free to cheer, clap, all that.
What's going on, guys?
We're so glad you're all here.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you might be able to.
And this is like when everyone's been clearing out for the last couple hours. We're still holding a pretty good crowd, I think.
6 o'clock local time, great crowd here. Any preview or anything we might be, anything we could maybe look forward to tomorrow in your father's talk?
Well, listen, I think it's going to be interesting. For my family, honestly, like, so much has changed in the last 2 weeks. Right? It's sort of, you take a bullet to the face. The perspective is very different. So I'm actually sort of curious about it. Coming out of the RNC, coming out of this, like we've just been running, sort of like wild. So I saw his last speech on. I love sort of the adaptation, all the things. But I haven't even had the chance to see where he's going to take it now. But I imagine it's going to go to another level because it's been sort of an introspective time. And again, I think that drives the importance of what this whole movement's about. I mean, this is really, it is a freedom movement to me. It's about freedom. That's what we're doing it for. It's a small government, get them out of your space, movement for freedom. And that's like, no one more than me wants to embrace something like that,
We're so thankful because obviously, after that, horrific event, it was 3 days earlier that, President Trump said he would speak at our conference. And the first thing we did, we called up, we said, hey, we know you're going through a lot here. We totally understand. And the campaign was like, we're going to be there. Nothing is going to stop us.
If
we are very lucky. Fight, fight, fight.
So. If he stood up, 5 seconds after taking a bullet and he's going to fight, 3 days it was like, I talked to him about it. He was like, what are you talking about? That was so last week. We got to go. We got to keep winning. And he's right. And that's, again, that's the embodiment of the American spirit. And this is a big part of that. I mean, this, frankly, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's crypto, whether it's, DeFi platforms, getting government, this is how our founding fathers would do banking in 2024. Yep. This is what they would envision. They wouldn't envision corrupted, broken, bureaucratic systems where government officials are buying votes with other people's money and mortgaging our children's future through ridiculous inflation. Yep. I mean, that's not how our founding fathers would be doing banking today. It has been a corrupted system like so many other things in government over periods of time because we've allowed them to get away with it. This is a great hedge. This is a pushback against all of that nonsense, and I think that's what makes it so important.
Absolutely, we always like to.
And I look forward to actually learning so much more because it's like I'm just a baby in the game, but I'm getting there.
There the Bitcoin magazine. We are also a news media that's not woke and tells you the truth. So if you want to learn more,
well, that'll work well with Public Square, man. We got to do more together. We got to get all those small businesses being able to transact easily in it. We do that.
I guess
it's everything.
By the end of this conference, we'll be selling all of our products on Public Square.
I think you got to get going, man.
Absolutely, Mike.
Okay, I think that sounds good. It's including these hats that say
make Bitcoin great again.
That will be sold on Public Square by the end of the day.
It sounds like we're going to continue this conversation off stage. We sincerely appreciate everybody joining us here. We're super pumped for tomorrow. Again, we're joined by Donald Trump Jr., Michael Seifert, CEO of Public Square, Mike Germano, the president of Bitcoin Magazine, one of the gentlemen that helped put this all together. Let's give him a round of applause as well. All these gentlemen a round of applause. We are going to cut back to the Nakamoto stage, the same stage you will see President Trump speak tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to the Nakamoto stage.
Capital into taking advantage of, into extracting MEV on Ethereum. And so I think a legitimate argument exists that, OpCat is scary. If somebody could build an AMM on Bitcoin that led to the same kind of MEV, that would certainly be bad. So how we upgrade Bitcoin, I think, is very complicated and sometimes scary. And people always ask me, like, oh, what do you think, blah, 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 blah. I have, like, I don't really know.
Well, do you think it's a good thing that your work accelerated that conversation? Because it seems like there's been a rapid uptick in the amount of people pushing for upgrades, or just even the idea that the consensus process is natural, occurring, and that we should all participate.
I think it's really good for people to want more functionality out of Bitcoin. It's very good that people demand new functionality out of Bitcoin. How that functionality evolves and gets delivered is, anybody's guess, but I think the demand for it is incredibly positive.
I want to go back to the meta here, talking about obviously the crypto Trojan horse, Bitcoin within the context of crypto, Bitcoin and crypto, two separate systems. I mean, it seems obvious that, look, it would be great if we could eliminate this narrative confusion. Donald J. Trump, former president of the United States, is going to come here tomorrow. He's going to deliver a speech to the crypto industry, the Bitcoin and crypto industry, right? He accepts cryptocurrency. He accepts Dogecoin. He accepts Shiba Inu. So isn't part of this idea here that if we're moving to subsume, attack other assets, incorporate them, that we can eliminate this narrative confusion? There is no question about diversification. There's only Bitcoin, and the alternatives are discarded, unuseful, or just abandoned eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that would be nice. I think that narrative confusion will continue to exist regardless. If Bitcoin subsumes the broader crypto ecosystem, that also means that there will continue to be all these other assets, all these other tokens. They will be on Bitcoin. And that narrative confusion will probably persist. People will be like, oh, should I buy Bitcoin, or should I buy like the dog go to the moon rune or whatever?
But they can do that on Bitcoin now, right? There is dog go to the moon coin on Bitcoin.
Right, but that does create some confusion for people who want to get into or are interested in Bitcoin, and they see, oh, there's Bitcoin and now there's all the other assets. It is sort of like
How do you justify that as a creator, right? You've sort of allowed something to happen on Bitcoin that happens currently elsewhere, and the argument from people who, don't like your work is that, hey, that's a convenient framing. We like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they should just kind of cry harder. I wish that I had some great, vision of the future. But the truth is that I'm just a tinkerer, and I wanted to make NFTs on Bitcoin basically because they just suck on Ethereum. The technical standards are lame. And then I went on long walks with friends where I talked about it, and went on the computer like this for very long periods of time, and came up with something that worked and that fit into the broader Bitcoin technology stack. But what does it mean? Man, I don't know.
I want to push back a little bit on that using some of your own words. I mean, you've argued.
No.
You've argued for ordinals kind of in a way where, you've put forward the thesis, and I think many other developers agree, that Bitcoin eventually needs to be able to pay for its subsidy, right? There won't be mining rewards in the future. The fee market needs to recover and eventually replace those rewards. I'm curious about how you think ordinals has succeeded towards that. Obviously, we've seen very big fee spikes at time, but at present, everybody in this room can send an on-chain transaction very comfortably. So despite the success ordinals has and Runes has had, fees are quite low. So
actually, I mean, I think the fees are currently going between 4 to 6 sats per VByte, somewhere around there. And a lot of that is due to mints of uncommon goods, which is this silly rune that I made. And that, I mean, it certainly, we aren't at the peaks of fees that we've seen recently.
Well, let's stick with it. Do you believe in the future that Bitcoin needs to replace the fee subsidy?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
And do you think it's a common developer consensus that is correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think what is less common than I would like is people thinking that we just sort of have infinite time to figure it out. There will be solutions, that somehow it's going to happen. But I would prefer not to kick the can down the road. And I think whatever sources of fee revenue we can get as early as we can get, demonstrate that these things are possible, is incredibly important, incredibly useful.
Do you think the sats for VByte that we're seeing now are high, and you would credit that to ordinals?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at mempool.space, you'll see every pending block worth of transactions, you'll see huge numbers of runes transactions, the little tiny fly spec transactions. But yeah, I think that we'd probably see maybe half the fees.
But how else do we approach this problem if not creating other protocols? Because you talked earlier and you seemed dismissive of these other protocols. They don't maybe do anything useful. They're this big casino. But now we're saying there is a link between this big casino and a fundamental problem in Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got to approach it from 2 angles. I think it is helpful to build out the casino, get fees from the casino.
But isn't that existentially necessary if there's a problem that it solves that's fundamental?
We also have the main Bitcoin use case, right, of just transferring Bitcoin, opening Lightning channels, making payments. That, I think, is ultimately where the largest source of fee revenue is going to come from as Bitcoin, the asset, becomes more and more.
But haven't we seen that that hasn't really been the case, right? It's been 14, 15 years.
Yep.
The largest fee spike around 2017. We've since enlarged the amount of block space that can, or the amount of processing that Bitcoin can do.
Yep.
And it seems like that maybe even was a misstep in hindsight, given this problem.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is definitely the case that fee revenue from base layer transactions has been disappointing. And 2017, the big fee spike, a lot of that was probably people who were like anti-SegWit, like clogging the chains with a bunch of sort of junk transactions to prove a point. It is concerning that the like sort of base layer asset is not generating the fees that we want. And in fact, with all these options for buying Bitcoin on regulated exchanges, buying Bitcoin with third parties, holding Bitcoin in an ETF, it means that they're sort of like efficiency gains, right, on the base fee layer. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do kind of think that 5 years, 10 years from now, we will start seeing that base layer demand heat up. But until then, and maybe forever, it is definitely good that we have this additional source.
Are you happy when people buy expensive ordinals and expensive runes?
Am I happy? I don't know. I mean, I guess so. I don't know.
How do you deal with the morality of this, right? Because the claim from the side of people, you're saying you identify with the Bitcoin maximalism, you want people to use Bitcoin.
Yep.
And now people could be getting burned on these cryptocurrency investments somewhere else.
Yep.
Now they're getting burned in the name of Bitcoin, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or you're using the name of Bitcoin.
That's right. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, ultimately, I'm just like a guy in a garage, you know, making something. Am I happy when people buy? Like, shit, I don't know. I mean, I think that maybe 1% of inscriptions and maybe 0.01% of runes are interesting. I do think that it's better than the alternative, which is them just losing their money due to insecurities on other chains and getting into other chains with, you know, worthless base asset.
Well,
so I think it's a harm reduction thing. It's like clean needles for addicts, you know?
Well, I think with the Trojan horse, you know, going back to this narrative, we do this in other ways. You brought up the ETF, right? So there is this idea that we advance Bitcoin sometimes by sacrificing our values, right? We might support governments. We might support a candidate like a Donald Trump. We might support a Larry Fink who, you know, starts using or adopting Bitcoin. Do you see an equality between these things, or I guess a commonality?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of Bitcoiners, like, they talk tough, but then the moment that some political figure starts going like, oh, I like Bitcoin too, they're like, oh, daddy spit in my mouth. Like, they just want to sort of be like, recognized.
We're a kid-friendly conference. There's a kids camp out there, sir.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, like, they talk tough, and but once they get sort of, you know, some acknowledgement from some other figure, they want their number to go up, just like everybody else, and so they just kind of fold. Support for, like, you know, Bukele and El Salvador. I think a lot of things are great what he's doing. He is like a, you know, head of state of a pretty normal government that, like, collects taxes. So yeah, you know, it's tough talk from the maxis.
Of course, winding down here, the big question, talking about the crypto Trojan horse, this idea that the Bitcoin and crypto ecosystems can converge. Are these things always going to be bifurcated? Is there a limit on how much of it we can subsume?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like, you know, so for example, like, Solana offers these like instant transactions, very, very low fees. It's not super reliable, but it does, you know, it's a trade-off space of potential technologies. And that does offer users an interesting point in the trade-off space. It's not one that I would personally be very interested in engaging with. But can Bitcoin, you know, be all things to all people? Unclear, you know, unclear.
Well, ending here, ordinals, opcat, runes, there's all these words that you've interjected in the conversation. Where do we go from here? How do you want ordinals to be remembered? Do you have a sense of the direction that you want the community to go in?
I have no idea. I'm fully checked out. I do like a little bit of stuff on Ord, you know, when problems happen or whatever.
So you're content with Bitcoin as it is, even with the
I'm not content with Bitcoin as it is, but I have no idea, you know. I'm working on a peer-to-peer file sharing project that has nothing to do with Bitcoin and nothing to do with cryptocurrency. And maybe, you know, something will happen that I'm like, oh, damn, I got to get back in the game. But you know, I had my, you know, little contribution, and it's up to everybody else to, you know, take it from there.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. I hope you have a great rest of the conference. This has been the Crypto Trojan Horse.
Thanks, guys.
Sure, sir.
Yep.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Mara Live Desk here at Bitcoin 2024, toward the end of the first day, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, we have Alan Helm, host of The Culture Bit, and to his left, we have Alex B., Bitcoin Layer 2 reporter for Bitcoin Magazine. Alex, I want to throw it to you first. We just heard a great conversation between Casey Rodarmor, creator of the Ordinals Protocol, and Pete Rizzo, content editor here at Bitcoin Magazine, also Bitcoin News Desk host extraordinaire. Alex, can you tell us a little bit about Ordinals and what we just heard?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's kind of easy to forget that in the midst of all this political chatter that's been playing out probably all over the day, it's there's been kind of like a strong technical narrative that's been driving this new Bitcoin cycle, and a lot of it has to do with, you know, Casey Rodarmor himself. I think you look at the conference here, you can see his fingerprints are really all over the place. We have like a Taproot Wizard hat on our right here. You know, we've got a lot of companies that are sort of advertising new technical innovation, and a lot of that is because of Casey. And the idea really that he broke the mold for what people were assuming was what Bitcoin or Bitcoining,
right?
or really what Bitcoining was about, right? Yeah. I think we are seeing a cultural and a technical sort of what people have been referring to as a technical renaissance, right? And
yeah. So I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate that, and I think it is really important that people realize that there is a technical renaissance taking place on Bitcoin. You did mention the political chatter, and we want to talk a little bit about what we just heard from Donald Trump Jr. So please, you were over on the side here. What were you hearing?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's super cool to see that, like Alex had said, we started with this digital renaissance, and now obviously the main topic that everybody's talking about is what are the politics? Why are they embracing Bitcoin? It feels like we're here going from gradually to suddenly, all of a sudden. And we're hearing Donald Trump Jr. go, hey, I get that there's a lot of synergies here in Bitcoin that align with a lot of my political beliefs and that sort of thing. I mean, heck, he was saying how he was debanked. He gets that Bitcoin as a tool for that kind of thing. I mean, it's super, super, super cool to see all this positive energy. Heck, even Lummis was on stage earlier today talking about like, hey, this movement is about the fact that we are winning. We are trending in the right direction.
I want to leave it on that note. Very, very important. I like that optimism. We are going to head back over to the Nakamoto stage, though, and we'll be back afterwards. We're going to hear from Bill Miller IV of Miller Value Partners, Matthew Roszak from Tally Capital N Block, and Eric Weiss will be moderating of the Bitcoin Investment Group. We'll be back shortly over to the Nakamoto stage.
I thought of different businesses I might be able to start in this space, and then couldn't come up with anything that I thought was good enough, so I just bought some Bitcoin.
Tell me about
the Saylor orange pilling story. That'll be really interesting.
Yeah, so Michael has been one of my closest friends for decades, and I got into it earlier, right? And I would bring it up frequently, and then started to have a business in the space. And Saylor would caution me and tell me, you know, you got a great reputation in traditional finance. You should really think about this. And wasn't very receptive to it, obviously, because he's running a company with a company. As long as Bitcoin tends to perform well, they start with a small token allocation, maybe out of faith or respect for their child or grandchild, right? Like, well, my kid thinks this is, you know, the digital gold. All right, I'll throw a couple bucks in it. And then they, you know, then as the momentum grows, they come back and they say, oh, so what if we wanted to add to that position, you know? And that's kind of, that's how the positions grow. So it's been quite a progression. And now I'm getting a lot less of those calls, and it's more their friends at other family offices have an allocation and word of mouth that way. What I think is a really interesting kind of, you know, thing that a lot of family offices I talk to are wrestling with is the ETFs changed everything, right? And so there's a decision and a difference in knowledge base of whether or not you want to hold Bitcoin and be able to take possession of your Bitcoin, or just kind of the financial aspect of Bitcoin wrapped in an ETF is enough. So be curious your thoughts on the role of the ETFs and how you see that as well.
Yes, I personally have a variety of custodial solutions. But I think you have to be pragmatic about it as a Bitcoiner. If you're a true Bitcoiner, you realize the more people that own and have access to Bitcoin, the better. Is it ideal that it's in a centralized wrapper? Absolutely not. But you have to meet people where they are and how they operate, right? And that's how you get adoption. And maybe once they then buy the ETF, learn more about it, say, wow, this thing's gone up a lot, I should potentially think about owning it in other ways. And then maybe they take an in-kind redemption from the ETF, maybe one day, or they decide to self-custody themselves. And so it's just a matter of time, I think. Like I said, the world's a competitive place, and when people see these other companies that are coming out with Bitcoin treasury strategies outperform, they're going to want to start financing that. They're going to want to start buying those types of things. So it's just, it is inevitable, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think the significance of the ETFs is not fully appreciated yet globally. I think crossing that regulatory chasm, once you get that, you know, SEC blessed security circulating in the hands of pension funds, endowment funds, and the likes in people's retirement accounts, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. So from a regulatory point of view, I think that's massive. And then I think the other thing that I think about the ETFs that is really significant is there are a lot of countries in the world where capital controls are the single most important thing, like China or Russia or somebody's not about to let people take their assets out of the country. And so they're very reluctant and very restrictive of letting people have access to Bitcoin, because you can walk out of China, remember your 12 words, and go access your Bitcoin from anywhere in the world. But the ETF is kind of like domesticated Bitcoin versus wild Bitcoin. And so there's like that wrapper that you can't take your exchange traded product out of the country. So I think that the ETFs are going to be embraced by countries like China, and there's an ungodly amount of money that could potentially come in to the ETFs in China and things like that for Bitcoin. And the other thing I think that's really important is these ETFs are depository receipts, right? As you know, which means that if you put $1 million into one of the, you know, BlackRock's, you know, Bitcoin ETF, they have to go out and buy $1 million worth of spot Bitcoin. So I think they're generally very positive, and exactly to your point, Bitcoin is all about freedom. So I think people should be free to Bitcoin any way they want, hold for any duration they want, have whatever allocation they want. But are you seeing among your friends, I'm sure because you got in really early and you got some fancy friends, and so were they like, what are you doing, man? And are they coming around at all? Like socially, you know, you were very public, you had a lot of courage to be out there. Are folks, you know, of your ilk now coming up to you inquiring about it, or just saying, hey, congrats kind of thing?
People don't ask me that much about it. Maybe they just see me making enough public statements about it and know that I'm out there. I don't know. I wear my Bitcoin hat all the time. People generally don't ask me about it. I hope that's because they're doing their own education. You know, I like to give out Bitcoin to people to help them come on board and learn more about it. You do what you can. I try and do it in a scalable way. I try and do it in writing, putting it out there. I think that's one of the best ways to do it. But
what were the sources of information that you used to go up the learning curve, and which sources of information do you think are the most constructive for the high net worth individual that we can maybe kind of help promote more and get in their hands more easily?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, there's just so much online. Hope.com, everything Michael's put out has obviously been helpful. I just read the white paper. That was my initial take on it. So I'd encourage everyone, if you haven't done that, to do it. It's very short.
It's only like 9 pages, right? So
Exactly. You should totally do that. I recently went through Lynn Alden's book, Broken Money. That's been
awesome.
Super helpful.
There's also a good half-an-hour video of it or something for those that don't want to read it, which is great too.
There you go. So those types of things. But there's a lot out there. Just going through the numbers, I think, is what gets me most excited about it. And the expanding liquidity, adoption. You haven't seen anything like it, really.
Got it. And are you playing like lots of variations of Bitcoin? Are you investing in mining companies, MicroStrategy, debt instruments, convertibles, or just pure Bitcoin?
Personally, it's been pure Bitcoin. When GBTC tanked and traded at something like a 50% discount to NAV, I loaded up on that.
I did that trade too.
Nice. Yeah. I still own it, unfortunately, because if I sell it, I owe a lot of taxes.
The cap gains,
yeah. So we did that. I mean, I look for opportunities and dislocations in the space when they exist, and try and bet big on those. In our funds, we own MicroStrategy. We recently started buying Similar Scientific. Yeah, but it's just all been Bitcoin-related stuff, pretty much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much for doing this. Appreciate it. A lot of great information. And thank you guys for sticking around till the bitter end. I know that now you can go have dinner and a drink.
That's right.
Thanks.
Nice, man. That was awesome.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy.